Hello friends, welcome aboard the Sleepy Fairy Tale Express. I'm the Red Mermaid. This train is a dream journey to fairy tale land. We will travel through various fairy tale lands together for the next 12 hours. Have you all got your train tickets? Subscribe and hit the like button to always be able to ride. Close your eyes, prick up your ears, and listen in a comfortable position. Today's story is Snow White. The cold air of midwinter was swirling around the castle. The castle embraced the winter's chill, with white snowflakes fluttering past the windows, shining like carved crystals. Inside the castle, everything was quiet and calm. The world outside the window was covered in a blanket of white snow, and the snowflakes danced in the wind. By the window, the queen sat, leaning against a beautiful ebony frame. She was diligently focused on her embroidery, creating beautiful patterns with each delicate stitch. The queen occasionally looked out at the falling snow. The sight of each snowflake shining like a crystal was truly beautiful. As she watched the snow, she continued to move her knitting needle. Suddenly, she pricked her finger. "Ouch!" she exclaimed softly. 3 drops of blood fell from her finger, dropping onto the snow outside, spreading like red roses. As the queen watched the blood spread on the snow, she thought deeply. Seeing the white snow and red blood together, she made a heartfelt wish. If only I could have a child as white as snow and as red as blood. It seemed as though her wish reached the heavens at that very moment, blending with the white snow and red blood. The sight of the mingling blood and snow deeply moved the queen. She looked out the window and wished deeply in her heart. How wonderful it would be to have a child as white as snow and as red as blood. She sincerely made her wish. At that moment, a warm feeling spread through her heart, and she felt a sense of certainty that her wish would come true. Time passed, and finally, the queen's wish came true. The queen gave birth to a beautiful baby. The baby had skin as white as snow, lips as red as blood, and hair as black as ebony. This baby was just as the queen had dreamt. The queen and the king named the baby Snow White. Snow White was blessed with perfect beauty, skin as white as snow, lips as red as blood, and hair as black and beautiful as ebony. From the moment she was born, Snow White brought great joy to the entire kingdom. Everyone admired Snow White's beauty and purity and came to love her. The birth of Snow White brought immense joy to the queen as well. She was extremely happy to see her wish come true. The queen always smiled happily as she looked at Snow White, loving her beauty even more. Snow White became a precious jewel of the kingdom, and her birth filled the entire kingdom with joy. However, this joy did not last long. Soon after Snow White came into the world, the queen fell ill with an unknown sickness and passed away. The queen grew weaker day by day and eventually could not recover. Her death brought great sorrow to the royal family. The castle was filled with silence and sadness, and the faces of all the people were marked by deep sorrow. The queen's death was tragic. She had rejoiced and loved Snow White's birth more than anyone, making her death even more sorrowful. Yet, Snow White, whom the queen left behind, became a light of hope for the entire kingdom, gradually illuminating their grief. This beautiful baby grew up as the kingdom's treasure, bringing comfort to the people. Although Snow White was still young, her pure eyes and innocent laughter provided great solace to everyone in the castle. The people of the kingdom felt new hope when they saw Snow White. The queen's death was a great pain, but Snow White's presence slowly healed that pain. Snow White became the new hope of the kingdom, signaling the beginning of a new legend. Everyone cherished and loved Snow White, and she grew up to be the brightest jewel of the kingdom. Snow White was loved not only for her beauty, but also for her warm heart. She was kind and gentle to everyone, like an angel descended to earth. The entire kingdom cherished and protected Snow White, watching her grow up. Snow White was the queen's last gift, and her presence brought new hope and joy to the kingdom. Time in the castle passed by indifferently for everyone. Even in the castle, filled with sorrow from the queen's death, time did not stop. After a year of mourning, the king decided to marry a new queen. He thought it was necessary to find happiness again for the sake of the kingdom and its people. The new queen was incredibly beautiful. Her beauty was so remarkable that it was known throughout the kingdom. However, deep in her heart, there was pride and arrogance that could not tolerate others. She took great pride in her beauty, but often looked down on others because of her excessive self-confidence. Because of this nature, she could not stand the thought of anyone being more beautiful than herself. She never tolerated anyone surpassing her beauty and always wanted to confirm that she was the best. The queen valued not only her external beauty but also the power it brought. There was always a strong desire within her to overwhelm others. The queen's most prized possession was her mirror. This mirror had magical abilities beyond mere reflection. It was surrounded by a magnificent golden frame, and its surface was always clean and shiny, giving it a mysterious aura as if it were alive. Every morning and evening, the queen would stand before the mirror and gaze at her reflection. To confirm her beauty, she would ask the mirror, her voice ringing with command, "Mirror, mirror on the wall, who is the fairest of them all?" Her voice was always full of confidence and expectation. The mirror always gave the same reply: "Queen, you are the fairest in the land." Hearing this, the queen would smile with satisfaction. She never doubted the mirror's words. The mirror's answer boosted her confidence and solidified her belief in her beauty. This mirror was more than just a mirror. It played a crucial role in soothing the queen's deep insecurities and arrogance. The mirror gave the queen assurance that she was the fairest in the land, helping her maintain her confidence. Standing before the mirror, the queen felt as though she possessed all the beauty in the world. The queen valued this mirror greatly. It was the only entity that knew her secrets and was her most faithful companion. Because the mirror always spoke the truth, the queen trusted its words. Thanks to this mirror, the queen could daily reaffirm her belief that she was the fairest in the land. The queen felt great satisfaction each time the magic mirror answered her. She never doubted the truth of the mirror's words. She firmly believed this truth, which further boosted her confidence. The queen took immense pride in being the fairest in the land, and this pride made her power even stronger. The mirror did more than just reflect the queen's appearance. It played an essential role in soothing her deep insecurities and arrogance. Standing before the mirror, the queen could always confirm her beauty and perfection. The mirror assured her that she was superior to all the women in the kingdom, giving her great comfort and strength. The queen felt more noble and unique thanks to the mirror's words. She felt like she was at the center of the world when she stood before the mirror, overflowing with confidence. The queen's beauty became a symbol of her power and status, going beyond mere physical appearance. Every morning, the queen stood before the mirror, feeling immense satisfaction. The mirror's answer gave her the strength to start her day, and further solidified her belief in her beauty. She took pride in being the fairest woman in the land, firmly believing she was the center of the world. Life inside the castle was always filled with new discoveries for Snow White. The castle was vast and splendid, with wonderful and beautiful things everywhere. Snow White delighted in discovering something new each day. Finding hidden treasures in each room of the castle felt like an adventure. As time passed, Snow White's beauty began to shine even more. Her skin was as white and clear as freshly fallen snow in winter. It was as if snowflakes had melted into her skin, making it pure and delicate. Snow White's lips were as red as the petals of a freshly bloomed rose. Her red and beautiful lips lit up the surroundings every time she smiled. Snow White's hair was as black and shiny as the deep night sky. Her hair sparkled in the sunlight, enhancing her elegance. Every time she brushed her hair, it shone brilliantly. The people in the castle admired Snow White's beauty every day. Whenever she walked through the castle, they couldn't take their eyes off her. Snow White was loved not only for her outward beauty, but also for her kind heart. Her presence brought a warm light to the castle, and everyone sincerely cherished and loved her. Every morning, the palace maids asked Snow White what she wanted to do. Her happiness was everyone's happiness, and they wanted her days to be filled with joy. The maids were always ready to do whatever Snow White desired. Snow White preferred the peace of nature over the splendid life of the palace. While she liked the grand and beautiful palace, she loved the freedom and tranquility she felt in nature even more. So, Snow White often spent her time in a garden filled with blooming flowers. The garden was a beautiful place where various flowers bloomed in each season. In spring, there were tulips and daffodils; in summer, roses and lilies; in autumn, chrysanthemums and sunflowers; and in winter, snowflowers bloomed. Snow White felt at peace as she admired the different flowers in the garden. The maids always made sure the garden was ready for Snow White. They tended the flowers for her, keeping the garden clean and beautiful. Snow White enjoyed her time in the garden, listening to the birds chirping and smelling the flowers, finding great happiness. The time spent in the garden brought great joy to Snow White. She played freely in nature, enjoying her freedom. In the garden full of blooming flowers, Snow White spent peaceful time, always with a happy smile on her face. One particular day, Snow White was walking among the colorful flowers, singing a beautiful song. Her pure and clear voice echoed through the garden. Snow White's beautiful voice reached all the living creatures in the garden, attracting the little birds around her. The birds gathered around, drawn by her singing. Snow White, delighted to see the birds gathering, said, "Friends, let's sing together." She started singing with the birds. The little birds chirped in response to Snow White's song, creating a beautiful harmony together. Their song resonated throughout the garden, making it peaceful and beautiful like a scene from a fairy tale. Snow White strolled among the flowers, singing and mingling with the birds. Her voice, combined with the scent of the flowers, sounded even more clear and beautiful. The birds perched on her shoulders and fingers, chirping, enjoying their time with Snow White. The scene was so beautiful it felt like time had stopped. Snow White singing with the birds lit up the garden, and everything blended peacefully and harmoniously. Snow White spent a happy time with her friends in nature, creating precious memories that would stay with her forever. Snow White's inner beauty was as dazzling as her appearance. She always wore a bright smile and treated everyone with warmth. Snow White was always kind to the maids, gardeners, cooks, and even the guards of the castle. She spoke kindly to everyone and offered help whenever needed. Seeing the maids working hard, Snow White would often approach them. "Let me help you," she would say, sharing their tasks. The maids were touched by Snow White's help and respected her even more. Snow White treated everyone in the castle like friends. She enjoyed gardening with the gardeners, chatting with them, and spending joyful moments cooking with the cooks. Snow White remembered everyone's names, listened to their stories, and showed genuine interest. Her kindness brought great comfort to everyone in the castle. Whenever someone looked sad, Snow White would approach them with comforting words and small gifts to lift their spirits. Her warm heart made everyone in the castle happy, and they all came to love her. Snow White's beauty was not just skin deep. Her inner light shone even brighter, making people love her even more. Snow White's kindness and warmth deeply moved everyone in the castle, making her the most beloved person in the kingdom. The queen once again stood before the mirror and asked her question. She sought the mirror's answer, as it always brought her great satisfaction and confidence. The queen wanted reassurance that she was the fairest in the land. Mirror, mirror on the wall, who is the fairest of them all? She commanded. Her voice was still authoritative. The queen believed the mirror would again affirm that she was the fairest. She looked at the mirror with a satisfied smile. But today, the mirror's answer was unexpected. The mirror paused for a moment, then spoke words the queen had never anticipated. "Queen, you are beautiful, but Snow White is the fairest of them all." This was the first time the mirror had given a different answer. The queen, unable to believe what she heard, asked again, "What do you mean? Is that true?" Her voice trembled with unease and doubt. The queen thought the mirror must have made a mistake. The mirror, which had always assured her of her beauty, now claimed Snow White was fairer. Her heart was filled with anxiety and suspicion. "Do you truly mean Snow White is more beautiful than me?" The queen asked again, wanting to believe the mirror was wrong. "Yes, Queen. It is true. Snow White is the fairest of them all." The mirror's answer was firm. Hearing this, the queen's face flushed with anger. Her pride, built on being the fairest for so long, was deeply wounded. She stood frozen before the mirror. The queen's heart was now filled with rage and jealousy. She couldn't accept that Snow White was more beautiful than her. Staring at the mirror, she whispered, "Snow White is fairer than me? That is unacceptable." Her anger grew stronger. Jealousy consumed her, and her heart was filled with malice. She could no longer tolerate Snow White's beauty. From this moment, the queen's thoughts focused solely on how to eliminate Snow White. She began to devise an evil plan to get rid of Snow White. Each day, she stood before the mirror, nurturing her jealousy as she thought about Snow White's beauty. Her eyes turned cold, and her heart was filled with malice. The queen's heart was full of anger and jealousy, her face flushed with envy. Every time she saw Snow White, her anger boiled. The feeling grew stronger each day. She couldn't suppress her jealousy and anger when she saw Snow White's happy face. Her pride and arrogance filled her heart, spreading like poison. The queen grew to hate Snow White more and more, unable to bear her beauty. Seeing Snow White happily living in the castle only intensified the queen's jealousy. The queen felt she could no longer endure these feelings. Her mind constantly thought of ways to eliminate Snow White, growing more wicked. She eventually decided that she could not find peace unless Snow White was gone. The queen secretly summoned a trusted huntsman. Known for his strength and bravery, the queen trusted him. Kneeling before her, awaiting her command, the queen spoke coldly. "Take Snow White into the forest and kill her. Bring me her lungs and liver as proof." The queen gave the huntsman her final order. She wanted undeniable evidence of Snow White's death. The huntsman was to take Snow White into the forest and fulfill the queen's command. The queen trusted the huntsman. He was strong and loyal, and she believed he would carry out her order. The huntsman was shocked and terrified by the queen's order. He cared deeply for Snow White and knew she was the kingdom's pure treasure. Snow White was kind and loving to everyone. The thought of harming her pained the huntsman's heart. With a trembling voice, he said, "But Queen, Snow White is the treasure of our kingdom. How could I?" His voice was filled with fear and sorrow. He couldn't bear the thought of harming Snow White. The queen cut off the huntsman's words coldly, shouting, "If you do not follow my orders, you will face death." Her voice was cold and firm. Her gaze was threatening, and the huntsman froze in fear. The huntsman's heart felt like it was freezing over. His mind was filled with fear and anxiety. The queen's threat felt very real, and the huntsman realized his life was in danger. He wanted to protect Snow White, but he felt the pressing reality that he couldn't disobey the queen's order. Lowering his head, the huntsman replied in a small voice, "Yes, Your Majesty." His voice was weak, and deep within, he felt a struggle brewing. He didn't want to harm Snow White but felt compelled to follow the queen's order. Satisfied with the huntsman's answer, the queen nodded. With a cold smile, she gave him the final command. "Then go and carry out my order. Bring me her lungs and liver as proof." The queen spoke in a ruthless voice. The huntsman, with a heavy sigh, stepped back from the queen. He was burdened by the thought of taking Snow White into the forest. Inside, he struggled with his desire to protect her and the reality of having to follow the queen's order. With a heavy heart and burdened by anguish, the huntsman had no choice but to take Snow White into the forest. Knowing her pure and warm heart, making the decision was even harder. Snow White was kind and loving to everyone. The thought of harming her tore at the huntsman's heart. As they walked through the forest, Snow White asked the huntsman about its beauty, asking many questions with her joyful voice. "Huntsman, that tree is so tall. What is that flower called?" She was enchanted by the wonders of the forest, everything new and fascinating to her. The huntsman, answering her questions, felt deep conflict and anguish inside. Her innocent demeanor made him even sadder. "That is a pine tree, Snow White. And that flower is a daisy." He answered as calmly as possible, but his heart was heavy. Snow White asked about the small creatures in the forest, chatting happily. "There's a squirrel. It's so cute. That butterfly has such beautiful colors." Her face was filled with smiles, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Seeing Snow White's joy made the huntsman even more sorrowful. The huntsman was deeply conflicted. "How can I harm such a pure and beautiful child?" he whispered, lost in his confused thoughts. Snow White's innocent face and bright laughter pained his heart even more. He continued to walk, trying to suppress the anguish rising within him. Finally, when they reached the depths of the forest, the huntsman made a crucial decision. He realized he could no longer follow the queen's order. "Snow White, the queen ordered me to kill you." Snow White was shocked by his words. "Really? The queen ordered my death?" "Yes, but I cannot harm you." Tears of relief filled Snow White's eyes. "Really? You won't hurt me?" she asked cautiously. The huntsman nodded and approached her gently. "You are too pure and beautiful. I cannot harm you. You must stay safe in this forest," the huntsman said softly. Snow White, grateful for his decision, grabbed his hand in thanks. The huntsman released Snow White and helped her escape safely. He told her how to survive in the forest and encouraged her. "Follow this path, and you will find a small house. You can stay there safely," he said gently, reassuring Snow White. Snow White nodded gratefully. "Thank you, huntsman. I will never forget your kindness." With tears in her eyes, she looked at him. The huntsman hugged her warmly and said his final goodbye. "Goodbye, Snow White. Stay safe." After Snow White disappeared, the huntsman thought about how to deceive the queen. He realized he had to lie to the queen to save Snow White. So, he wandered through the forest, thinking about how to fool the queen. Soon, the huntsman found a young boar. He hunted it and cut out its lungs and liver. "I'll take these to the queen and make her believe they are Snow White's," he muttered to himself as he carried out his plan. The huntsman brought the boar's lungs and liver to the queen as proof. "Your Majesty, here are Snow White's lungs and liver." He spoke calmly, handing over the evidence to the queen. The queen, satisfied with the huntsman's words, nodded in approval. She believed Snow White was no longer a threat and felt pleased. The huntsman presented the organs to the queen. Seeing them, the queen smiled with satisfaction. "At last, Snow White is gone," she whispered joyfully. She handed the organs to the cook and ordered, "Boil these in salt water and bring them to me." The cook followed the queen's orders without question, boiling the organs in salt water. While they cooked, the queen felt satisfied, thinking Snow White was no longer a threat. When the organs were ready, the cook brought them to the queen. Believing they were Snow White's lungs and liver, the queen ate them. As she ate, she regained her confidence in being the fairest in the land. "Now I can finally be at peace," the queen thought. However, the queen had no idea she had been deceived by the huntsman. He sighed with relief, knowing he had saved Snow White and tricked the queen. Snow White ventured deeper into the dark forest, feeling surrounded by unfamiliarity and fear. The forest was dense with trees and vines, and she had no idea where to go. To calm her anxious heart, Snow White took a deep breath and quickened her pace. The forest presented many dangers. She heard the distant cries of various animals, the howls of wolves, the hoots of owls, and the sound of branches swaying in the wind, all of which heightened her anxiety. Despite her fear, Snow White kept moving forward. The shadows cast by the moonlight through the trees added to her sense of dread, making it seem as though something might be lurking in the darkness. The faint moonlight that filtered through the leaves lit her path, but the shadows appeared to move like living creatures. Snow White cautiously walked, her heart filled with fear and uncertainty. Snow White continued walking through the forest, always on alert. Her steps grew more careful, and she often stopped at the slightest sound. Time in the unfamiliar forest filled her with endless anxiety and fear, but she did not give up. Snow White was scared and unsure how to survive in this place. She started running aimlessly. The forest was deep and dark, and her heart was filled with fear. Snow White thought only of escaping quickly, so she kept running. During her escape, she tripped over sharp rocks and fell. Her knees and hands got scraped, and she bled, but Snow White didn't stop. She pushed through thorn bushes, tearing her clothes. Her dress was ripped in several places, and her skin was scratched by thorns. But Snow White endured the pain and kept moving forward. Hunger and exhaustion weighed her down. Snow White hadn't eaten all day, and as she kept running, she grew more and more tired. However, she couldn't give up. She had to keep moving to escape the queen's pursuit and the threats of the forest. As Snow White walked along a forest path, she discovered a small, charming house. This tiny house was hidden in the forest, looking like it came straight out of a fairy tale. Snow White looked at it with amazement and curiosity. The house was covered in moss and trees, with a small chimney puffing out smoke into the blue sky. Small flowers bloomed around the house, giving it a cozy atmosphere. Snow White wondered who lived in the house. She approached cautiously and knocked on the door. But there was no answer. Gathering her courage, Snow White decided to open the door. "Is anyone there?" she asked softly as she pushed the door open. Inside, the house was cozy and tidy. Everything was small and cute. On a small table covered with a white tablecloth, there were 7 little plates and 7 little cups. Along the wall were 7 small beds, each covered with white bedspreads. Snow White looked around in awe. "Such a tiny house, it's like little people live here," she murmured to herself. Everything inside was clean and well organized, exuding a warm atmosphere. Although everything inside was small, it was so cute and clean that she couldn't complain. On the table covered with a white tablecloth were 7 little plates, each with a little spoon beside it, spaced neatly with a small knife and fork, and 7 little cups. It looked like a dollhouse, charming and lovely. Along the wall were 7 little beds lined up. The beds were covered with white bedspreads, and each bed looked clean and cozy. Snow White was very hungry and thirsty, but didn't want to eat an entire meal meant for someone else. So, she took a little bit of vegetables and bread from each plate and a sip of wine from each cup. After eating and drinking, she felt very tired. Snow White tried to lie down on one of the small beds, but none of them fit her. One bed was too long, and another was too short. She tried several beds until she finally found that the 7th bed fit her. The bed was small but very cozy. Soon, Snow White fell into a deep sleep. The relief of finding a safe place away from the forest's dangers made her feel comfortable. Lying in the bed, she closed her eyes and took a deep breath. It had been such a fearful and exhausting day, but in the small house in the forest, she forgot her fears and slept peacefully. Snow White curled up under the warm blanket and fell into a deep sleep. She could momentarily forget all the hardships and fears she had experienced in the forest. The cozy and warm atmosphere of the small house embraced her, bringing her peace. As the sun set and the forest grew darker, the forest became quiet, with only the faint moonlight shining through. At that moment, footsteps were heard approaching the house. The 7 dwarfs were returning home, tired from a long day of working in the mines. Each dwarf carried a small lamp, and the tiny lights illuminated the dark forest. The light from the lamps lit up their faces, and though they were tired, they smiled and chatted with each other. "Today was a long day," one dwarf said. "But we can rest once we get home," another dwarf replied. When they arrived at the house, the dwarf sensed something unusual. The atmosphere inside the house felt different. As they opened the door and stepped inside, they immediately noticed the changes. "What happened here?" the first dwarf wondered aloud. The dwarfs began to look around the house one by one. The first dwarf noticed his small chair and exclaimed, "Who sat in my chair?" The cushion was slightly pressed, and it was not as neatly arranged as usual. Next, the second dwarf looked at the table with a surprised expression. "Who ate from my plate?" he asked. There were clear signs that someone had eaten from the table. Small pieces of bread were scattered, and the fork and knife were slightly out of place. The third dwarf found crumbs and shouted, "Who ate my bread?" His voice was filled with surprise and confusion. The fourth dwarf, hearing this, looked at his plate and also cried out, "Who ate my vegetables?" His plate clearly showed signs that someone had eaten from it. The fifth dwarf was astonished to find his fork had been used. "Who used my fork?" he asked, holding it up and looking around. The sixth dwarf noticed that his knife was not in its usual spot and said, "Who moved my knife?" Finally, the seventh dwarf pointed to his cup and said, "Who used my cup?" There were drops of wine left in the cup. The seven dwarfs looked at each other in confusion. Who could have come into our house, they wondered, trying to figure out the situation. The dwarfs walked around the house, trying to find clues about who had used their belongings. They examined the food, the dishes, and the small traces left around the house, realizing that someone had indeed entered and used their things. As the dwarfs looked around in confusion, the first dwarf pointed to his bed and exclaimed, "Who stepped on my bed?" There were small footprints clearly visible on the bed. The other dwarfs checked their beds, and each one showed signs that someone had lain in them. The dwarfs were even more astonished. Who could have come into our house, they wondered. They carefully followed the clues left around the house. As they traced the footprints, they finally found Snow White sleeping deeply in the smallest bed. Snow White was peacefully asleep, her face showing signs of exhaustion. The dwarfs were filled with surprise and curiosity, quietly observing her. In the silence of the night, the seven dwarfs carefully looked at their new guest, wondering who she was and where she came from. They exchanged looks, trying not to wake her. Snow White's beauty and peaceful appearance captivated their hearts. Late at night, the seven dwarfs watched their new guest carefully. Still astonished, they whispered among themselves about how such a beautiful girl could be sleeping so peacefully. "She is so pretty," the first dwarf whispered. Where could she have come from? The second dwarf wondered. The seventh dwarf cautiously approached and gently shone his lamp on her forehead. The soft light from the small lamp lit up Snow White's face. Her skin was as white as snow, and her lips were as red as roses. The seventh dwarf signaled the others, who all held up their lamps and quietly surrounded her, admiring her beauty. Goodness! What a beautiful girl! The dwarfs whispered excitedly. Their voices were filled with wonder and admiration as they gazed at Snow White's beauty. The dwarfs were delighted, but let her continue sleeping undisturbed. She must be so tired, the first dwarf whispered. We must protect her, the second dwarf agreed. The seventh dwarf took turns sleeping in each of the other dwarfs' beds, moving from one to the next each hour. He did this to keep watch over Snow White and ensure she remained safe. As he moved from bed to bed, time passed and morning arrived. The dwarfs watched over Snow White as the morning sun began to shine into the house. Her face was relaxed with a peaceful smile. The dwarfs felt warmth in their hearts as they saw her sleeping so peacefully. A new morning dawned. The sun's gentle rays streamed through the window, waking Snow White. As she opened her eyes, she was startled to see the 7 dwarfs surrounding her, watching her with curious eyes. Hello, what's your name? The first dwarf asked kindly. His eyes were gentle and friendly. Snow White, momentarily surprised, soon smiled and answered, I am Snow White. Her voice was soft and sweet. The second dwarf stepped forward cautiously and asked, How did you come into our house? His voice was filled with curiosity. The dwarfs were eager to hear Snow White's story. Snow White took a deep breath and began her tale. I was driven out of the kingdom, Snow White said with a sad expression. My stepmother wanted to kill me because she thought I was more beautiful than her. She ordered the huntsman to do it. But the huntsman spared me and helped me escape into the forest. The dwarfs listened intently to Snow White's story, feeling sympathy and sometimes admiration. As Snow White calmly shared her hardships, the dwarfs' hearts began to open up to her. They deeply empathized with the difficulties and pain she had endured. By the end of her story, the dwarf's eyes were filled with warmth. You've been through so much, the first dwarf said. We will protect you, the second dwarf added. Their voices were full of sincerity. The dwarf's trust and compassion for Snow White grew. Her pure and warm heart moved them, and they felt a strong desire to protect her. You will stay with us now, the third dwarf said. We will keep you safe, the fourth dwarf agreed. take care of our home? Cooking, cleaning, washing, sewing, and embroidery. If you can keep the house neat and tidy, you can stay with us. We can provide everything you need, the first dwarf said warmly and earnestly. The other dwarfs nodded in agreement. And don't worry too much. We will help you, the second dwarf added. The dwarfs promised not to leave all the work to Snow White alone. Snow White thought deeply about their offer. She felt relieved that she could stay safely in the dwarf's house and receive their help. Yes, I will help with all the work I can, she answered with a smile. The dwarfs were delighted that Snow White accepted their offer. That's great. From now on, we are family, the third dwarf said. Together, we can handle everything, the fourth dwarf agreed. After Snow White started living with the seven dwarfs, her daily life changed completely. In the mornings, Snow White prepared a warm breakfast for the dwarfs before they left for work. She hummed happily as she cooked delicious meals in the kitchen, her clear, beautiful voice filling the house. The kitchen was filled with the sweet smell of bread and the fresh scent of fruit. Snow White carefully prepared the food with a happy smile. What should I make today? She wondered softly as she chose fresh ingredients. When the dwarfs gathered for breakfast, they marveled at her cooking skills and enjoyed the meal happily. Snow White, your cooking is wonderful, the first dwarf said. The second dwarf nodded in agreement. Yes, it's such a joy to have a delicious breakfast every day. Snow White felt joy seeing the dwarfs enjoy the food. I'm glad you like it, she said with a bright smile. The dwarfs appreciated her warm heart and dedication. After breakfast, the dwarfs set off to work, and Snow White waved them goodbye. Have a great day, she called cheerfully. During the day, Snow White took care of the house chores. She was responsible for cleaning, washing, sewing, and other tasks. The house was always clean and tidy. Snow White dusted and cleaned every corner, making everything sparkle. At first, everything was new and unfamiliar, but the dwarfs patiently taught her how to do each task. The first dwarf showed her how to clean, the second taught her how to do laundry, and the third explained how to sew and embroider. With the dwarf's help, Snow White learned step by step. So this is how it's done, she said confidently as she worked. The dwarfs were pleased to see her doing well. Well done, Snow White, the fourth dwarf praised her. Snow White smiled happily at their compliments. As they worked together, Snow White and the dwarfs grew closer, building a strong bond. They helped and learned from each other, growing even closer. Snow White felt like the dwarfs were her family. Thanks to you all, I'm really happy, she said warmly. The dwarfs also felt great satisfaction living with Snow White. "We enjoy spending time with you," the fifth dwarf said. Snow White and the dwarfs supported each other and cherished each day together. Snow White became more accustomed to life in the dwarf's house. Every evening, she prepared a delicious dinner for them when they returned from work. Her cooking skills improved daily, and the dwarfs eagerly anticipated her hearty meals. In the evenings, Snow White worked hard in the kitchen, using fresh ingredients to prepare meals with care. "What should I make for dinner tonight?" she wondered aloud, thinking of the dwarf's favorite dishes. Her face always radiated a smile. When the dwarfs came home, Snow White greeted them with a warm smile. "Welcome home. Dinner is ready," she said brightly. The dwarfs, tired from the day's work, felt their fatigue melt away as they enjoyed the meal Snow White had prepared. "Snow White, your cooking is amazing," the first dwarf said. "All the day's tiredness disappears," the second dwarf agreed, nodding. The dwarfs enjoyed their dinner, admiring her cooking skills. Snow White felt joy seeing the dwarfs enjoy the food. "I'm glad you like it," she said warmly. After dinner, the dwarfs expressed their gratitude to Snow White. "Thank you so much, Snow White." "Thanks to you, we are happy every day," the third dwarf said. The third dwarf said, "Snow White, since you came, our house has become much brighter." The other dwarfs nodded in agreement. "Yes, Snow White, thanks to you, our home is much happier," the fourth dwarf added. All the dwarfs loved listening to Snow White's songs and stories. Her voice was clear and beautiful, and whenever she told a story, everyone listened attentively. In the evenings, they gathered in the living room to hear her tales or sing together, enjoying their time. Snow White shared various stories with the dwarfs. "What story would you like to hear today?" she asked. The dwarfs excitedly replied. "Tell us a story from the kingdom," the first dwarf said. "No, tell us a new story," the second dwarf said eagerly. Snow White smiled and began her story. She talked about her experiences in the kingdom, beautiful landscapes, and the adventures of brave knights. The dwarfs were engrossed in her tales. "What a wonderful story," the third dwarf said in admiration. After the stories, Snow White sang with the dwarfs. Her songs brought warmth to the house, and the dwarfs happily joined in. "Snow White, your singing is beautiful," the fourth dwarf said. "Thank you for bringing us such joy," the fifth dwarf added. Snow White and the seven dwarfs spent their days helping each other and laughing together. They cherished each other's company and always enjoyed their time together. Snow White expressed her gratitude whenever the dwarfs helped with household chores. "Thank you so much. "Everything is easier because of you," she said with a smile. The dwarfs also felt deeply grateful for everything Snow White did for them. "Snow White, our lives are much happier because of you," the first dwarf said. "Yes, you always brighten our home," the second dwarf added. Their home was always filled with laughter and joy. In the mornings, they enjoyed breakfast together, starting their day on a happy note. During the day, they helped each other with their tasks, and in the evenings, they gathered to share a meal and sing songs, enjoying each other's company. Snow White expressed her deep gratitude to the dwarfs, who had become her new family. She was touched by their kindness and felt blessed to live with them. "Thanks to all of you, I have found happiness again." "Thank you so much," she said sincerely. Snow White cherished every day, grateful for her life with the dwarfs. She valued every moment spent with them and was content with their shared life. The dwarfs also cherished their time with Snow White, feeling joyful that she had become a part of their family. However, her days were not just filled with routine. Snow White found great joy in interacting with the animals of the forest. The animals warmly welcomed her, and Snow White formed special friendships with them. When she went into the forest, little birds perched on her shoulder and sang. "Hello, little friends," Snow White greeted them with a smile. Squirrels and rabbits played around her, and she enjoyed their company. "What shall we play today?" she asked, spending happy moments with the animals. In the forest, Snow White met new friends. The birds gathered at her window, chirping along to her songs. Snow White's voice was clear and beautiful, and the birds joyfully responded to her singing. "Hello, little birds," Snow White greeted them with a smile. Various animals from the forest visited Snow White, responding to her call. Especially, the little rabbits and squirrels often stayed near her while she worked in the garden. "Do you want to help?" she asked with a smile. The rabbits and squirrels moved energetically, as if answering her question. While working in the garden, Snow White felt great happiness spending time with the animals. She talked with them and smiled, watching them enjoy themselves. "What song should we sing today?" she asked softly, starting a new song. The birds added beautiful melodies to her song, and the squirrels and rabbits danced around her. Snow White treasured the time spent with the animals, feeling the peace and happiness of nature. But the 7 dwarfs were worried about her safety. They constantly feared something might happen to Snow White while she was alone. One evening, the dwarfs seriously warned her. "Your stepmother might find out where you are soon," the first dwarf said, his voice full of concern. "Never open the door to anyone," the second dwarf added. The dwarfs warned Snow White not to open the door to any strangers. "You are safe with us, but you must be careful when we are not here," the third dwarf said. Your stepmother is very cunning and wicked. Always be on guard so she doesn't find you," the fourth dwarf added. Snow White listened to the dwarf's warnings with a worried expression. "I understand. I will remember your words. I will never open the door to strangers," she replied seriously. The dwarfs felt reassured by Snow White's determination and sighed in relief. "We will protect you, Snow White," the fifth dwarf said. "But you must always be careful," the sixth dwarf added. The queen walked into a grandly decorated room within her castle. The room was filled with ornate decorations, and a large chandelier was shining brightly. Beautiful paintings adorned the walls, and in the center of the room stood the queen's treasured magic mirror. Standing before the mirror, the queen looked at her reflection and spoke. "Mirror, mirror on the wall, who is the fairest of them all?" Her voice was cold and confident. She asked this question regularly, and the mirror always replied that she was the fairest. This time, too, the queen expected to hear the same answer. She stared at the mirror with a smug expression, waiting for the response. The room fell silent, and the mirror began to shine as it answered the queen's question. However, the mirror's answer was not what she expected. "Queen, you are the fairest here, but beyond the mountains with the 7 dwarfs lives Snow White, who is 1,000 times more beautiful than you." The queen's face turned pale, and she was shocked. Knowing that the mirror always spoke the truth, she realized that the huntsman had deceived her and that Snow White was still alive. Overwhelmed with anger and shock, the queen began to ponder how to permanently eliminate Snow White. "The huntsman tricked me. Snow White is still alive," the queen muttered through clenched teeth. Her heart was filled with jealousy and rage. "I must get rid of her," the queen resolved. The queen's face twisted with anger. She couldn't believe the mirror's words. Snow White is still alive. Consumed by rage, she trembled as she glared at the mirror. Her eyes blazed with jealousy. The queen thought to herself, "I must be the fairest woman in this land. Snow White must be eliminated." Her jealousy and anger grew, and she could no longer contain them. She began to devise a plan to permanently remove Snow White. The queen fell into deep thought, determined to succeed this time. She started crafting a more cunning and evil plan than before. Pacing around the room, she imagined various schemes. "This time, I won't fail. Snow White, you will never be the fairest in this land." After much deliberation, the queen devised the perfect plan. This time, she decided to disguise herself so thoroughly that no one would recognize her. She sat before the mirror and began to cast a spell. Deep wrinkles appeared on her face, and her hair turned white. Her hands became wrinkled and rough like those of an old woman who had lived many years. She donned tattered clothes, transforming completely into an old peddler woman. No one would recognize her as the queen. Once her disguise was complete, the queen loaded a cart with various trinkets. She filled it with colorful silk ribbons, sparkling glass beads, and all sorts of goods. "This time, I will succeed," she whispered to herself. The queen set off, crossing 7 mountains and trudging through the dense forest. Despite the steep paths and thick woods, her mind was solely focused on eliminating Snow White. After a long journey, she finally reached the small house where the 7 dwarfs lived. Reaching the little house, the queen parked her cart and knocked on the door. "Fine wares for sale," she called out in the voice of an old peddler. Snow White peered out from the window, curious. "Hello. What are you selling?" she asked, her eyes full of curiosity. The queen responded in a kind voice, "I have good quality, beautiful items. I even have colorful ribbons." She pulled out a shiny, colorful silk ribbon from her cart. The ribbon sparkled in the light, looking as beautiful as a rainbow. Snow White's eyes lit up. "It's so pretty," she exclaimed. The queen seized the opportunity. "This ribbon would be perfect for someone as beautiful as you. Come closer and have a look." Snow White was captivated by the ribbon's beauty. "It's really lovely," she murmured, debating whether to open the door. But the queen's kind words and the beautiful ribbon broke down her caution. Entranced by the glittering ribbon, Snow White opened the door. She invited the disguised queen inside. "Come in. The ribbon is so pretty." The queen smiled inwardly as she entered the house. "This ribbon will make you look even more beautiful. Let me tie it for you," she said sweetly. Snow White stood before the queen without any suspicion, letting her tie the new ribbon around her waist. The queen skillfully tied the silk ribbon around Snow White's waist. "The color is so lovely. It matches your skin perfectly," she said, tightening the ribbon. Snow White admired herself in the mirror. "It's really beautiful," she said, feeling pleased as the queen continued to tie the ribbon. The queen tightened the ribbon more and more. "It needs to be tighter to look perfect," she said. The queen took advantage of Snow White's trust, swiftly tightening the ribbon further. As the ribbon tightened, Snow White's face turned pale, and she struggled to breathe. Snow White quickly became unable to breathe and collapsed to the floor. Her vision darkened, and she lay there motionless as if she were dead. Her hands weakly grasped at the ribbon around her waist, but she couldn't muster the strength to loosen it. Believing her plan had succeeded perfectly, the queen left the house. She made her way out of the forest and down the steep mountain path, her heart filled with a sense of victory and satisfaction. Confident that Snow White would no longer pose a threat, she walked briskly through the forest. As the queen walked through the sunlit forest, with birds chirping and the wind rustling the leaves, she was lost in her thoughts. "Now, I am the fairest in this land," she whispered to herself. The darkness of the forest gradually lifted as the queen hurried back to her castle. She was filled with the confidence that nothing would disturb her now. She believed that once she stood before her mirror again, it would confirm her as the fairest. Not once did the queen look back as she left the forest. She was certain Snow White could not survive. The queen, savoring her victory, returned to her castle. As dusk fell and the forest began to darken, the 7 dwarfs returned home, exhausted from their day's work. Covered in dust from the mines, they encouraged each other as they made their way back. As soon as they stepped over the threshold of their little house, they sensed something was wrong. Snow White, who usually greeted them with a bright smile, was nowhere to be seen. Instead, the house was filled with an eerie silence, and a sense of foreboding weighed heavily on the dwarfs' hearts. They began searching the house for Snow White. "Here she is! Snow White is here!" one dwarf shouted. The dwarfs rushed to where the voice came from and found Snow White lying on the floor. She was motionless, looking as if she were dead. Her face was pale, and her lips had turned blue. The dwarfs were overcome with shock and fear. "Snow White! What happened?" they cried, trying to shake her awake, but she didn't move. Desperation filled their faces as they looked at each other, unsure of what to do. "Someone must have done something to her," one dwarf exclaimed. "What happened while we were away?" another dwarf asked worriedly, looking around. The dwarfs couldn't understand why Snow White was in this state. Overwhelmed with fear, the dwarfs carefully examined Snow White. They checked her face and hands, trying to find any sign of what might be wrong. One dwarf then noticed the tightly bound ribbon around her waist. "Look at this ribbon. It's tied too tightly," he exclaimed. The other dwarfs saw the ribbon and were equally puzzled. "It seems like she couldn't breathe because of it," another dwarf said. The dwarfs quickly fetched a sharp knife to cut the ribbon. The most skillful dwarf carefully cut through the ribbon. As soon as it was loosened, Snow White took a deep breath and began to move. Her face started to regain its color, and the dwarfs sighed with relief. "She's breathing." "Cutting the ribbon worked," one dwarf said joyfully. The others were relieved to hear this. Snow White slowly regained consciousness. She blinked and saw the dwarfs surrounding her. Once Snow White fully regained consciousness, the dwarfs gathered around and asked her what had happened. Snow White began to explain slowly. This morning, an old woman came to the house selling beautiful silk ribbons. They were so pretty that I opened the door for her, Snow White said with a trembling voice. The old woman said she could tie the ribbon more beautifully for me, and without any suspicion, I let her. Snow White continued, holding back tears. But the old woman tied the ribbon too tightly. I couldn't breathe and collapsed to the floor. That old peddler woman must be the evil queen in disguise. Be careful and don't let anyone into the house, especially when we are not here, the dwarfs warned sternly. Their voices were filled with deep concern and anger. Hearing the dwarfs' words, Snow White reflected deeply and resolved to be more cautious. I will never open the door again. No matter how kind they seem, I won't trust strangers, she said firmly. This experience taught Snow White a valuable lesson. She realized that her carelessness had almost put her in great danger. She decided never to trust strangers again. Snow White took the dwarf's advice to heart, determined not to fall for the queen's tricks again. Snow White thanked the dwarfs for their help and expressed her gratitude once more. The dwarfs vowed to protect her and took even more care to ensure her safety. Returning home, the queen quickly made her way to her room. She stood before the mirror with great anticipation, once again asking, "Mirror, mirror on the wall, who is the fairest of them all?" The mirror answered as the queen had expected. "Queen, you are the fairest here, but beyond the mountains with the 7 dwarfs lives Snow White, who is 1,000 times more beautiful than you." The queen's face twisted with rage upon hearing these words. Her eyes blazed with fury, and her hands trembled. "Snow White again," she shouted, glaring at the mirror. Her heart was filled with intense emotions. "Snow White is still alive," she paced the room in anger and despair. "But this time, I will find a way to finish her off for good," the queen muttered, vowing revenge. The queen decided to use an even more cunning method this time. She entered her magical chamber and began casting a powerful spell. Dark light emitted from her fingertips, and the queen used the forces of darkness to create a special item. This time, she made a poisoned comb. The comb was beautiful and intricately designed, looking like a jeweled ornament. But it hid a deadly poison. The queen planned to use this comb to harm Snow White once more. Holding the comb in her hand, the queen thought about how the poison would work, smiling with satisfaction. This comb is not just for tidying hair. As soon as it touches Snow White's scalp, she will collapse instantly, the queen whispered to herself. The queen, reflecting on her past failures, resolved never to repeat the same mistakes. She prepared an even more cunning disguise using her magic. This time, she decided to transform into a completely different old woman. Sitting before the mirror, she began altering her appearance. Her wrinkles deepened, and her hair turned a mottled gray. Her hands became rough and wrinkled, resembling those of an old hag. She donned even more tattered clothes, completing her transformation. The queen now looked like an entirely different old woman, unrecognizable. She took the poisoned comb and set out once more, crossing the 7 mountains to reach the 7 dwarfs' house. As she traversed the treacherous mountain paths, she assured herself that this plan was flawless. Despite concerns that Snow White might not open the door to strangers again, she was confident in her success. Arriving at the small house deep in the forest, the queen paused to catch her breath and review her plan. "I won't fail this time," she whispered. Standing before the house, she called out in her old woman's voice, "Beautiful combs for sale." Inside the house, Snow White hesitated for a moment as she heard the voice. She remembered the dwarf's warning to never let strangers in. However, there was something special about the old woman's voice that piqued Snow White's curiosity. Peering cautiously out the window, Snow White responded, "Just move along. I can't let anyone inside." Her voice was filled with caution. But the queen did not give up. With a cunning smile, she tried to entice Snow White's curiosity. "Just take a look," the queen said, pulling out a glittering object from her cart. It was the poisoned comb, sparkling with a beautiful shine as it caught the sunlight. "This comb is truly beautiful. Just look at it," the queen said, holding the comb up so that Snow White could see it clearly. The comb glittered like a jewel, and Snow White's heart wavered at its beauty. She tried to remain cautious, but the allure of the comb drew her to open the window a bit more. "It really is beautiful," she whispered. The queen seized the moment. "Just touch it once. It's so smooth and lovely," she said in a friendly voice, continuing to captivate Snow White's curiosity. Despite her hesitation, Snow White's heart began to open up to the queen's persuasion. Snow White was swayed by the beauty of the comb. The sparkling comb was truly captivating, and she eventually opened the door. The queen smiled inwardly, speaking kindly, "Let me comb your hair nicely for you." Snow White took the old woman's hand without suspicion. "Thank you so much," she said, leaning her head forward. The queen, eagerly anticipating this moment, placed the comb in Snow White's hair and began to comb it slowly. The queen, eager, began to comb Snow White's hair gently. As the comb glided through her hair, Snow White felt the soft touch and smiled, "It feels really nice." The queen, with practiced kindness, continued combing her hair. As the queen continued to comb Snow White's hair, the poison from the comb began to spread through her scalp. Snow White quickly felt dizzy, her vision blurring. She reached for her head, swaying, before collapsing to the floor, unconscious. "Your beauty ends here," the queen whispered coldly, her smile filled with satisfaction. Certain that Snow White would not awaken again, the queen left, disappearing into the forest. The house grew silent once more as Snow White lay motionless on the floor. The queen's wicked plan appeared successful, as Snow White's face turned pale and her body grew cold. The wicked queen, confident in her victory, exited the forest, certain that Snow White would not wake again. Her heart was filled with joy and satisfaction. On her way back to the castle, she couldn't help but smile, believing she had finally triumphed. The queen arrived at the castle with a cold smile, heading straight to her room. She was filled with certainty that she was now the most beautiful queen without needing to ask the mirror. Standing before the mirror, she gazed at herself and murmured once more, "Now, I am the most beautiful person in this kingdom." This time, the queen was truly convinced that Snow White would never rise again. Her heart was free from fear and anxiety. All that remained was for her to revel in her beauty and power. The small house where Snow White lay fell silent once more. Until the dwarfs returned, Snow White lay motionless on the cold floor. In the evening, the 7 dwarfs returned home from work. They entered the house, tired from their day at the mine. Immediately, they sensed something was wrong. The house was unusually quiet, and Snow White did not greet them as she usually did. The dwarfs, filled with unease, searched the house. One of them found Snow White lying on the floor. "Here! Snow White is here!" he shouted. The other dwarfs rushed over. Snow White looked as if she were dead, her face pale and her breath shallow. The dwarfs were overcome with fear and shock as they approached her, trying to understand what had happened. One dwarf noticed the sparkling comb in her hair. "What is this?" he asked, carefully removing the comb. It still had traces of poison, the cause of Snow White's condition. As the dwarf carefully removed the poisoned comb, Snow White slowly began to regain consciousness. Her face regained some color, and she opened her eyes, taking a deep breath. The dwarf sighed with relief, watching over Snow White. "Are you all right?" one dwarf asked gently. Snow White nodded weakly, saying, "Yes, I'm all right. Let me tell you what happened." Snow White recounted the events, explaining how the queen, disguised as an old woman, had come again. This morning, the queen disguised herself as an old woman and sold beautiful combs. "I opened the door because the comb was so beautiful," she said, her voice trembling. The dwarfs were horrified after hearing Snow White's story. "The queen again!" How terrible!" one dwarf exclaimed in anger. The others nodded in agreement. "We must be extremely cautious this time. Never let a stranger into the house," another dwarf warned. Snow White bowed her head and took the dwarf's words to heart. "Yes, I will never open the door. No matter how kind they seem or how beautiful the items they bring, I will never open it," she promised. Meanwhile, the queen returned to her room in the castle. Standing before the mirror, she smiled, thinking of her accomplishments. Confident she was now the fairest, she asked the mirror, "Mirror, mirror on the wall, who is the fairest of them all?" The mirror replied without hesitation, "Queen, you are the fairest here, but beyond the mountains with the 7 dwarfs lives Snow White, who is 1,000 times more beautiful than you." The queen's face contorted with rage. Her hands trembled with fury, and her eyes burned with anger. "Snow White is still alive," she shouted, glaring at the mirror. Consumed with anger, the queen paced the room, overwhelmed by intense emotions. "I thought I would end her for sure this time," she clenched her fists and ground her teeth. The queen's heart burned with hatred and jealousy towards Snow White. "This time, I will succeed. Snow White, you will never survive again," the queen muttered to herself with determination. She began to devise another plan. This time, she intended to eliminate Snow White in a more cunning and certain way. The queen fueled her anger and obsession even more, starting to devise a new plan to completely get rid of Snow White. The queen, filled with a fierce determination, began to devise a more devious plan. She searched her library for an ancient book of dark magic filled with the most powerful and dangerous spells. She was prepared to use any means necessary to eliminate Snow White. The queen rummaged through her bookshelf and pulled out an old book filled with dark magic. This book contained the most powerful and dangerous spells. She was ready to use this magic to completely eliminate Snow White. Her obsession and jealousy had already surpassed all limits, and now the queen was prepared to do anything. The queen devised an even more meticulous plan this time. She prepared a cleverly concealed poisoned apple that no one would suspect. In a secret room within the castle, unknown to anyone, she began executing her scheme. The queen used a particularly strong poison to create the apple. This poison was so potent that a single bite could be fatal. She handled the poisoned apple with great care, ensuring that the entire process remained completely secret. The finished apple looked more tempting than any other apple. It had a perfect red hue and an alluring shine, making anyone crave a bite. The apple glistened like a jewel when it caught the light. However, inside, it was filled with deadly poison. "This apple will get rid of Snow White forever," the queen whispered to herself. She held the apple in her hand, gazing at it with satisfaction. Her eyes gleamed with determination, certain that this time she would not fail. The queen disguised herself as a farmer's wife this time. She added wrinkles to her face and donned ragged clothes. Holding the poisoned apple, she set out once more, crossing the 7 mountains to reach the 7 dwarfs' house. She was filled with confidence that this plan would succeed. After crossing 7 mountains, the queen, disguised as an old woman, arrived at the dwarf's small house. She knocked on the door and called out, "Apples for sale. Delicious apples." Her voice sounded kind and gentle. Snow White initially refused the apple. "Thank you, but I can't accept anything from anyone," she said cautiously. The queen, persistent, suggested, worried it might be poisoned. "Let's cut the apple in half. You can have the red side, and I'll eat the white side." Skillfully, the queen cut the apple. She pretended to eat the safe white part while offering the red poison part to Snow White. "See, I ate the white part, and I'm fine," the queen said with a smile. Snow White felt reassured as she watched the queen, disguised as an old woman, eat the apple with apparent enjoyment. "It really is safe," she said, feeling relieved. Snow White took the poisoned half of the apple and took a bite. As the sweet taste spread through her mouth, Snow White suddenly felt dizzy. Her face turned pale, and she dropped the apple. Within moments, she collapsed to the floor, unconscious. The queen, satisfied, whispered coldly, "White as snow, red as blood, black as ebony. This time, the dwarfs won't be able to wake you." Her voice was filled with triumph. Certain of her victory, the queen returned home. She quickly went to her room, standing before the mirror. Believing everything had gone as planned, she asked, "Mirror, mirror on the wall, who is the fairest of them all?" This time, the mirror responded as the queen desired. "Queen, you are the fairest in the land." The queen heard those words and smiled with satisfaction. She was filled with joy and contentment that the mirror finally declared her the most beautiful. "Now I am truly the most beautiful queen," she whispered to herself. She reveled in her victory, convinced that Snow White would no longer pose a threat to her. The queen felt reassured of her beauty and power, finding a deep sense of relief within. "Now, there is no one in this land more beautiful than I," she told herself once more. The queen ended her day in joy and satisfaction. She was intoxicated by her victory, ready to spend a peaceful night free of fear and anxiety. She believed that Snow White would no longer threaten her beauty and that she would remain the most beautiful queen in the land. The 7 dwarfs returned home in the evening. Entering the house, they immediately sensed something was wrong. The house was unusually quiet, and Snow White did not greet them as usual. "Snow White!" cried the first dwarf. At that moment, they found her lying on the floor. She was not breathing at all and looked peaceful as if in an eternal sleep. The dwarfs were overcome with shock and sadness. "Snow White! What happened?" They rushed to her side. Her face was pale, and her body was cold. The dwarfs did everything they could to revive her. They tried giving her water and warming her body, but all their efforts were in vain. Snow White showed no signs of life. "This can't be." "Snow White," one dwarf said in a sorrowful voice. The others, too, wept as they watched over her. They desperately hoped she would wake up again, but she remained still. One by one, the dwarfs sank to the floor in grief. They were engulfed by the sorrow of losing Snow White, finding it hard to accept that she would never wake up again. How could this happen? They muttered, their tears flowing silently. The dwarfs gathered around the fallen Snow White, engulfed in deep sorrow. They looked at her with hearts full of grief. After silently watching over her for a while, the dwarfs began to discuss plans for her burial. However, when they looked closely at Snow White's face, they were struck with astonishment. Her face still looked full of life. Her cheeks were tinged with a rosy blush, as if she were still alive. "We can't bury such a beautiful princess in the dark ground," one dwarf said. The other dwarfs nodded in agreement. "We can't just bury Snow White in the ground. We need to keep her beauty preserved," another dwarf said. After deep deliberation, the dwarfs decided to place Snow White in a brighter and more peaceful resting place. Eventually, the dwarfs decided to create a glass coffin for Snow White. They wanted to honor her beauty forever by making the most special coffin. This glass coffin was made entirely of transparent glass, allowing anyone passing by to see the princess's beauty. The dwarfs painstakingly crafted the glass coffin for Snow White. They found the clearest and most transparent glass in the forest and carefully pieced it together. Every part of the coffin shone with transparency, reflecting Snow White's peaceful appearance. On the completed glass coffin, they engraved Snow White's name in golden letters. The name Snow White gleamed, reminding everyone that she was the daughter of a king. Through this special coffin, the dwarfs wanted to show that Snow White was still a respected and loved figure. Snow White lay peacefully inside the glass coffin. Her face still looked full of life, and her cheeks were tinged with a rosy blush. The dwarfs watched over her beauty, believing they had done the best they could for her. After placing Snow White in the glass coffin, the dwarfs moved it to a serene spot on the mountain. It was a beautiful place where the sunlight gently shone and flowers bloomed. It was the most peaceful place where Snow White could rest comfortably. The dwarfs never left her side and kept watch over her. Every morning and evening, they stood by Snow White, honoring her beauty with prayers. They brought flowers for her and kept her glass coffin clean at all times. Snow White remained in the glass coffin, unchanged over time. Her skin was still as white as snow, her lips as red as blood, and her hair as black as ebony. She lay peacefully as if in an eternal sleep. All the creatures of the forest honored Snow White's peaceful rest by watching over her. Little birds flew around the glass coffin, singing beautiful songs. Deer and rabbits quietly grazed near the coffin, keeping her company. Owls, crows, pigeons, and all the forest animals remembered Snow White's beauty and mourned for her. They watched over her eternal sleep with respect and love, cherishing her kindness and beauty. Snow White lay unchanged in the glass coffin. The dwarfs and all the creatures of the forest kept their love and sorrow for her, watching over her peaceful sleep. One day, a prince wandered into the forest. After finishing a hunt, he lost his way and arrived at the dwarf's house. The dwarfs welcomed the prince warmly. Grateful for their hospitality, the prince listened to their story. The next morning, the prince accompanied the dwarfs to the serene spot on the mountain. There, he saw the beautiful Snow White lying in the glass coffin. Her face still looked full of life, and her cheeks were tinged with a rosy blush. The prince was deeply moved by Snow White's beauty. He read the golden letters engraved on the glass coffin. The name of Snow White shone, reminding him that she was the daughter of a king. The prince couldn't take his eyes off Snow White and felt that losing her would be unbearable. The prince pleaded with the dwarfs, "Please give me the coffin. I will give you anything you desire." He promised to cherish Snow White. But the dwarfs firmly replied, "Even if you offered all the gold in the world, we would not part with this coffin." Hearing the prince's earnest plea, the dwarfs hesitated. They loved Snow White like family and couldn't imagine giving her to anyone else. Snow White was the center of their lives, and protecting her was their most important duty. "We love Snow White dearly. We can't imagine giving her to anyone else," one dwarf said sadly. The other dwarfs nodded in agreement. But the prince didn't give up. With heartfelt emotion, he pleaded again. "Please understand how much I cherish Snow White. I truly love and will protect her. I cannot live without her." The prince's eyes were filled with sincerity, and his voice trembled with earnestness. The dwarfs could sense his deep affection and intention to protect Snow White. "If you truly love and can protect her, "We will send her with you," the dwarfs finally decided. They carefully entrusted the glass coffin containing Snow White to the prince. The prince thanked the dwarfs deeply and gently accepted Snow White. "Thank you. I will cherish Snow White forever and do my best for her," the prince said sincerely. The dwarfs felt assured that the prince would protect Snow White and handed over the glass coffin. They reminisced about their time with Snow White and prayed earnestly for her happiness and safety. The prince instructed his attendants to carry the coffin on their shoulders. They carefully moved the glass coffin containing Snow White and headed for the castle. The prince ensured Snow White would safely arrive at the castle. However, during the journey, an accident occurred when the attendants tripped over a bush. They lost their balance and the coffin shook violently. At that moment, the piece of poisoned apple stuck in Snow White's throat dislodged. Suddenly, a bit of life returned to Snow White's face. She slowly opened her eyes and took a deep breath. The attendants were filled with amazement and joy at the sight. When the piece of apple came out and Snow White miraculously awoke, the prince couldn't hide his tears of joy and relief. Snow White initially looked around in bewilderment. "Oh my, where am I?" she asked with a confused expression. The prince gazed at her tenderly and answered gently, "You are with me. Don't worry, you are safe now." He warmly held her hand, reassuring her. Snow White, still confused, looked around. She tried to comprehend her situation, having awakened inside a glass coffin. "What happened?" she asked the prince. The prince explained everything that had happened to Snow White. "Your stepmother tried to harm you with a poisoned apple. But the dwarfs protected you, and I came to save you." He told her about receiving the coffin from the dwarfs and what happened on the way back to the castle. As the prince explained, Snow White slowly began to understand what she had been through. She felt deeply grateful to the prince and the dwarfs for saving her. "Thank you so much. Because of you, I could wake up again." She sincerely expressed her gratitude to the prince. The prince smiled warmly at Snow White. "Everything is going to be all right now. You are safe. I will protect you," he promised her. With a heartfelt expression, the prince proposed to Snow White. "I cherish you more than anything in this world. Come with me to my father's castle. Be my wife," he said, his voice filled with sincerity and love. Snow White's heart warmed as she listened to the prince's sincere words. Looking into his earnest eyes, she felt his love. Snow White gladly accepted the prince's proposal. "Yes, I love you too. Let's go together," she answered with a smile. The two left for the prince's kingdom, promising a future filled with love and happiness. They thanked the dwarfs and bid them farewell. The dwarfs blessed the couple, wishing them a life full of happiness. The prince ensured Snow White's safety and happiness as he took her to his kingdom. Throughout the journey back to the castle, they held each other's hands tightly, discussing the future they would share. The wedding at the prince's castle was grand and splendid. The castle was beautifully decorated, and the entire kingdom was filled with joy and celebration. The king, queen, and all the people of the kingdom gathered to celebrate the union of the prince and Snow White. Guests from far and wide attended the wedding. Kings and queens from neighboring kingdoms, nobles, and even common folk came to celebrate the marriage of Snow White and the prince. The castle, adorned with beautiful flowers and decorations, looked like a scene from a dream. Snow White wore a dazzlingly beautiful dress, and the prince was dressed in splendid attire. They walked into the wedding hall, gazing at each other with smiles full of love and happiness. Their love moved everyone gathered in the castle. Songs and dances of celebration continued through the night. Musicians played beautiful melodies, and dancers performed splendidly. The guests sang and danced together, exchanging words of congratulations. The castle was filled with laughter and joy. The evil stepmother was also invited to the wedding. She still hadn't let go of her obsession with her beauty. To attend the wedding, she dressed in the most splendid and beautiful attire and stood before her mirror. She wanted to confirm her beauty once again. Mirror, mirror on the wall, who is the fairest of them all? She asked as she always did. Her voice still carried confidence and arrogance. The mirror answered without hesitation, "You, my queen, are fair, it is true. But the new queen, Snow White, is 1,000 times fairer than you." The stepmother's face froze instantly upon hearing this. Her heart filled with jealousy and anger once again. The new queen, Snow White, she muttered through gritted teeth. She wanted to believe she was more beautiful than Snow White, but the mirror always told the truth. The stepmother found it hard to accept that she was no longer the fairest of them all. Consumed by jealousy and anger, she couldn't avoid attending the wedding. Despite wearing a beautiful dress, her heart was filled with dark shadows. The evil queen cursed and headed towards the wedding hall. She didn't want to accept her defeat, nor could she tolerate Snow White becoming the queen. When she entered the wedding hall, the queen recognized Snow White standing before her. Snow White was shining with beauty and happiness. At that moment, the queen froze with fear and dread. She could no longer maintain her beauty and couldn't accept that Snow White was now the true queen. Filled with jealousy and anger, the queen hurled curses. How can you be more beautiful than me? You will never be happy." Her voice trembled with rage. She didn't know what to do, overcome with fear, and continued spewing curses. At that moment, the servants appeared with tongs. They placed iron shoes over a coal fire until they were red hot. The servants then brought the red-hot shoes and placed them before the queen. "You must now wear these shoes," the servants said coldly. Terrified, the queen resisted but was ultimately forced to wear the red-hot shoes. As soon as she put them on, she writhed in pain and began to dance uncontrollably. She couldn't stop and continued to dance until she collapsed and died. Snow White and the prince watched as the evil queen met her end. With all the evil gone, they were free to share their love and live happily. Snow White and the prince found true love and happiness, and their kingdom experienced everlasting peace. Hello friends! We are now approaching Cinderella. Those disembarking, please don't forget to subscribe and like. Thank you for traveling with us. In a quiet village, there was a large mansion with a wide and beautiful garden. This mansion belonged to a wealthy man. In one of the rooms inside the house, his wife lay bedridden. The room was very quiet and peaceful. Soft sunlight streamed through the window, warmly illuminating the room. Outside the window, beautiful yellow flowers could be seen. They swayed gently in the breeze, dancing as if they were performing for the sun. Under the sunlight, the yellow flowers glowed even brighter. The scenery was like a dream, so beautiful and serene. Inside the room lay the bedridden woman. Her face had grown pale due to illness, but she still retained a noble elegance. Her eyes held a mix of deep sadness and tranquility. She knew that the final moments of her life were approaching. Therefore, she felt a deep calmness and peace from within. Sensing the nearing end, she softly called her beloved only daughter to her bedside. The daughter approached slowly, tears already welling up in her eyes. She held her mother's hand tightly and looked at her with eyes full of sorrow. The mother gently caressed her daughter's hand and looked deep into her eyes. Despite the fear and sadness in the daughter's eyes, the mother comforted her with a warm and loving gaze. The room remained quiet, but within that silence, it was filled with love and sadness. Mother and daughter held each other's hands tightly, sharing the final moments together. Outside the window, the yellow flowers continued to sway in the wind, and the sunlight felt even warmer as it embraced them. My dear, always keep your faith and live kindly. The mother's voice was weak, but filled with warmth and strong courage. Her voice flowed into the daughter's heart like a gentle river. God will always be with you. I will also watch over you from heaven. As she spoke these words, the mother held her daughter's hand even tighter. Her words carried deep love, courage, and hope for the future. The mother's eyes shone with infinite love for her daughter, and the daughter's eyes filled with more tears. The daughter felt the warmth of her mother's touch, realizing how precious it was. The yellow flowers outside swayed in the wind as if blessing their love, and the sunlight warmly embraced them both. The daughter etched her mother's warm words deeply in her heart, vowing never to forget her mother's final request. She held her mother's hand even tighter, never letting go. In the quiet of the room, they gazed into each other's eyes, determined to remember this moment forever. The farewell between mother and daughter was both sorrowful and beautiful. Outside, the yellow flowers continued to sway in the wind, as if blessing their love, and the sunlight warmly embraced them. In that moment, the mansion was filled with deep love and warmth. On a cold winter day, the girl wrapped herself in a thick scarf and visited her mother's grave. The day was so cold that her breath came out in white puffs, and her fingertips were numb from the chill. Her steps were heavy and slow, but resolute, as she made her way to the churchyard. Snow gently fell, covering the path she walked on with a white blanket. The sound of the falling snow was like the whispers of angels, calm and peaceful. The grave was located in the quiet and peaceful churchyard, a place where the girl could reminisce about her mother and pray. She carefully brushed the cold snow off the grave and wept. The white snow covering the grave looked like a white cloth laid by angels. Her tears fell onto the snow, forming small, glistening ice crystals. The girl stood by the grave, thinking of her mother's warm voice and gentle touch, and prayed for a long time. The girl continued her life calmly, not losing her faith. She deeply cherished her mother's teachings in her heart and tried to act kindly even in difficult times. She woke up early every morning to help with household chores, assist neighbors, and live honestly and sincerely. Her mother's warm words always stayed with her, giving her strength. As time passed, the cold winter ended, and early spring arrived. The warm sunlight once again brightened the world, and the snow covering the grave began to melt. It was as if the white cloth was being gently removed. The girl visited the grave, praying in the sunlight. Her mother's teachings and love still filled her heart, giving her the strength to move forward. However, the joy of spring was short-lived, as the girl's father brought about a new change. He quietly remarried another woman and one day informed the girl of this fact. When he spoke, his voice carried a sense of guilt. The girl listened quietly, nodding her head. The father's new wife, her stepmother, brought with her 2 daughters. Although they appeared beautiful and elegant, they were not kind to the girl at all. The stepmother and her 2 daughters entered the house in luxurious clothing, carrying themselves with aristocratic demeanor. However, their eyes were cold and stern. The girl felt their unwelcoming gazes and sensed something unsettling in their presence. That night, the girl shed as many tears at home as she had at her mother's grave. The first encounter with these new family members was not an easy moment for the girl. That night, she cried as much at home as she had at her mother's grave. She sat in a corner of her room, listening to the stepmother and her daughter's conversations, wondering how she would adapt and maintain her faith. Their lively and joyful chatter excluded her, filling her heart with anxiety and sorrow. The girl recalled her mother's teachings, striving not to lose her faith even in these challenging times. On the day the stepmother and her 2 daughters moved into the big house, it was bustling with activity. The house was busy with preparations and arrangements, welcoming the new family members. However, behind the lively facade lay hidden malice. The stepmother's daughters wore beautiful dresses and walked with graceful smiles, but their eyes reflected cold calculation. They were well dressed and pretty on the outside, but their hearts were far from warm. As soon as they saw the girl entering their room, they burst into mocking laughter. Their laughter was cold and ruthless. The girl felt deeply hurt by their cold stares and mockery. "Why is that silly goose sitting in our room?" sneered the stepmother's eldest daughter, snorting disdainfully. "If she wants even a piece of bread, she better earn it. Go and do some kitchen work." Her words stabbed the girl's heart like a sharp knife. The girl couldn't say a word, and her heart ached under their mocking laughter and cold stares. She had to endure this harsh reality, so starkly different from her mother's warm words. They roughly pulled the soft clothes off the girl's shoulders. She couldn't resist, and their rough hands tugged and tore at her clothes. Instead, they threw an old, tattered, ash-gray dress and a pair of worn wooden clogs at her. "Look at this proud princess, all dressed up," they jeered. The girl swallowed her tears as she put on the old dress and clogs. The stepsisters laughed at her shabby appearance. The eldest daughter said, "When you come into our room, wear your ragged clothes." The girl's heart ached from their mockery and laughter, but she gritted her teeth and endured it. As she was dragged to the kitchen, the girl tried not to shed a single tear. She was determined not to appear weak. Her new life began in that place. Every morning before dawn, she had to draw water and light the fire in the large pot to prepare food. She was always tired and exhausted, but she couldn't stop working. Washing the dishes, scrubbing the floors, and cleaning never ended. Her hands grew rough and sore from the cold water and constant scrubbing. Despite the endless chores, the girl held on to her mother's last words for strength. Her stepsisters took delight in adding to the dirtiness. They threw kidney beans and lentils into the ashes for her to pick out. She knelt on the ground, sorting through the beans one by one. The dirt and dust made her hands dirty, and her fingertips stung as she picked out the beans. By evening, she was so exhausted that she collapsed on the cold, hard floor by the hearth to sleep. After a day's work, her body was weary and her eyes heavy. But sleeping on the cold floor was never comfortable. The poor girl was slowly forgotten, even her name. The stepsisters and stepmother called her Cinderella, meaning the girl covered in ashes. They mocked her with this name, making her feel even more wretched. Despite these harsh times, the girl remembered her mother's last words and tried not to lose her faith. Her mother's warm voice and final request gave her great strength. The girl believed that her mother was always watching over her, and she never lost her courage even in difficult situations. She held on to the hope that all this suffering would end one day, enduring each day with resilience. Waking up early to draw water, working in the kitchen all day, and sleeping on the cold floor by the hearth every night, she kept her mother's teachings deep in her heart. Even amid the daily hardships, there was always a small flame of hope burning in her heart. One clear morning, her father packed his leather travel bag and prepared for a long journey. Under the bright morning sun, he called his two stepdaughters and asked what they would like him to bring back from his travels. The eldest stepdaughter's eyes sparkled as she said, "I want a beautiful dress, Father." The younger stepdaughter clapped her hands and requested, "Bring me jewels and beads." Their demands were filled with all things luxurious and expensive. The father nodded, listening to their wishes. Their eyes were filled with anticipation and excitement. He promised to bring back the gifts they desired upon his return. Then he looked at Cinderella. "Cinderella, what would you like me to bring you?" His voice was warm, but there was a touch of sadness in his tone. He knew the hardships Cinderella was enduring and wanted to comfort her heart. Cinderella thought for a moment, then cautiously answered, "Father, please bring me the first branch that brushes against your hat on your way home." Her request was simple but meaningful. Cinderella wished to plant a tree by her mother's grave, hoping it would signify her father's safe return. The father was deeply moved by her modest wish. On his journey back, the father passed through green thickets and plucked a hazel branch that brushed against his hat. He held the branch in his hand, his heart heavy with the thought that a single branch could not compensate for all the hardships his daughter faced. Yet, he cherished it dearly, knowing it fulfilled her wish. Upon returning home, he presented the beautiful dresses and jewels to the two stepdaughters. They screamed with joy and proudly received the gifts. "These jewels are so beautiful. This dress is truly luxurious." They delighted in their gifts, showing them off to each other. The father smiled slightly at their happiness, but his heart still harbored concern for Cinderella. However, all Cinderella received was the simple branch. The father handed it to her with a sense of regret he couldn't hide. Cinderella accepted it and expressed her gratitude. She understood the significance of the gift and appreciated it deeply. Cinderella quietly walked to her mother's grave where no one could see her. She knelt before the grave, holding the branch, and wept. Her tears soaked the branch as they fell to the ground. Those tears were a mix of love, longing, and deep sorrow. Carefully, she planted the branch beside her mother's grave, believing that as it grew, it would carry her mother's love. As time passed, the branch grew into a sturdy tree. Every day, Cinderella visited the tree, praying and pouring out her sorrow and pain to it. Each time she did, she felt a bit of solace. One day, a white bird perched on the tree, as if responding to her prayers. The bird watched her, nodding as if it understood her wishes. The tree became a source of comfort and hope for Cinderella. Beneath it, she continued to feel her mother's love. The tree was both a friend who soothed her pain and a reminder of her mother's enduring love. Cinderella made a daily habit of visiting the tree to pray and wish, striving never to forget her mother's teachings. The time she spent with the tree provided great solace, and she grew alongside it. One day, excitement and anticipation filled the entire kingdom as a major event was announced. The king declared a grand ball that would last 3 days to find a bride for his son, the prince. This news spread quickly through every village, and all the young ladies were invited. The towns buzzed with activity, and people prepared for the ball, dreaming of the chance to become the prince's bride. This news also reached Cinderella's home. The two stepsisters couldn't hide their excitement upon hearing it. "At last, we have the chance to dance with the prince," exclaimed the eldest daughter. "The prince is sure to choose me," the younger daughter declared confidently. They eagerly began their preparations for the ball. Comb our hair, polish our shoes, and tighten the buckles. We are going to the ball at the king's palace. The voices of the two stepsisters were full of excitement and anticipation. Their eyes sparkled, and their faces were filled with expectation and thrill. Cinderella followed their orders. She gently combed their hair, polished their shiny shoes, and tightened the buckles. The elder sister had long blonde hair, which Cinderella carefully combed and braided beautifully. The younger sister had brown hair, and Cinderella adorned it with sparkling hairpins. The two sisters looked at their reflections in the mirror, satisfied with Cinderella's work. "Now we are ready to meet the prince," said the elder sister. Cinderella then began to polish their shoes. As the shoes gleamed more brightly, her heart filled with deep sadness. Tightening the buckles, she tried to suppress her own desire to go to the ball. While the stepsisters were happy with Cinderella's help, she felt a profound loneliness amidst their joy. Despite her busy hands, Cinderella's heart was filled with sorrow. She also longed to attend the ball, dreaming of dancing with the prince. She had often dreamed of this, hoping it might come true. She couldn't hold back her tears, which quietly flowed down her cheeks. Deep inside, she couldn't hide her longing. Finally, mustering her courage, she knocked on her stepmother's door. When the door opened, she asked in a trembling voice if she could go to the ball. "Stepmother, please let me go to the ball. I wish to dance like the other girls," she pleaded, her voice filled with hope and desperation. She looked at her stepmother with wide, hopeful eyes. Her stepmother looked at her with cold eyes and spoke in a stern tone. "You? To the ball? You don't even have proper clothes. How do you expect to dance?" She continued with a sneer, "Do you think anyone would care if someone like you goes to the ball?" Her words were harsh and merciless. Cinderella felt her heart break at these words, but she didn't give up. She looked her stepmother in the eye and pleaded once more. "Please, stepmother. I wish to go to the ball. Just give me a chance," she begged, her eyes shimmering with hope and desperation. The stepmother stared at her for a long moment before finally setting a condition. "If you can sweep and clean all the floors in this house and perfectly prepare the dresses for me and your stepsisters, then you may go," she said, her words dripping with hidden scorn and disbelief. Cinderella agreed to the condition, though her heart was filled with both fear and hope. Could she really accomplish all this? Would she truly be able to go to the ball? Taking a deep breath, Cinderella steeled herself. She decided to accept her stepmother's challenge and immediately began the work. She went from room to room, sweeping and scrubbing every floor. She dusted every corner and polished the floors until they shone. Her hands soon blistered, and her knees ached from constant movement. But Cinderella did not give up. She remembered her mother's last words and held on to the hope in her heart. After cleaning all the floors, she began to prepare the dresses for her stepmother and stepsisters. She ironed each dress, making sure there were no wrinkles. She also organized their accessories and shoes, ensuring everything was perfect. Though time was running short, Cinderella worked as quickly and diligently as possible. Cinderella told her stepmother that she had finished all the tasks. Her stepmother then presented yet another condition. "All right, I'll give you one final test. If you pass this test, you may go to the ball," the stepmother said, her voice cold and merciless. Her eyes were filled with a determination to test Cinderella's resolve. Cinderella hesitated for a moment, but quickly gathered her courage. She was ready to do whatever it took. "I will complete any test you give me, stepmother. Please, let me go to the ball," she said, her voice full of desperation. The stepmother looked at her with a mocking smile, confident that Cinderella would fail. "Fine, Cinderella. If you want to go to the ball so badly, you must complete this task. If you don't, you will never go to the ball." She led Cinderella to the yard, where a large pile of ashes was heaped. The stepmother picked up a handful of lentils and tossed them into the ashes. "You must pick out all the lentils from this pile of ashes. If you don't finish before sunset, you won't be allowed to go to the ball." Cinderella listened to her stepmother's words and worried if she could complete such a daunting task. But she resolved not to give up. She took a deep breath, thinking of her mother's teachings, and strengthened her resolve. "Yes, stepmother. I will do it," she quietly replied. Stepmother went to the large courtyard and threw lentils into the thick layer of ashes. She deliberately tossed the lentils deep into the ashes, confident that Cinderella would never be able to complete the task. As the lentils disappeared into the ashes, a cynical smile spread across her face. Cinderella watched with a heavy heart, realizing the impossibility of sorting through all the lentils and the ashes. Stepmother looked at Cinderella challengingly and said, "Well, start now. If you want to go to the ball so badly, you have to complete this task." She continued to watch Cinderella with a mocking grin as she began sorting through the ashes. "You'll never be able to do it," she thought to herself. "This way, Cinderella will never get to the ball." Cinderella sighed deeply and steeled herself for the task ahead. She knelt on the ground and began picking out the lentils one by one from the ashes. Her fingertips became rough and sore from the ashes and lentils, but she didn't give up. Remembering her mother's last words, Cinderella resolved to overcome any challenge that came her way. "You must pick out all these lentils from the ashes. By sunset, you must have all the lentils sorted. If you miss even one, you won't be able to go to the ball. And until this task is complete, you are not to touch any other work." Stepmother's voice was cold and her eyes were harsh. She was certain that Cinderella would not be able to complete the task and didn't bother to hide her mocking smile. Cinderella, hearing her stepmother's command, worried about whether she could handle such a massive task, but she resolved not to give up. She sighed deeply, gathered her resolve, and knelt on the floor. Cinderella began to sort the lentils from the ashes one by one. The task was grueling and endless. Her fingertips became rough and her skin stung from the ashes and dust, but she continued to work with determination, refusing to give up. Cinderella sat in the courtyard with a heavy heart. She knelt down and began sorting the lentils from the ashes one by one. The sunlight gradually faded, and her hands became covered in ashes and dust. Her fingertips ached and her knees grew cold, but she didn't stop. As she sorted the lentils, her mother's last words and her faith echoed in her mind. Behind her, stepmother and her stepsisters watched, bursting into laughter. "Foolish Cinderella, it's obvious she won't be able to do it," the eldest sister sneered. "Yes, she won't ever get to the ball looking like that," the younger sister added. Despite their mocking laughter, Cinderella quietly continued her work. She didn't give up and kept sorting the lentils from the ashes. As time passed, her hands grew dirtier and her strength waned, but her determination only grew stronger. Ignoring the cold stares and laughter directed at her, Cinderella focused solely on her task. Deep in her heart, she recalled her mother's teachings, resolving to overcome any challenge. As the sun set and darkness began to fall, Cinderella did not stop. But Cinderella did not give up. As she sorted the lentils, she silently prayed, "Mother, please give me strength. Help me to complete this task." Cinderella opened the back door leading to the garden and quietly stepped outside. Her eyes sparkled with hope. Under the calm, starry night sky, she took a deep breath and clasped her hands together. Deep inside her, a small flicker of hope remained. She walked to the large tree at the center of the garden, a place that gave her peace and comfort. Cinderella looked up at the sky. It was clear, and the stars were shining brightly. She softly spoke, pouring her deepest wishes into her words. "Dear little doves, turtle doves, and all the birds under the sky, come and help me pick these lentils. The good ones go into the pot, the bad ones into your crop." Her gentle and earnest voice carried through the night air. Still clasping her hands, she whispered her prayer while gazing at the sky. As soon as she finished speaking, the serene atmosphere of the garden began to change. The leaves on the tree rustled softly as a light breeze stirred them. At that moment, as if by magic, 2 white doves flew down and perched before her. Their eyes sparkled, and Cinderella felt a surge of hope as she looked at them. "Please help me," she pleaded once more, her voice filled with desperation. Like magic, 2 white doves flew in through the kitchen window. Following them, turtle doves and various other birds began to gather one by one. Cinderella watched with tearful eyes, overwhelmed by the realization that her heartfelt wish was coming true. The birds perched on the ashes, responding to Cinderella's call. The doves began to peck at the ashes, and soon other birds followed, deftly picking out the good lentils and placing them in the pot. The doves were skilled at finding the lentils amidst the ashes, and the turtle doves and other birds quickly joined in. Their beaks moved swiftly and accurately, sorting the lentils with remarkable efficiency. The birds worked together harmoniously. Some birds sifted through the ashes to uncover the lentils, while others picked them up and placed them in the pot. Cinderella watched this scene unfold, deeply moved by their cooperation. The birds, as if answering her heartfelt prayer, did their utmost to help her. As she observed the birds skillfully sorting the lentils, Cinderella couldn't help but smile. A small glimmer of hope grew within her. "Maybe I really can do this," she thought to herself. The sound of the birds packing the lentils into the pot was a great comfort to her. In less than an hour, the birds had collected all the lentils and filled the pot. The sight of the birds working tirelessly with their little beaks to sort the lentils seemed like magic. The birds picked out the good lentils and placed them in the pot, while the bad ones went into their crops. Cinderella watched in awe, her heart swelling with hope. When the task was complete, the birds flew up to Cinderella, bidding her farewell with gentle flutters of their wings. The white doves softly flapped their wings and flew out the window, followed by the turtle doves and other birds. Cinderella waved to them, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you so much, my friends," she whispered. Filled with joy, Cinderella carried the pot to her stepmother. Her face beamed with a bright smile, and she couldn't contain her excitement as she thought, "Oh, I might really be able to go to the ball." She proudly showed the pot to her stepmother, feeling a sense of accomplishment for what she had done. This small miracle gave Cinderella immense hope. She had met the seemingly impossible condition set by her stepmother and could now prepare to go to the ball. Cinderella was deeply moved by the solidarity and help shown by the birds. She recalled her mother's teachings with a sense of fulfillment for her achievement. Cinderella was overwhelmed with the hope that her stepmother could no longer stop her from going to the ball. The thought of being able to attend filled her with deep joy. She imagined the dress and shoes she would wear and felt a flutter of excitement. Cinderella dreamed of dancing with the prince at the ball, eagerly anticipating the day when her dream would come true. When Cinderella successfully completed the second challenge with the help of the birds, her stepmother stared in disbelief. Her face was etched with shock and bewilderment. Stepmother had never expected Cinderella to accomplish such a difficult task, and she was filled with anger and confusion. She was unwilling to acknowledge Cinderella's success and began plotting new ways to prevent her from attending the ball. Stepmother's heart was filled with the sole desire to stop Cinderella from going to the ball. With a mocking tone, she said, "Well, you managed to do it this time. But do you really think I'll let you go to the ball?" Her voice dripped with cold derision. She looked at Cinderella with icy eyes, unable to suppress her scornful laughter. "Do you think you can go to the ball? No way. You are still not ready for it," stepmother declared, determined to present another challenge. She was resolute in her intent to crush Cinderella's dreams and ensure she wouldn't attend the ball. "No, Cinderella. How do you plan to dance without a dress? Everyone will laugh at you." Stepmother's words were cold and cutting. She mocked Cinderella's desire to go to the ball, wounding her deeply. Tears welled up in Cinderella's eyes, but she tried to hold them back in the face of her stepmother's harshness. Seeing Cinderella's desperate expression, stepmother smiled cynically. She devised a more brutal condition to prevent Cinderella from going to the ball. "All right, if you are so determined to go to the ball," she said with a sneer, "then pick 2 pots full of lentils from the ashes in 1 hour. If you can do that, you can go with us." Stepmother observed Cinderella with satisfaction as she scattered the lentils into the ashes, expecting her to despair. Her heart was set on ensuring that Cinderella wouldn't attend the ball. Stepmother was pleased, confident that Cinderella would fail this time. Cinderella hesitated for a moment at stepmother's words, but soon gathered her resolve. She vowed once more not to give up, no matter what conditions stepmother set. Cinderella took a deep breath, recalling her mother's teachings. "Always keep faith and be kind." Her mother's voice gave her strength. Determined not to give up, Cinderella headed to the garden's back door. She took a deep breath, looking up at the calm night sky, ready to seek help from the birds again. A small spark of hope remained within her heart. She clasped her hands and looked up at the sky, whispering earnestly, "Dear little doves, turtle doves, and all the birds under the sky, come and help me pick these lentils. The good ones go into the pot, the bad ones into your crop." Cinderella prayed with all her heart, her eyes filled with hope and anticipation. Cinderella's heartfelt plea echoed through the night sky. Her voice was gentle and filled with hope. As soon as she finished speaking, the stillness of the garden was broken. As soon as she finished her call, 2 white doves flew in through the kitchen window as if they had been waiting. Following them, turtle doves and various other birds descended from the sky and perched on the ashes. The doves began pecking first, and soon other birds joined in, skillfully picking out the good lentils and placing them in the pot. The doves' nimble beaks deftly sorted the good lentils from the ashes and placed them in the pot, while the bad ones went into their crops. The turtle doves and other birds followed the doves' lead, perching on the ashes and pecking at the lentils. The birds moved with incredible speed and efficiency. In a remarkably short time, just half an hour, the birds had collected all the lentils and filled the pots. The birds worked as if they had been invited to their own ball, moving swiftly and precisely. Their small beaks tirelessly picked out the good lentils, and soon 2 pots were full. Thanks to the birds' incredible help, Cinderella overcame the difficult conditions set by her stepmother once again. After the birds flew out the window, Cinderella carried the 2 pots filled with lentils and joyfully went to her stepmother. Her face shone with confidence, and hope that she could attend the ball filled her heart. "Oh, I might really be able to go to the ball," she thought, unable to contain her excitement. When Cinderella successfully completed the second challenge and handed the pots to her stepmother, her face was full of hope and expectation. She felt a sense of pride in her accomplishment and eagerly anticipated that her stepmother would now let her go to the ball. Cinderella handed over the pots and said, "I did it, stepmother. Now, please let me go to the ball." But stepmother's heart remained unmoved. She looked at Cinderella coldly, her face expressionless and devoid of any empathy. Her eyes were filled with contempt for Cinderella's efforts. Cinderella's heart pounded with anxiety, and her hopes began to crumble. Stepmother spoke, shattering Cinderella's efforts in an instant. "So, you managed to do it again. But what good will that do?" she said mockingly, laughing at Cinderella. No matter how many lentils you pick up from the ash, you won't be able to go to the ball. You have no dress and you don't know how to dance. We would be ashamed because of you." The stepmother's words were like sharp knives stabbing into Cinderella's heart. Her cold tone and dismissive attitude shattered all of Cinderella's hopes. Cinderella tried to hold back the tears welling up in her eyes, but the harshness of her stepmother's words finally made them fall. She was overwhelmed with despair, feeling that all her efforts had been in vain. But the stepmother paid no heed to Cinderella's sorrow and despair. Instead, her resolve to prevent Cinderella from attending the ball grew even stronger. The stepmother's words were like sharp knives stabbing into Cinderella's heart. Tears streamed down her face, but her stepmother and stepsisters completely ignored her, dressing themselves in their finest clothes and heading off to the ball. They flaunted their dresses and jewelry with prideful arrogance as they walked out. The stepsisters twirled their skirts, mocking Cinderella, while the stepmother smirked, taking pleasure in Cinderella's despair. Watching them leave, Cinderella felt her heart break with pain. She swallowed her tears, suppressing her desperate desire to go to the ball. As the stepmother and stepsisters departed, Cinderella was left alone in the quiet stillness of the house. Cinderella burst into tears in the lonely, empty house. Despite having completed all the challenges, she realized that she could never change the hearts of her stepmother and stepsisters. She sank to the floor, crying endlessly, weighed down by loneliness and despair. The house was silent, with only her sobs echoing through the empty rooms. Cinderella tried to recall her mother's teachings and not lose faith, but the pain and loneliness she felt at that moment were overwhelming. The dream of dancing with the prince at the ball seemed to drift further away, and she cried alone in her despair. Her heart was filled with deep sorrow and wounds. When Cinderella was completely abandoned by her stepmother and stepsisters, left alone in the house, she quietly walked to the hazel tree by her mother's grave, seeking her last hope. That place always brought her peace and comfort. In the tranquil and sacred spot where the tree stood, Cinderella sought solace. She knelt before the grave, thinking of her mother and silently shedding tears. Under the tree, she remembered her mother's love and warmth. Cinderella whispered to the tree, "Mother, please help me. I want to go to the ball. Please give me the strength to do so." She wiped her tears and looked up at the tree, her voice filled with earnest longing and desperation. Little tree, shake and shiver, throw gold and silver down to me. Cinderella whispered softly to the tree. Her voice carried on the breeze, spreading through the branches. The tree seemed to understand her wish, gently swaying in response. Seeing the tree's reaction, Cinderella felt a small spark of hope ignite deep within her heart. The song magically conveyed her desperate heart to the tree. Soon, a white bird flew down from the sky and dropped a dress that shimmered with gold and silver at her feet. Cinderella's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the astonishing sight. Before her lay a dress intricately woven with gold and silver threads, adorned with sparkling jewels, and a pair of delicate silk shoes. The dress was embroidered with exquisite patterns, interlaced with gold and silver threads, and decorated with various gemstones. The shoes were embroidered with silk and silver, appearing to be the perfect size for Cinderella's feet. The silver of the shoes gleamed in the moonlight. Her heart was filled with joy and amazement. With trembling hands, Cinderella picked up the dress. It was so soft and finely made that she felt like she was in a dream. It was hard to believe that all of this was real, but the beautiful dress and shoes before her brought tears of gratitude to her eyes. Cinderella could hardly believe her eyes, but she quickly put on the dress. The moment she wore it, her appearance transformed completely. She looked like a princess from another world, stunningly beautiful. The gold and silver adorned dress wrapped her in elegance, and the silver shoes sparkled at her feet. Cinderella looked in the mirror, admiring her transformed reflection. She was no longer the sooty girl covered in ashes. The dress fit her perfectly, and the silver shoes glittered, enhancing the beauty of her feet. A radiant smile spread across her face, her eyes shining with hope and joy. Now, she was ready to go to the ball. Now completely transformed, Cinderella confidently headed to the ball. As she entered the ballroom, all eyes turned to her. The dazzling gold and silver dress and sparkling silver shoes made Cinderella stand out even more. Everyone in the ballroom was captivated by her beauty, unable to take their eyes off her. Even her stepsisters and stepmother didn't recognize her, assuming she was a princess from a far-off land. They couldn't have imagined that this radiant lady in the golden dress was Cinderella, who they knew as the girl who crawled in ashes. Cinderella's new appearance was so enchanting that no one suspected her true identity. While admiring her new appearance, Cinderella didn't forget that all this was thanks to the hazel tree and the magical birds that lived there. She felt deep gratitude in her heart and cherished this special night. Under the bright chandeliers, she danced to the lively music, rejoicing in the realization that she could finally be the star of the ball she had always dreamed of. Cinderella spent a magical night, deeply grateful for her wish coming true. She felt as if she were in a dream, embracing the happiness and fully enjoying the moment. As Cinderella entered the ballroom, glowing with enchantment, the prince was immediately captivated by her dazzling presence. Her beauty outshone all the lights in the ballroom, drawing everyone's attention. The music filled the air, and under the shining chandeliers, the prince quietly took Cinderella's hand. At that moment, a magical connection formed between them. The prince gently asked Cinderella for the first dance. Smiling, Cinderella took his hand, and they moved to the center of the ballroom. The music played, and they carefully took their first steps together. Cinderella, trying to calm her nervous heart, began to dance. Cinderella cautiously took the prince's hand and started to dance. The prince couldn't take his eyes off her and felt that he didn't want to dance with anyone else. His gaze was fixed only on Cinderella. Her steps were graceful and light, and the prince held her hand tightly, not wanting to let go. Whenever others approached to ask her for a dance, the prince firmly said, "This lady is my partner." He enjoyed dancing with Cinderella and became even more captivated by her charm. Cinderella also felt her heart flutter at the prince's sincere gaze and warm touch. As they looked into each other's eyes while dancing, it felt as if the whole world had stopped. With the music, their hearts grew closer, and that moment seemed like it would last forever. As the evening deepened and the ball was drawing to a close, the prince gently suggested to Cinderella, "Come with me. I'll walk you home." His voice was soft and sincere. The prince wanted to know more about this beautiful lady and learn her story. Cinderella hesitated for a moment, but seeing the prince's warm smile and genuine eyes, she felt reassured. She nodded and accepted his offer. The prince, filled with joy, took Cinderella's hand and led her out of the ballroom. Deep in her heart, Cinderella felt joy and excitement. It was like a dream to be with the prince. They walked quietly under the night sky, sharing their stories with each other. However, Cinderella was afraid her secret might be revealed. She gently pulled away from the prince's grasp and suddenly ran towards the pigeon house. Her steps were quick and light, and soon she was out of the prince's sight. The prince, surprised by Cinderella's sudden action, tried to follow her. But her swift steps outpaced him, and he lost her. Cinderella darted into the pigeon house and hid. Her heart was pounding, and she took deep breaths to calm herself. The prince, confused by Cinderella's mysterious behavior, searched for her but couldn't find her. Disappointed, the prince had no choice but to wait for her father to arrive. He was still captivated by her mysterious charm and desperately wanted to discover her identity. The prince approached Cinderella's father and explained. A strange girl ran up into the pigeon house and disappeared. His voice was filled with confusion and curiosity. Cinderella's father paused for a moment after hearing this. Could it be Cinderella? He wondered to himself. His mind was filled with concern and doubt about his daughter. The prince's words seemed genuine, and this added to his confusion. He stood thinking for a while. He had never allowed Cinderella to go to the ball, and he couldn't afford such fancy clothes. But the prince's sincere expression and Cinderella's behavior left him with doubts. He allowed the prince to investigate the pigeon house. Late in the evening, under the darkening sky, the quiet pigeon house stood in the small village, untouched by even a breath of wind. The village servants, following Cinderella's father's orders, carried heavy axes and hoes, and trudged towards the pigeon house, ready to investigate if she was hiding there. When they opened the pigeon house door with sweaty hands, it was completely empty, with only dust floating in the still air. The servants searched every corner, but there was no sign of Cinderella. The pigeon house was old and dilapidated, making it seem unlikely she would hide there. Cinderella's father, unable to find any clues, looked disappointed, and the prince shook his head dejectedly. They left the pigeon house and returned home. Meanwhile, Cinderella's stepmother and stepsisters returned home, holding hands and laughing. They bragged about how much fun they had at the ball and how much they danced with the prince. But Cinderella had already prepared for their return. She quickly took off the splendid dress she had worn to the ball and hurriedly changed into her old, ash-gray rags. In the dim light of the oil lamp flickering in the chimney, she swiftly concealed her appearance. Her hands still trembled, but she steeled her heart. Cinderella hid in a small corner of the room, waiting for her stepmother and stepsisters to enter. She held her breath, hoping they would act as usual, without suspicion. Her heart raced, and her eyes were fixed on the door, filled with tension. Then, like a small forest animal, she swiftly darted behind the pigeon house and ran to a tree. There stood an old hazel tree, waiting as if it had been expecting her. It quietly received her dress. In an instant, a bird flew down, gently picked up the beautiful dress with its beak, and disappeared. It was like magic. Cinderella caught her breath under the hazel tree, realizing she had returned to her normal life. After confirming that the birds had safely taken her dress, she tightened her ash-gray rags once more and returned home. Cinderella quietly, but swiftly, finished her actions and returned to the kitchen wearing her ash-gray rags. The kitchen was still lit by a faint, flickering light. She sat by the ashes, her fingertips still tense, and her heart quietly pounding. She waited for the sound of her family's footsteps. Her eyes glimmered with tension, and faint sweat drops moistened her cheeks. Soon, the sound of her stepmother and stepsister's footsteps grew closer. As they entered the house, they chatted excitedly. "The ball was amazing tonight," said the eldest stepsister. "Yes, I'll never forget dancing with the prince," added the younger stepsister. Cinderella felt her heart race once more as she listened to their conversation. She quietly steadied her breath, hoping they wouldn't notice her. When they entered the kitchen, Cinderella was still sitting by the ashes, her eyes on the ground, and her hands unconsciously touching the ashes. Her stepmother and stepsisters passed by without any suspicion. They boasted about the ball's events, paying no attention to Cinderella. It was only then that Cinderella let out a sigh of relief, realizing she had safely returned to her everyday life. The next day, as dawn broke, the village once again faced a significant day. As Cinderella's parents and stepsisters dressed lavishly and headed to the castle, she quietly left the house. Her steps took her towards the old wild pear tree, which seemed to grant her a special power. Cinderella stood in front of the wild pear tree and exhaled deeply. "Little tree, shake and shed, throw gold and silver down to me," she sang softly. The tree began to sway as if it understood her words. The wind brushed against the tree, and the branches swayed gently, making a faint sound. At that moment, a shining bird flew down from the sky and laid down a dress even more splendid than the one from the day before. Cinderella was astounded by the beauty of the dress. She picked it up with trembling hands and marveled at its soft texture. Wearing the dress, she looked as though she had been helped by a fairy, becoming even more beautiful. The dress sparkled like starlight, making her stand out like the moon in the night sky. Her silver shoes made her feet shine even more. Confidently, Cinderella headed to the ball. As soon as she entered the ballroom, all eyes were on her. Her stepsisters and even her stepmother did not recognize her, thinking she was a princess from a strange land. They could never have imagined that the lady in the golden dress was the Cinderella who crawled through the ashes at home. The prince had been eagerly awaiting her arrival. As soon as she entered the ballroom, the prince saw her and quickly approached her, taking her hand. Once again, a magical connection was formed between them. The prince began to dance with her. Whenever others asked her to dance, the prince firmly said, "This lady is my partner." As evening fell, Cinderella decided to leave the ball. The dance with the prince had felt magical, and she wanted to remember that moment for a long time, but she realized she could no longer stay. She hurried out of the hall and started descending the stairs. At that moment, the prince noticed her leaving and followed her. Cinderella, sensing the prince following her, quickened her steps. She found her way through the darkness and hid her body in a dense garden behind a house. There was a large tree in the garden with lush pears hanging from it. Cinderella climbed the tree as quickly as a squirrel in the forest. Her agile movements were like those of a forest animal, leaving the prince only able to watch her silhouette disappear from afar. The prince stood under the tree, trying to find where Cinderella had gone. But her movements were so swift and agile that he could only watch her silhouette disappear from a distance. The prince sighed deeply, feeling a mix of anxiety and anticipation about meeting her again. As the darkness deepened, only the mysterious moonlight illuminated the prince's face. He hoped to find something under the large tree where she had disappeared. Under the shadow of the tree, the prince muttered, pointing in the direction the strange girl had vanished. "I missed the strange girl. I think she jumped into the pear tree and disappeared." The prince stood numbly under the tree, trying hard to find her trace. The moonlight seeped through the branches and leaves of the tree, and he was confused as he recalled her appearance. A strong desire to meet her again grew in his heart along with his curiosity about her. His anxiety and curiosity continued until her father arrived. The father heard the prince's words and was skeptical. Could it be Cinderella? This question strongly captured him, and he immediately ordered an axe to be brought. They decided to split the tree to see if she was hiding inside. The father and the prince stood around the tree, considering the possibility that she might be inside. The servants began to split the tree with an axe, but even among the deep branches and broad leaves, her trace was not found. They had to accept the reality that they could not find her as they looked at the tree in disappointment. Meanwhile, Cinderella had already returned home. She quietly jumped down from the other side of the tree and returned the splendid clothes to the bird waiting atop the wild pear tree. The bird gently took the clothes with its beak and disappeared somewhere. Cinderella changed back into her old and comfortable ash-gray clothes. These ash-gray clothes were like a protective shield for her, returning her to her ordinary life as a simple girl. Cinderella returned to the kitchen and sat next to the pile of ashes. Her hands and face were covered with ash and dust again, as if her participation in the midnight fantasy-like ball had been a dream, and everything had returned to normal. When the family returned home, Cinderella was sitting in the ashes in the kitchen as usual. Her face and hands were once again covered in soot and dust. It was as if attending the magical ball at midnight had been nothing but a dream, and everything had returned to normal. Cinderella quietly took a deep breath and continued her kitchen chores as if nothing had happened. Her secret was safe, and the prince believed that she was merely a mysterious girl who had appeared and vanished in the night. Her stepsisters and stepmother entered the house, chattering excitedly about the ball. "The prince kept looking at me," boasted the elder sister. "No, he smiled at me," argued the younger sister. Their stepmother listened with a pleased smile, but she paid no attention to Cinderella, who still sat in the ashes, far removed from the splendor of the ball. Cinderella smiled to herself, deep in her heart. No one knew that she had attended the ball, and her secret remained hers alone. She thought back to that night, feeling a warm glow inside her. At dawn, as the gentle sunlight began to wake the village, Cinderella quietly walked to her mother's grave after her parents and stepsisters had left the house. The grave was a place of solace and peace for her. Morning dew glistened on the grass, and small birds chirped to welcome the new day. Cinderella stood before the grave, clasped her hands together, and whispered once again to the magical hazel tree, "Little tree, shake and quiver, let gold and silver fall down over me." Her voice was soft and earnest. As if waiting for her call, the tree began to tremble slightly in response. From the sky, a radiant bird appeared and laid down before her an even more splendid and radiant dress. This dress was more dazzlingly beautiful than any she had received before. It shimmered with a blend of gold and silver, adorned with intricate patterns of silk and silver embroidery, adding to its magnificence. On her feet were shoes made of pure gold that fit her perfectly. These shoes were not merely footwear, but seemed to symbolize her dreams and hopes. Cinderella gazed at the dress with eyes full of wonder. When she entered the ballroom in this magnificent attire, all eyes turned to her. The mere sight of her took everyone's breath away, and the prince searched the room anxiously for her. Her dress sparkled like starlight, making her appear like the moon shining in the night sky. The prince had been eagerly waiting for her arrival, and as soon as she entered, he hurried to take her hand and began to dance with her. His eyes never left hers, and he firmly refused every other request for a dance, saying, "This lady is my partner." Cinderella and the prince danced as if they were the only two people in the world. The music followed their steps joyfully, and their dance looked like a beautiful painting. People watched them breathlessly, unable to take their eyes off the enchanting scene. Cinderella etched that moment deep in her heart, wishing this beautiful night could last forever. The prince's touch was warm and gentle, and his gaze was filled with sincerity. Feeling that this moment was real and not a dream, Cinderella immersed herself even more in the dance with the prince. As the evening grew late, Cinderella decided it was time to leave the ball. She wished this beautiful night wouldn't end, but she knew she had to return to reality. She quickly left the ballroom and ran towards the stairs. However, the prince had anticipated her departure and had spread sticky pitch on the stairs, so when she ran down, her left golden shoe stuck and was left behind. The prince picked up the small, intricate golden shoe, cherishing it as a precious clue. He realized that this shoe was the only way to find the mysterious girl again. The next day, the prince took the shoe and went to Cinderella's father. Confirming Cinderella had returned home, he resolved to find the rightful owner of the shoe. Cinderella's stepmother watched this situation with a suspicious eye, feeling uneasy at the thought that the dazzlingly dressed girl might be under her own roof. She kept a close watch on Cinderella, quietly waiting to see if any secrets would be revealed. In her heart, the stepmother was gripped by the fear that Cinderella might indeed be the mysterious girl. The prince set out with the golden shoe, determined to travel across the country to find its true owner. His resolve was firm, and no one could change his mind. He proclaimed to the entire village, "I will take no bride other than the one who fits this golden shoe." This announcement spread throughout the land, and all the young women eagerly awaited the opportunity. The excitement and anticipation filled every house as they dreamed of becoming the prince's bride by fitting into the beautiful shoe. Especially Cinderella's two stepsisters were overjoyed at the news. They prided themselves on having the most beautiful feet, confident that the shoe would fit perfectly. The older sister and the younger sister each stood in front of the mirror, admiring their feet and saying to each other, "The shoe will definitely fit me." Their stepmother, too, was pleased with their confidence and prepared to enjoy the glory of having one of her daughters become the prince's bride. The older sister went into the room to try on the golden shoe. She wore a beautiful dress and adorned her hair with a fancy ribbon, looking as if she were already the prince's bride. The stepmother watched nervously from beside her. Her gaze conveyed strong expectations and pressure, filling the room with tension. The older sister took a deep breath and slowly tried to put her foot into the shoe. But her big toe was too large. She tried several times to push her foot in, but the shoe still didn't fit. Each attempt brought more disappointment and frustration to her face. The stepmother, faced with this situation, made a ruthless decision. She looked at her daughter with cold eyes and sighed. Quickly scanning the surroundings, she handed her a small knife and mercilessly said, "Cut off your toe. When you become queen, you won't need to walk anymore." The older sister was shocked by her mother's words. But the thought of becoming queen made her determined to endure any pain. The older sister endured extreme pain and cut off her toe. As the small knife touched her toe, a sharp pain engulfed her entire body, and blood gushed out. She gritted her teeth and suppressed the pain as she forced her foot into the shoe. She wrapped her bleeding foot with a thick cloth to hide it and walked towards the prince. She smiled through the pain, but with each step, blood seeped out, and her face grew paler. As she approached the prince, her steps became more and more unsteady. The prince, believing her to be his bride, lifted her onto his horse and slowly made his way to the castle. She sat beside him, struggling to maintain a smile, but her face turned pale, and sweat beaded on her forehead as she tried to endure the pain. With each movement of the horse, her foot hurt more, and the pain etched a deeper expression of suffering onto her face. As they traveled, they passed through a serene forest filled with lush trees and green meadows. Eventually, they approached a small hill where the prince's mother's grave was located. The grave rested beneath a beautiful hazel tree, which seemed to hold many stories and secrets within its old branches. Flowers bloomed around the grave, and the leaves rustled gently in the wind. At that moment, two doves sitting in the hazel tree began to coo at the prince and the older sister. Their cooing seemed clear and distinct, as if they knew the truth of the situation. The doves fluttered their wings and cried out. The doves incessantly cooed and cried out, "Coo, coo, 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 blood is in the shoe is too tight, the true bride is still at home." Their voices echoed like magic. Hearing the doves, the prince felt a deep doubt arise in his heart. He became curious about the truth behind their words and decided to re-examine if the older sister was indeed the rightful owner of the shoe. Listening to the dove's warning, the prince inspected the older sister's foot. Her foot was soaked in red blood inside the shoe, and blood was oozing out. Startled, the prince looked closely at her foot. Blood had filled the shoe's edges and was dripping onto the ground, leaving small crimson spots. The older sister's face was pale, twisted with pain and fear. Tears streamed from her eyes, and her lips trembled. The prince, seeing this, was greatly alarmed. He realized that the older sister was not the true owner of the shoe. It was too small for her foot. The prince lifted her back onto the horse and decided to return her to her home. She cried, feeling she had failed the prince's expectations, but he comforted her gently as they went back. Understanding her pain, he tried to make her as comfortable as possible. She no longer needed to endure the agony of her foot. The prince resolved to find the true owner of the shoe. After returning the older sister home, the prince decided to give the younger sister a chance to try on the golden shoe. Filled with anticipation and excitement, she went into the room. She held the shoe and carefully tried to put her foot into it. Her toes fit into the shoe, but then a problem arose. The shoe was too small at the heel, and it didn't fit. She was flustered and tried desperately to make the shoe fit, but it was in vain. The stepmother observed the situation from the side. She decided to give the younger sister the same terrible advice she had given the older sister. Approaching the younger sister with a ruthless expression, she said, "Cut off a piece of your heel. Once you become queen, you won't need to walk." The stepmother's cold words echoed through the room. The younger sister was shocked by her mother's words. She trembled with fear and pain, but was seized by the thought of not missing the chance to become queen. She steeled herself and took the sharp knife from her mother's hand. The younger sister took a deep breath and looked at her heel. Her mind wavered between fear and resolve, but ultimately, the determination to become queen moved her to act. She bit her lip so hard it nearly bled, and with trembling hands, she lifted the knife. Closing her eyes tightly, she placed the blade against her heel. As the pain surged, she stifled a scream and hot tears welled up in her eyes. The younger sister did as her mother instructed and cut off her heel. Her hands shook as she held the knife, and her eyes were filled with terror. As soon as the blade cut into her heel, she was overwhelmed by excruciating pain, and blood spurted out. She swallowed her tears, wiped away the blood, and forced her foot into the golden shoe. She trembled with unbearable pain until the shoe fit. Enduring the pain, she walked towards the prince. Her face grew pale with pain, and her steps faltered. She tried to smile through the agony, but her eyes betrayed her suffering and fear. The prince, believing the shoe fit, accepted the younger sister as his bride. He lifted her onto his horse and headed towards the castle. The prince seemed relieved to see that the shoe fit, and the younger sister sat carefully beside him. However, her foot was stained with blood, and the pain continued to torment her. As they passed through the tranquil forest and approached the hazel tree, two doves sitting in the branches watched them. The doves sensed something was wrong and began to coo once again. Coo, 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 blood is in the shoe is too tight, the true bride is still at home. The doves' cries echoed like a warning. Hearing them, the prince inspected the younger sister's foot once more. Seeing the blood seeping from the shoe, the prince was alarmed. The shoe was filled with blood, and the younger sister's face was twisted in pain. Realizing she was not the true owner of the shoe, the prince turned his horse around and took her back home. The younger sister wept as she accepted her failure. The blood from her foot stained her white stockings red. The more the blood flowed, the more evident her pain became. She struggled to smile, but her suffering was clearly visible in her eyes and expression. The prince understood that she was not the true owner of the shoe. The prince decided to return the younger sister, whose foot continued to bleed profusely, to her home. As the horse turned, she moaned in pain and leaned against the prince. Her face was pale, and tears filled her eyes. The prince carefully supported her as they headed back. When they arrived home, the prince gently helped her down from the horse. Her foot was still bleeding, and the prince slowly removed the shoe from her foot. As soon as the shoe was off, more blood flowed, and she let out a pained gasp. The prince helped to stop the bleeding and supported her into the house. The prince arrived at Cinderella's family home, determined to find the true bride. He first asked the two stepsisters to try on the golden shoe, but their attempts ended in failure. Both the older and younger sisters made desperate attempts to fit into the shoe, but the results were disastrous. Disappointed, the prince asked Cinderella's father, "Do you have any other daughters?" Her father, with a bewildered expression, replied, "I do have one daughter from my late wife, but she is young and hasn't grown up well, Cinderella. Surely she can't be the prince's bride?" His voice was filled with doubt and confusion, as he found it hard to believe that Cinderella could be the prince's bride. The stepmother also strongly objected. "No, it can't be. That girl is too dirty. How could she possibly appear here?" She completely dismissed the possibility that Cinderella could be the owner of the golden shoe, despising Cinderella's humble and modest appearance. She hoped Cinderella would not disrupt their plans. But the prince was not deterred. With a determined expression, he said to the stepmother and father, "I wish to see Cinderella myself and confirm it. Please bring her here." His voice carried strong resolve, and no one could sway his determination. Cinderella was busy doing chores in the kitchen. Her clothes were dirty with dust and ashes, and her hands and face were smudged with grease and sweat. But upon hearing that the prince wanted to see her, she washed her hands and face clean and left her chores behind. Cinderella tidied her modest attire and appeared before the prince. Though her appearance was humble and simple, her inner beauty still shone brightly. Her eyes were pure, and a warm smile graced her face. The prince was astonished at her appearance. Gently, he offered her the golden shoe and said, "Please, try on this shoe." His voice was warm and gentle. Cinderella sat on a small chair and removed her heavy clogs. Her feet were slightly swollen from long hours of labor, but they were still beautiful. She held the golden shoe in her hands and carefully slipped it onto her foot. The shoe fit her perfectly, as if it had been made for her all along. At that moment, Cinderella looked up at the prince. Her eyes were filled with nervousness, anticipation, and a hint of fear. The prince looked at Cinderella's face and remembered the moment from the ball. She was the very girl he had danced with. Her eyes, her smile, everything matched perfectly. The prince's eyes filled with joy and amazement. He was now certain that she was indeed the true bride. Seeing the golden shoe fit Cinderella's foot perfectly, the prince cried out with a voice full of joy, "Ah, this lady is truly my bride." His voice was brimming with happiness and certainty. A bright smile spread across the prince's face, and joyful tears welled up in his eyes. Everyone in the room watched them with astonishment and admiration. In that moment, the prince declared to all that Cinderella was his true bride. The stepmother and stepsisters were stunned and enraged at this sight. The revelation of their schemes and lies left them filled with shock and fear. Their faces turned pale, and their eyes were filled with dread. The prince kept Cinderella by his side and warmly embraced her. The prince lifted Cinderella onto his horse and headed towards the castle. Holding her close, he whispered with a warm smile, "Let us begin our happy future together." Cinderella felt a sense of relief and smiled in his embrace. Together, they rode towards the castle. As they passed by the hazel tree, the two white doves perched on its branches sang once more. Their song was clear and pure, echoing through the air. Coo, 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 there is no blood in the shoe is not too tight, the true bride is with the prince. The two white doves sat on the branches and sang in the quiet forest with a clear and melodious voice. Their voices were like heavenly music. The doves' eyes sparkled, and their feathers glowed in the sunlight. This beautiful song resonated deeply in the hearts of the prince and Cinderella. The doves followed the prince and Cinderella's procession, singing continuously. Their voices carried far on the wind. The trees in the forest swayed gently to the song, and the flowers bloomed even brighter. Their song seemed to bring peace and happiness to all the creatures in the forest. The prince smiled as he listened to the dove's song. He looked at Cinderella and held her hand tightly. Cinderella closed her eyes, feeling a deep sense of happiness as she listened to the song. A peaceful smile spread across her face, and tears of joy flowed from her eyes. The song dispelled all doubts and left only the truth. The prince and Cinderella shared a smile of happiness as they listened to the dove's song. The doves' voices resonated clearly and calmly, enveloping their hearts like a melody of blessing. The two doves flew gently and perched on Cinderella's shoulders, one on her right and one on her left. These two doves seemed to symbolize her purity and innocence, resting comfortably on Cinderella's shoulders. Their warm bodies and soft feathers brought her comfort, and their presence felt like a heavenly blessing. The prince, seeing this sight, felt even more assured and held Cinderella's hand tightly as they walked together. Cinderella and the prince's wedding was the most splendid and joyous celebration in the entire kingdom. People from all over the kingdom gathered to celebrate their love and happiness. The cathedral was decorated with beautiful flowers, and the bright sunlight streaming through the stained glass made it even more radiant. In this place filled with hope and joy, everyone smiled brightly as they blessed the bride and groom. Cinderella walked through the cathedral with the prince, dressed in a beautiful wedding gown. Her gown was adorned with delicate lace and sparkling jewels, making her look like a goddess descended from heaven. Holding the prince's hand, she walked forward, leaving behind the painful and difficult past to embrace a new beginning. Her face was full of joy and hope, and tears of happiness welled up in her eyes. However, this day was also a day of reckoning for the stepsisters. While everyone else celebrated Cinderella and the prince's love with joy, the stepsisters were shunned from the festivities. Their wicked actions and selfish past had been exposed to everyone. They were scorned for their past cruelty and oppression towards Cinderella. As the bride and groom walked towards the church, the stepsisters still followed them. The older sister walked on the bride's right side, and the younger sister on the left. They still longed for forgiveness, but their sins were too great to be easily pardoned. At that moment, two doves flew down from the hazel tree above the grave and began to circle around them. The doves flew through the air, circling several times before suddenly pecking out one eye from each stepsister. Their screams of pain echoed a divine punishment for their lies and wickedness. Their agonized cries filled the air, and the doves seemed to have come down to right their wrongs. The doves fulfilled the role of restoring heavenly order, bringing justice to the stepsisters. After the wedding, the bride and groom walked out of the church into the bright sunlight. At that moment, the doves reappeared in the sky. They swooped down like heavenly judges and circled above the heads of the older and younger sisters. The sound of the doves' wings flapping echoed in the ears of everyone in front of the church, drawing all eyes to them. Suddenly, the doves dove towards the sisters and pecked out their remaining eyes. The sisters screamed in agony, their faces contorted with fear and pain. Their cries echoed in the churchyard, and the onlookers were struck with awe at the sight. The stepsisters were condemned to live in blindness for the rest of their lives, as a punishment for their wickedness and deceit. They could no longer torment or deceive others, and their dark past would be remembered forever. Their lives were now confined to eternal darkness as a consequence of their evil actions. People witnessing this scene realized that evil deeds eventually lead to their rightful consequences. Cinderella and the prince observed this, witnessing the doves administering justice. The doves circled above Cinderella and the prince once more, singing a song of blessing. Holding hands, Cinderella and the prince walked towards a bright future. They had found true happiness, and their love would endure forever. The doves, blessing Cinderella and the prince's new beginning, soared high into the sky. Their song carried a message of hope and love to everyone. With bright smiles, Cinderella and the prince began their new life together. Hello friends! We are now approaching the Little Mermaid. Those disembarking, please don't forget to subscribe and like. Thank you for traveling with us. Deep in the dark ocean, there was a magical kingdom that seemed like a dream. This kingdom was grand and beautiful, and the mermaids living there enjoyed a happy life. They spent their days singing and dancing, each relishing their own lives in the sea. At the heart of the kingdom stood an enchanting palace. This palace was adorned with the treasures of the sea. Its walls were made of colorful coral and studded with shining pearls. The coral glowed as if bathed in sunlight, and the pearls sparkled like stars. The corals were of various colors, some were fiery red, some were refreshing blue, and others were shaded with purple. The pearls glimmered softly like moonlight, illuminating the entire palace. At the entrance of the palace, a giant clam opened to welcome visitors. This clam held a pearl, and the light from the pearl felt warm and gentle. Inside the palace, it was like entering a treasure trove, with various sea creatures used as decorations. There were fish-shaped ornaments, curtains made of seaweed, and furniture crafted from coral, The floor of the kingdom was covered with soft sand. This sand glittered like gold and made a rustling sound underfoot. Tiny creatures lived everywhere, blending in with the mermaids. Fish swam gracefully, shrimp burrowed in the sand, and jellyfish floated along the currents, creating a magical scene. This mystical kingdom was hidden deep under the sea, making it hard for humans to discover. But for the mermaids, it was the safest and most peaceful haven. The sound of the waves was like a lullaby that enveloped the mermaids, who lived happily in this serene place. In this beautiful and mysterious kingdom, the mermaids created new stories every day. Their tales were filled with endless adventures, love, and hope, all beginning from the depths of the ocean. In the deep-sea palace of the kingdom lived 6 beautiful princesses. Each of them was stunning and possessed unique talents and personalities. One morning, the king looked at his beloved 6 princesses in the central hall of the palace, smiling warmly. "My lovely princesses, what adventures do you have planned for today?" he asked. His voice was deep and resonant, echoing through the palace walls like the heartbeat of the sea. The princesses gazed at their father with bright faces. From the eldest to the youngest, they wore dresses adorned with coral and pearls of different colors. The eldest wore a dress of blue coral and silver pearls. The second princess had a dress of red coral and golden pearls, and the third wore a dress of lavender coral with purple pearls. The fourth princess's dress was decorated with green coral and emerald pearls. The fifth wore a dress with orange coral and pearly beads, and the youngest was dressed in pink coral with white pearls. The eldest princess responded first to the king's question. "Father, I wish to explore the coral forest today. I've heard there are many new creatures we've never seen before." The second princess excitedly added, "I want to have a seahorse race. They are such fast and beautiful creatures." The third princess smiled and said, "I want to search for hidden treasures in the deep sea. It's like listening to old stories from the past, and I find it so intriguing." The fourth princess beamed as she spoke, "I want to explore the underwater caves. I've heard there are mysterious lights and special scenery in there." The fifth princess clapped her hands in delight. "I want to make a necklace out of seashells. It sounds like fun to find different kinds of shells." Lastly, the youngest princess shyly spoke up, "Father, I'm so curious about what's above the sea. I want to know what happens up there." The king smiled gently at his youngest daughter's words. "My dear, the world above the sea is different from ours. But when you grow older and gain more experience, someday you will be able to visit the surface." The king's voice echoed warmly once more. The princesses began their day with hearts full of dreams about their adventures. The underwater kingdom remained peaceful and beautiful, and the adventures of the 6 princesses had just begun. Among the 6 princesses, the youngest stood out the most. She was a radiant presence. Her hair was as red as the sun, and her eyes were clear and transparent like the blue sea. Her smile made all the sea creatures happy. But what made the youngest princess truly special was her voice. Her voice was as clear and beautiful as a string of pearls. When she sang, all the sea creatures were captivated by her melody. Fish danced to her song, corals swayed in harmony, and even in the quietest caves, her voice resonated. Her voice was deep and beautiful, like the heartbeat of the sea. The youngest princess was always full of curiosity. She often ventured outside the palace to explore the corners of the ocean. She discovered new creatures in the coral forests and made friends with the little fish. She loved uncovering the secrets of the sea, collecting seashells one day and visiting small houses made of seaweed on another. The youngest princess was especially curious about the world above the sea. She wondered what was up there and what kind of life humans led. She often looked at the stars in the night sky, imagining the stories they held. Her curiosity was endless, always filled with a desire to learn new things. When the youngest princess sang in the grand hall of the palace, all the mermaids listened. Her voice reached the depths of the sea, bringing peace and happiness to all creatures. Her song was like magic, and those who heard it forgot their worries and dreamed happy dreams. The youngest princess treasured her unique gift. Through her songs, she expressed her feelings and communicated with all her friends in the sea. Her songs carried love and hope, and she wished her voice could reach beyond the sea to all places in the world. This beautiful and curious youngest princess was the most beloved in the underwater kingdom. Her story began in the depths of the sea and was ready to continue with endless adventures and love. Every day, she dreamed of new adventures and made the world beautiful with her voice. The youngest princess was always filled with curiosity about the world above the sea. Though she had seen many wonders while swimming freely underwater, she had no knowledge of what lay above. What kind of world would unfold above the sea? What stories were hidden there? Her heart beat with these questions. At night, the youngest princess would gaze at the stars in the sky, letting her imagination soar. She wondered where the stars came from and what stories they held. Though she had heard tales about the world above the sea, she had never seen it herself, and just imagining it made her heart race. One clear day, the youngest princess cautiously approached her father, the king. Her heart was filled with questions about the world above, and she could no longer contain her curiosity. "Father, what is above the sea? Is the sand on the beach really soft? What does a sunset look like?" the youngest princess asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and anticipation. The king smiled gently at his daughter's questions. My dear, above the sea, there are many things we don't know. The sand on the beach is very soft and warm. When you step on it, it's like walking on cotton candy. A sunset is truly beautiful. The sky turns red, and the sun slowly disappears beyond the horizon. That moment is like a magical time. Listening to her father's words, the youngest princess let her imagination run wild. She pictured herself standing on a beach, feeling the soft sand and watching the beautiful sunset. Her desire to see the world above grew even stronger. Father, I want to see all those things for myself. I want to feel the sand on the beach and see the sunset with my own eyes, the youngest princess said earnestly. Her voice was filled with a yearning for her dream. The king loved his youngest daughter's curiosity, but also felt worried. My dear, you are very curious. But you are still young. Until you turn 15, you cannot go above the sea, the king said gently. His eyes were filled with deep love and a desire to protect his daughter. The youngest princess understood her father's words. She knew he was right, but she could not hide her excitement about the world above the sea. Yes, Father. I will keep my promise, the youngest princess said, nodding. Her eyes still sparkled, showing respect for her father's words and a longing for her dream. The youngest princess kept her dream of the world above deep in her heart. She eagerly awaited her 15th birthday, hoping to see the world above for herself. Although she promised to wait, her curiosity and adventurous spirit still filled her heart. The youngest princess remembered her father's words and spent her days discovering new things in the sea. She grew through small adventures, always keeping her dream of the world above alive in her heart. The youngest princess respected her father's words and fulfilled her duties in the sea every day. She sang beautiful songs with her lovely voice and played with her friends, enjoying happy times. Yet, deep in her heart, the dream of the world above still lingered. Every night, the youngest princess looked out of her window, letting her imagination soar. Though the underwater scenery was beautiful, she wondered about the world beyond. Her heart raced with excitement, and she often closed her eyes and imagined the world above the sea. One day, while exploring the coral forest with her friends, she whispered to a little fish friend, "Someday, I'll see the world above the sea. I want to feel the sand on the beach and see the beautiful sunset with my own eyes." The little fish nodded, listening to the princess's words. "Then, your dream will surely come true. You are always brave and curious." The youngest princess smiled at her friend's words. Her dream of the world above still made her heart race, making her even more special. That night, the youngest princess gazed out of her window and whispered, "What kind of place is the world above the sea? What adventures will I have there?" Her heart was filled with excitement, and her eyes sparkled brightly. The youngest princess spent each day dreaming of new adventures while enjoying her life underwater. Deep in her heart, her dream of the world above remained, waiting for the day it would come true. Thus, the youngest princess enjoyed her life under the sea, while still dreaming of the world above. Her dreams were as vast and deep as the endless ocean, and those dreams made her shine even brighter. Finally, the day arrived. It was the youngest mermaid princess's 15th birthday. The entire underwater kingdom was beautifully decorated to celebrate her birthday. The corals glowed brighter, and the pearls sparkled as if kissed by sunlight. Fish danced, and jellyfish shone like chandeliers from the ceiling. The palace transformed into a dreamlike scene. All the mermaids of the kingdom gathered to celebrate the youngest princess's birthday. Her sisters wore sparkling dresses and smiled warmly at her. The king and queen joyfully celebrated their youngest daughter. "My dear, today is your 15th birthday. Now, you can finally see the world above the sea," the king said warmly. His voice was filled with pride and love. "Wow, I can finally go above the sea." The youngest princess's heart raced with excitement. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, and a bright smile appeared on her face. Her sisters gathered around her, chatting excitedly. "Little sister, you must be so excited today. Tell us all about the world above when you come back." They looked at her with envious eyes, remembering their own dreams of the world above, but now celebrating her moment. The youngest princess nodded, eager to meet their expectations. "Yes, I will tell you everything. I'm so curious about how beautiful the world above is." Her voice was full of excitement and joy. After all the preparations were complete, the youngest princess took a deep breath and slowly headed toward the surface. Her tail moved strongly through the water, and her heart was filled with anticipation. Soon, she would see the world above for the first time. Her sisters waved and cheered her on. "Be careful, little sister. We'll be here waiting for your story." Their voices were warm and filled with love. The youngest princess, buoyed by her sister's encouragement, swam higher and higher. She left the underwater world behind and ascended to the gently rippling surface. As the sea's color brightened, her heart was filled with even more excitement. The youngest princess started her adventure with a happy smile. Her heart was filled with anticipation and excitement. "It feels like a dream that I can finally explore the world above," she whispered to herself. As she swam above the water, she looked around in awe at the endless beauty of the sea. The sound of the waves was like a lullaby to her ears, and the sun cast its warm light on her. The youngest princess swam along the shore, exploring her surroundings. She discovered the soft sand on the beach and gently touched it. "So this is sand. It's so soft and warm," she murmured, smiling. Near the beach, there were various seashells scattered around. She picked up shells of different colors and shapes, examining each one closely. "These shells are so beautiful. I've never seen anything like them in the sea," she marveled, carefully keeping the shells. Determined to go further, the youngest princess swam back into the sea with a strong flick of her tail. Her heart was filled with curiosity and eagerness for new adventures. As she swam, she encountered various marine creatures. She swam with colorful fish and passed through coral reefs. There, she made many new friends. The fish welcomed her warmly, and she enjoyed playing with them. The youngest princess swam above the gentle waves, leaving the deep sea behind. Her heart still fluttered with excitement, and everything around her felt new and wonderful. The world above the sea was incredibly beautiful. The clear blue sky stretched endlessly, and the soft sunlight reflected off the surface of the water, making it sparkle. The waves danced gently, like small hands waving to greet her. Droplets of water caught the sunlight, creating a rainbow of colors that made her heart race with joy. The youngest princess lifted her head and slowly looked around the world above the sea. In the distance, the shoreline glistened with soft, bright sand, and the waves gently caressed the beach. Near the shore, small trees grew, swaying gracefully in the wind. Her heart swelled with joy. "I can finally see the world above the sea," she whispered to herself. The youngest princess floated carefully on the waves, exploring her surroundings. Her tail moved smoothly through the water, and her eyes sparkled with the excitement of discovering a new world. The air above the sea was fresh and invigorating. The sea breeze softly caressed her face, and she breathed it in deeply. The scent of the ocean made her feel at peace, and she felt as if she were walking in a dream. The youngest princess was completely captivated by the beauty of the world above the sea. She listened to the music of the waves and smiled happily. The sound wrapped around her heart like a lullaby. She cherished every moment above the sea, filled with anticipation for the adventures to come. The youngest princess was making her dreams come true, one by one, as she floated on the dancing waves. Her adventure had just begun, and the world above the sea offered endless possibilities. She was ready to enjoy it all, with her heart brimming with curiosity and excitement. The youngest princess cautiously lifted her head above the water and gazed at the world beyond. A completely new world unfolded before her eyes. Warm sunlight kissed her face, droplets of water fell from her hair, and the gentle breeze brushed her hair softly. Seeing this scene for the first time, the youngest princess held her breath and looked around slowly. The sky was endlessly white and blue, with white clouds floating like fluffy pillows. Birds flew freely in the sky, their joyful sounds fresh and new to her ears. Watching the birds fly was an amazing experience for her. The beach stretched endlessly with soft, golden sand. Waves gently lapped at the shore, creating white foam that looked like lace decorating the beach. The sand glittered under the warm sunlight, and the youngest princess couldn't take her eyes off its beauty. Near the beach, small trees grew, swaying gently in the wind. The leaves of the trees shimmered green, reflecting the sunlight, and beneath them, small flowers bloomed. The colorful flowers and their delicate fragrance carried by the wind filled her senses. The youngest princess was completely entranced by the wonders of the world above the sea. Her heart was filled with excitement and anticipation for new discoveries and adventures. Everything was so mysterious and beautiful to her. "Wow, it's so beautiful!" exclaimed the youngest princess. An awe-inspiring sight stretched before her. The sun was slowly setting, painting the sky with red hues. The sun descended beyond the horizon, tinting the sky with magnificent colors. The sky was bathed in golden light, which reflected off the surrounding clouds, creating a breathtaking scene. The clouds floated like paintings in the sky, and the last rays of the sun spread softly through them. Under the golden sky, the sea shimmered in shades of purple. The gentle waves reflected the sunlight, making it look like purple waves were dancing. The youngest princess was completely mesmerized by this stunning sight. Her heart was filled with wonder and awe. "This is what a sunset looks like," she whispered, widening her eyes to take in every detail of the scene. As the sun sank further below the horizon, the sky's colors continued to change. From gold to orange, and finally to red. The red light made the sea even more magical, and the youngest princess held her breath, captivated by the beauty. The wind softly brushed her face, and the sound of the waves was like gentle music to her ears. She wished this moment would last forever. Her heart was filled with warm happiness, and tears of joy sparkled in her eyes. The youngest princess approached the beach as the sun set. She gently touched the warm, soft sand with her toes, savoring its warmth. Her heart was filled with wonder and awe. She had never dreamed she would see such a beautiful sight with her own eyes. "I've waited so long to see this," she murmured to herself. Her voice was filled with the joy and emotion of finally reaching her long-awaited dream. The sunset, with its red hues, was etched deeply in her heart. The sound of the waves was like gentle music to her ears. The waves softly lapped at the shore, creating a soothing rhythm that calmed her heart. She closed her eyes and focused on the sound. The waves' melody wrapped around her like a lullaby, warming her heart. The breeze gently tousled her hair. The wind was warm and refreshing, softly caressing her face. The youngest princess smiled happily, feeling the wind's embrace. At that moment, she felt like the happiest mermaid in the world. The youngest princess cherished the beautiful scene created by the sea and sky. Her heart was filled with joy and gratitude, and she wished this moment would last forever. Then, something caught her eye. It was a large ship with lights twinkling brightly. The ship moved slowly across the water, and the lights shone like stars in the night sky. The youngest princess was drawn to the lights and swam closer to the ship. The ship seemed mysterious and wondrous to her. On the deck, many lanterns were hung, shining in various colors. Red, blue, green, and many other hues combined to create a beautiful sight. The youngest princess approached the ship carefully. Her heart was full of curiosity. Where did this ship come from? And who are the people on it? She wondered. The sounds coming from the ship piqued her curiosity even more. Joyful music and laughter floated on the breeze from the ship, reaching the princess's ears. The youngest princess, intrigued by the sounds, swam even closer. Her heart was filled with excitement and curiosity. The music was lively and delightful. Various instruments blended to create a beautiful melody. The sounds of the piano and violin harmonized, giving the feeling of a dance. The music drifted softly over the sea, making the youngest princess's heart flutter. Laughter accompanied the music. People on the ship were joyfully talking and laughing. Their laughter sounded genuinely happy, and the youngest princess was captivated by it. She became even more curious about the fun happening on the ship. Oh, what is happening there? The youngest princess wondered as she cautiously approached. Her heart was full of curiosity, and she decided to get even closer to the ship to satisfy her curiosity. Carefully navigating the waves, the youngest princess swam towards the ship. Her tail moved gracefully through the water as she silently approached the ship. The lights and sounds from the ship became clearer as she drew nearer. When she reached the ship, the youngest princess was amazed by the dazzling scene she witnessed. Many people were dressed in splendid clothes, dancing joyfully on the deck. Their clothes glittered with gold and silver, adorned with jewels of various colors, making them look like dancing stars. The people held hands and danced in circles, their faces full of bright smiles. Their dance was elegant and rhythmic, moving perfectly to the music like a grand piece of art. Their steps were light and fast, with perfect coordination down to their fingertips. On the ship, beautiful music was playing, performed by skilled musicians. They played violins, flutes, harps, and other instruments, creating a lively melody. The music floated gently over the sea, reaching the youngest princess's ears. The sound was soft and dynamic, like a breeze blowing in. The youngest princess was completely mesmerized by the sight. She held her breath and watched their dance and music. The dance was so beautiful, and the music made her heart flutter. She wished this moment would last forever. The people on the ship talked and laughed while dancing. They seemed genuinely happy, and their happiness spread to the youngest princess. She wanted to dance with them. This must be the prince's birthday party. The youngest princess whispered in excitement at her discovery. Her heart began to race, and her curiosity about what was happening on the ship grew even more. At that moment, she noticed a young prince shining brightly. The prince stood in the center of the ship, smiling and talking with people. He looked like a star, shining brightly. The prince was tall, with deep blue eyes like the ocean. His smile was as bright and warm as the sun. The prince wore splendid clothes embroidered with gold, with silver decorations on his shoulders. His hair fluttered softly in the breeze, and his eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky. The youngest princess was momentarily breathless, gazing at his beauty. "Oh, that must be the prince," the youngest princess murmured to herself. Her eyes sparkled, and her heart was completely captivated by the prince's beauty. The prince shone like a star. He caught everyone's attention, and his presence radiated light. His smile was as bright and warm as the sun, making everyone around him happy. The prince spoke to people with a noble and graceful demeanor. His voice was soft, and whenever he spoke, people listened attentively. He treated everyone kindly and thoughtfully, and his words brought great joy to those around him. The prince's eyes were deep blue like the ocean, warm and gentle. Everyone who met his gaze was charmed by him. The prince danced with the people, genuinely enjoying the moment. The princess's heart began to beat faster as she watched him. Her heart was filled with excitement and joy, and the prince looked perfect, like the hero of a dream. Under the moonlight, the prince looked even more radiant. The soft moonlight surrounded him, making him glow. His hair shimmered in the moonlight, and his eyes were clear and blue like the ocean. The youngest princess held her breath, captivated by his smile and gaze. His presence shone like a star, and his smile was as bright as the sun. His warm eyes felt like they were looking right at her, and she wished this moment would last forever. The prince talked and danced with the people, his voice soft and pleasant. People listened attentively whenever he spoke. He treated everyone with kindness and consideration, and his words brought them great joy. The youngest princess's heart beat faster as she watched the prince. She was completely captivated by his bright smile and gentle eyes. She felt a strong desire to get closer to him. Her heart was filled with curiosity and excitement about the prince. At that moment, the prince's eyes turned towards the youngest princess. His eyes met hers, and she momentarily held her breath. Her heart raced, and her face turned red. She was completely captivated by his warm gaze. The prince's laughter was as clear and refreshing as the sound of waves breaking. His laughter captivated the princess, and her heart pounded. The sound was like the song of the sea, pleasantly resonating in her ears. Unconsciously, the youngest princess felt drawn to the prince. His laughter, smile, and warm eyes made her heart flutter. She saw his eyes sparkle and his smile shine brightly like the sun. His presence left a strong impression on her, deeply touching her heart. The princess watched him, feeling that everything about him was mysterious and awe-inspiring. His every move was graceful and noble, and his voice was soft and kind. He joyfully talked and danced with the people, truly enjoying the moment. The youngest princess felt a strong desire to know him more. She wanted to hear his stories and enter his world. Her heart was full of curiosity and excitement about the prince. She wanted to spend time with him and see his smile up close. "The prince is really special," whispered the youngest princess. Her heart was filled with joy and excitement, and she began to dream of meeting him. She wanted to get closer to him, but knew she had to hide her true identity. She carefully watched him, circling around him. Such wonderful sights couldn't be seen under the sea. The youngest princess whispered, gazing at the prince. Her heart was filled with love at first sight. The youngest princess had seen many beautiful things in the sea, but the sight before her eyes was incomparable. The prince's appearance was so beautiful and charming that it captivated her heart. His smile, laughter, and warm eyes made her heart race. "The prince is really special," she whispered again. Her eyes were fixed on the prince, unable to look away. Everything about him was a marvel. His laughter was as clear and refreshing as the sound of waves, and his smile shone brightly like the sun. The princess watched the prince, feeling a deep love in her heart. She wanted to get closer to him and hear his stories. Her heart was full of curiosity, excitement, and deep love for the prince. She wanted to enter his world and stay by his side. "Such wonderful sights couldn't be seen under the sea," she whispered quietly. Her voice was filled with admiration and love. She wanted to find a way to be with him. Her heart burned with love for the prince. But then, a loud clap of thunder and a storm struck. The youngest princess was startled and looked around. Dark clouds covered the sky, and it quickly became enveloped in darkness. Lightning flashed across the sky, briefly illuminating the scene before disappearing into darkness again. The sea began to churn violently. Huge waves rose like mountains, threatening the ship. The waves crashed fiercely, as if giant hands were trying to engulf the ship. The wind grew stronger, and the people on the ship were filled with shock and fear. The youngest princess looked at the terrified people, feeling anxious. She watched the ship, trying to figure out how to help in the storm. A loud crash sounded as a huge wave hit the ship. The ship rocked violently, and the people struggled to keep their balance. The lanterns on the ship began to flicker and go out in the storm. People called out to each other for help, their voices drowned by the wind and waves. The ship leaned more and more, and the youngest princess worried for their safety. The ship teetered precariously, unable to withstand the force of the waves. The power of the waves was overwhelming, and the ship rocked like a paper boat. The youngest princess felt heartbroken watching the frightened people. As another massive wave crashed over the ship, it began to break apart with a loud noise. Wooden planks split, and the ship's structure started to fall apart piece by piece. People screamed, clinging to each other, but the ship could no longer protect them. The youngest mermaid princess witnessed it all from the water. She saw the ship breaking apart and people falling into the water. Her heart was filled with worry and fear. She watched from the water as the waves engulfed the ship. Pieces of wood and belongings were scattered everywhere, and people were struggling in the water. They were gripped by fear, holding on to each other and calling for help. Prince. The youngest princess's heart pounded with worry. She was concerned for the prince's safety and knew she had to find him. Without hesitation, she cut through the water towards the sinking ship. The waves still crashed violently, and the water was chaotic. But the youngest princess never gave up. Her heart held only one goal: to save the prince. She swam powerfully, quickly approaching the sinking ship. The water was dark and cold, but the youngest princess swam forward without fear. Her eyes scanned the water, searching for the prince. Her heart was determined to save him. She passed by struggling people, focusing on finding the prince. The sea was as chaotic as a swirling vortex. The waves crashed fiercely against the youngest princess, but she searched for the prince without fear. She never gave up, despite the strong currents. Her eyes searched tirelessly for the prince, and her heart was filled with determination to save him. The wind blew fiercely, and the waves struck her hard, but she pressed on. She swam with all her strength, looking for the prince in the tumultuous water. It was dark, and her vision blurred, but her resolve grew stronger. She was tossed around by the waves, but she never gave up on the prince. Then, she saw the prince struggling in the water. His body floated helplessly, and his face looked pale. The prince was unconscious and slowly sinking. The youngest princess's heart sank at the sight. Her heart was filled with worry and fear, but also a strong determination to save him. Without hesitation, she swam through the water towards the prince. Prince! She quickly reached the prince and held him tightly. Her heart was filled with fear and worry, but her strong resolve to save him spurred her into action. The princess held the prince's limp body firmly, doing everything she could to ensure his safety. She held him close and swam powerfully through the water. Her tail cut through the water strongly, moving forward. Her eyes stayed focused on the prince's condition, constantly watching their surroundings. The waves still crashed violently, but the princess never gave up. Her heart was filled with only the prince's safety, and she did everything she could to save him. Her movements were swift and precise, and her will was unyielding. Her heart had only one goal: to save the prince. The ocean roared, trying to stop her, but the princess's love and courage were stronger than the storm. She feared no obstacle and gave her all to save the prince. The waves continued to crash violently, and the wind whipped around her. But the princess remained undeterred. Her eyes were filled with determination and love, and her heart burned with the desire to save the prince. She swam powerfully, cutting through the waves and creating a spray as she moved forward. She held the prince's limp body firmly, doing everything she could to ensure his safety. She carefully kept his face above water, making sure he could breathe. Her movements were swift and precise, and her will was unyielding. Her love was strong enough to overcome the storm. She fought through the water, struggling to bring the prince to safety. Her heart was filled only with the prince's safety, and she used all her strength to save him. The mermaid princess, holding the prince, struggled towards the shore. Her body was exhausted, but her heart was filled with a strong resolve to save the prince. She held him tightly, keeping his face above water as she swam. The waves, now gentle, seemed to guide her. The sea, as if aiding her efforts, calmed, and the waves softly pushed her towards the beach. The water danced quietly around her, lighting her way. The moonlight illuminated her path softly. It stretched along the beach, wrapping her and the prince in its gentle glow. The prince's face, although pale, still looked beautiful under the moonlight. The light gave her hope, and she followed it step by step. The mermaid princess held the prince gently, doing everything she could to ensure his safety. She held his hand tightly and watched his face closely, hoping he would regain consciousness. Her eyes were filled with worry and love, but she did not give up. When she reached the beach, the mermaid princess carefully laid the prince on the soft sand. She examined his face closely to check if he was safe. Although his face was pale, it still shone like a star. The moonlight on his forehead made his face glow even brighter, as radiant as the sun. Although his breath was still weak, the mermaid princess felt relieved that he was alive. She held his hand tightly, gently caressing his face, hoping he would wake up. Her eyes were filled with concern and love. The princess sat beside the prince, holding his hand tightly and praying fervently. Her heart was full of worry and love. She looked at his face and hoped for his safety. "Prince, please wake up. Please, come back to life," she whispered softly. Her voice was filled with deep affection and earnest desire. Tears welled up in her eyes and fell onto the prince's hand. The sound of the waves continued to gently embrace the beach, and the moonlight softly illuminated the two of them. The wind lightly blew, gently swaying the princess's hair. Her heart was filled with a desperate hope that the prince would open his eyes again. The princess held the prince's hand tightly, praying for him to wake up. Her heart was filled with a strong hope that he would smile and rise again. She did not let go of his hand, praying for his safety. As time passed, the princess stayed by the prince's side. She watched his face, hoping his breath would grow stronger. Her heart was filled with worry and love, but also with hope. "Prince, please wake up," she whispered again. Her voice trembled, but it was filled with deep affection and earnest desire. She held his hand tightly, praying for his safety. Then, the first light of dawn began to gently illuminate the beach. The darkness slowly lifted, and the sky started to brighten. The beach was bathed in a soft light, and that light embraced the two of them. The light of dawn, like a symbol of hope, warmed the princess's heart. Seeing that light, the princess felt hopeful. "Prince, please wake up," she whispered again. Her voice still trembled, but it was filled with deep affection and earnest desire. She held the prince's hand tightly, praying for his safety. The light of dawn grew stronger, filling the beach with warm light. The princess believed the prince would wake up. Her heart was filled with hope and courage. She stayed by his side, hoping he would open his eyes again. Then, a miraculous thing happened. The prince slowly opened his eyes. His eyelids fluttered open, and the mermaid princess watched him intently. Her heart pounded with excitement and joy. The prince blinked and looked around faintly. His vision was still blurry, but he saw the beautiful mermaid princess. She smiled at him, her eyes filled with joy and relief. The prince slowly regained his senses, recognizing the mermaid princess. His eyes were still weak, but he was aware of her presence. His face showed a mixture of confusion and a warm smile. "Where am I?" the prince asked weakly. His voice was faint and trembling, but to the mermaid princess, it sounded like the most beautiful music. She was filled with joy and relief at hearing his voice. "Prince, you're on the beach." "It's a safe place," the mermaid princess answered gently. Her voice was filled with deep affection and warmth. She held his hand tightly and smiled at him, watching his face. The prince slowly turned his head to look around. His vision was still blurry, but the beauty of the beach and the mermaid princess's warm smile reassured him. His eyes were filled with gratitude and curiosity. The mermaid princess looked at the prince with tears of joy. Her heart was filled with happiness and relief that the prince had woken up. She held his hand tightly, watching his face and feeling grateful that he was safe. But soon, she remembered reality. She didn't know what would happen if the prince discovered she was a mermaid. She decided she needed to leave quietly before the prince saw her clearly. The prince was still looking around in confusion. As his vision became clearer, he began to see the mermaid princess's face. She sensed his gaze turning towards her and felt a mix of emotions. She wanted to stay by his side, but she also knew she had to hide her true identity. The mermaid princess held the prince's hand one last time. Her eyes were filled with regret and love. "Prince, stay safe," she whispered softly. Her voice trembled, but it was filled with deep affection and sincerity. Her heart was filled with gratitude and relief that the prince was alive. The mermaid princess returned to the water, thinking about the prince's safe awakening. Tears of joy filled her eyes, and her heart was warm with emotion. The waves gently embraced her, comforting her. The sea, understanding her tiring journey, gently surrounded her. The mermaid princess thought of the prince and smiled happily. knowing he was safe gave her great relief. As dawn broke, the beach was filled with a calm and peaceful atmosphere. The darkness gradually faded, and the sky turned a soft pink and orange. The sea sparkled gently, and the waves softly caressed the shore. The beach was quiet and serene. The first light of dawn gently illuminated everything, making it look calm. The wind blew softly, creating gentle ripples in the sand, and the leaves of the trees swayed, feeling the fresh morning air. The prince still lay on the soft sand, a peaceful smile on his face. His breath became steadier, and his face glowed warmly in the dawn light. His body was now in a safe place, and he quietly began to recover. The youngest mermaid princess watched from her hiding place. Her heart was still filled with worry and love for the prince. The beach remained calm and peaceful. The prince lay on the soft sand, and his breath grew steadier. The first light of dawn gently illuminated his face, wrapping him in warmth. His face wore a peaceful smile. The youngest mermaid princess felt relieved watching the prince. She was reassured seeing him wake up safely. However, she decided not to reveal herself. She was content to just ensure his safety. She watched quietly, holding her breath. Seeing his body move slightly, she hoped he would fully recover soon. Her heart still held a fervent wish for his safety. The youngest mermaid princess prayed for the prince's recovery, waiting for him to wake up completely. She felt great joy just watching him and confirming his safety. Her heart was filled with deep love and concern for the prince. At that moment, the sound of a distant bell rang, and beautiful ladies rushed to the shore where the prince lay. They wore splendid clothes, and their faces were filled with worry and anxiety. The bell rang throughout the beach, and the ladies quickly ran towards the prince. They were startled to see the prince and rushed to his side. Their eyes were filled with deep concern and fear. The youngest mermaid princess sighed with relief as she watched. She felt reassured, knowing the prince would now receive proper care. She stayed in place, still praying for his safety. The mermaid princess hid behind a rock. Her heart raced, but she decided not to leave, wanting to ensure the prince's safety. She peeked cautiously from behind the rock, watching the prince and the beautiful ladies. Her heart was filled with worry and curiosity, but she also felt reassured seeing the prince receive care. The ladies continued to watch over the prince, checking his condition and tending to him. Their faces showed deep concern and affection, and they hoped the prince would wake up soon. Their touches were gentle and kind, and they did everything they could to help him recover quickly. The mermaid princess watched from behind the rock, holding her breath. Her heart was still filled with love and worry for the prince. She decided to stay by his side for his safety. Her heart pounded, but she prayed for his recovery. One of the beautiful ladies approached the prince and gently helped him up. Her touch was kind and careful, and her eyes were filled with deep concern and affection. The prince, with the lady's help, slowly rose. His face still showed fatigue and confusion, but he felt the comfort of her touch and gradually regained his strength. The lady supported him, checking his condition. "Prince, are you all right?" she asked softly. Her voice was warm and gentle, filled with genuine concern. She looked at his face, hoping for his safety. The prince felt dizzy and tired, but nodded as he looked at her. "Yes, I'm all right." "Thank you," he replied weakly. His voice carried gratitude and a bit of confusion. The prince looked at her with a puzzled expression. His eyes showed confusion and a bit of fatigue, but he trusted her and followed her kind smile and warm touch. She held his hand and gently helped him to his feet. "Prince, you need to rest here. I will take you to a safe place," she said softly. Her voice was warm and comforting. Still confused, the prince followed her. His mind was still muddled, but he decided to trust her gentle touch and kind voice. The lady supported the prince and led him to a nearby church. The church, located close to the beach, was quiet and peaceful. It had tall spires and beautiful stained glass windows, with the first light of dawn gently illuminating the interior. The youngest mermaid princess watched from afar, feeling a pang in her heart. She was the one who had saved the prince, but she couldn't reveal that truth. Her heart was filled with deep sadness and regret. The mermaid princess watched quietly from the water as the prince leaned on another's touch and slowly recovered. Her heart felt heavy, and tears welled up in her eyes. She was troubled by the reality that she couldn't reveal her identity. The prince slowly regained his strength, relying on the lady's care. His face began to show relief and peace, and his eyes reflected gratitude. But the mermaid princess felt sad that he couldn't send his grateful gaze towards her. "I saved him, but why can't I be by his side?" she thought, immersed in sorrow. Her heart was filled with deep love for the prince and regret for the reality that she couldn't be with him. With a heavy heart, the princess returned to the sea. She took one last look at the prince, shedding tears of sorrow. Her heart was heavy and aching, but she felt a small comfort knowing he was safe and recovering. From that day, her mind was filled with thoughts of the prince. In the depths of the sea, she constantly recalled his face and warm smile. She cherished the brief moments she had spent with him, praying for his safety and happiness. The youngest mermaid princess couldn't forget the prince's face and voice. She was saddened by the reality that she couldn't be by his side, but she was grateful to know he was safe. Her heart was still filled with deep love and longing for him. In the sea, she often swam near the beach, recalling the prince. She watched the seaweed dance with the waves and the sparkling waves, reminiscing about her moments with the prince. Her heart beat fast, and she prayed for his happiness. What kind of person is the prince? If I were human, could I meet him? She wondered constantly. Her heart was filled with longing and curiosity about the prince. In the depths of the sea, the youngest mermaid princess dreamed of the day she could be with the prince, imagining his world. She wondered what kind of person he was and what his world was like, dreaming of a day she could be with him. The youngest princess thought that if she became human, she could be with the prince. She wanted to experience his world, hear his stories, and see his smile up close. Her heart was filled with a strong desire to be by his side. But she kept all these thoughts to herself. She couldn't share her dreams and desires with her family or friends. Her love and longing were a secret known only to her. In the depths of the sea, she quietly kept her feelings hidden. She concealed her love and longing for the prince deep within her heart and wished for his happiness. She tried to accept the reality that she could not be by his side while imagining his world. The youngest princess spent her days dreaming of the day she could be with the prince, recalling his face and smile. Her heart was filled with love and longing for him, but she kept all these feelings as a secret to herself. She prayed for him and wished for his happiness. She had saved the prince, but she couldn't tell anyone. Her love remained hidden, deep and quiet. Her heart was filled with deep love and longing for the prince. The youngest mermaid princess felt sad that she couldn't reveal she was the true hero who saved the prince. Her sacrifice and courage were known only to her, and she couldn't share it with anyone. Her love bloomed quietly in the depths of the sea. Every day, she thought of the prince's face and smile, praying for his happiness. Knowing he was safe brought her great comfort, but she also felt heartache that she couldn't be by his side. Her love was deep and true, but the fact that she couldn't express it made her even sadder. The youngest mermaid princess went about her daily life in the sea, unable to shake off thoughts of the prince. She tried to accept the reality that she couldn't be by his side, but his face and voice constantly captivated her heart. Her love bloomed quietly in the depths of the sea. She kept the fact that she had saved the prince a secret, praying for his happiness. Her heart was filled with deep love and longing for him, and she did everything she could for his sake. Her love was deep and true, hidden in the deepest part of her heart. The youngest mermaid princess sought out her grandmother, a wise mermaid who had vast knowledge about the sea, the land, and the human world. Her grandmother always greeted her with a warm smile and listened to her worries and questions. The youngest mermaid princess went to her grandmother to seek her wise advice. She wanted to share the love and longing hidden deep in her heart. She believed her grandmother could provide the answers she needed. When the mermaid princess arrived at her grandmother's home, she was welcomed with a warm smile. Her grandmother's home was located deep in the sea, a cozy and peaceful place filled with the treasures of the ocean, with the gentle sound of the waves soothing her heart. "Come in, my dear granddaughter," her grandmother said in a gentle voice. Her face was full of warmth, and her eyes showed deep love for the youngest mermaid princess. "What is it that troubles you, my precious granddaughter?" her grandmother asked in a soft, comforting voice. Her eyes were filled with deep love and understanding. The youngest mermaid princess hesitated at her grandmother's kind question. She thought about how to express the deep worries and questions in her heart. But looking at her grandmother's warm eyes, she gathered the courage to speak. The mermaid princess shared her curiosity without hesitation. Her voice was filled with curiosity and deep concern. "Grandmother, do humans really become stars when they die? What is their life like? Why can't we be like them?" she asked earnestly. Her eyes sparkled as she awaited her grandmother's answer. Her grandmother smiled and explained, "Humans have a short but intense life. They love, dream, and sometimes experience pain. When they die, their souls rise to the sky and become stars." The youngest mermaid princess listened intently, nodding. She was deeply impressed by her grandmother's words about humans living short but intense lives. She wondered how they loved, dreamed, and experienced joy and sorrow. "Grandmother, if their lives are so intense, do they feel emotions differently from us?" the youngest mermaid princess asked cautiously, her voice filled with deep curiosity and a bit of fear. Her grandmother nodded with a gentle smile. "Yes, dear. Humans feel strong emotions. Their love burns brightly, their dreams soar high, and their pain is deep and poignant. They grow and understand each other through these emotions." The mermaid princess's eyes sparkled with curiosity. A strong desire grew in her heart. I want to be human too. I want to feel like them and experience their world, she said earnestly. Her grandmother gently held her hand and said, "But our home is in the sea. Dreaming between the sea and land is a beautiful thing." The mermaid princess thought for a moment about her grandmother's words. She knew the sea was her precious home. Life under the sea had brought her much happiness and safety, and she had grown up with much love. "Grandmother, I love the sea too. But I can't stop wanting to be with the prince," the mermaid princess said quietly. Her voice was filled with deep worry and sadness. "I want to dream between the two worlds and make that dream come true." Her grandmother nodded, her eyes filled with deep understanding and compassion. "My dear, your dream is beautiful and special. Your love and courage will guide you. But always protect your heart and value yourself." A grand ball was held in the underwater kingdom, and all the mermaids were enjoying it. The youngest mermaid princess, however, felt heavy-hearted. While the other mermaids laughed and cheered, and beautiful music played, she felt distant from all the festivities. Her heart was filled with longing for the human world, especially the prince. Even in the midst of the glittering ballroom and dancing mermaids, her mind was focused on the world above the sea. She thought of the prince's face and his warm smile, feeling a strong desire to be by his side. The ball grew more lively, and the mermaids danced and chatted happily. But the youngest mermaid princess felt lonely amid all the joy. Her heart was filled with curiosity about the human world and deep love for the prince. What is the prince doing now? Does he think of me as I do of him? She wondered, dreaming of the day she could be with him. She wanted to experience his world and hear his stories. The splendor of the ball did little to comfort her. Her heart was set on the prince, and the fact that she couldn't be with him made her even sadder. She was ready to do anything to be with him, even though she knew it would be difficult. The mermaid princess could no longer hold back her thoughts of the prince. Her heart was filled with love and longing for him, and her desire to be by his side grew stronger. She could no longer suppress her feelings. She made up her mind. She was ready to do anything to be with the prince. Quietly, she slipped out of the ballroom. The other mermaids continued to dance and celebrate, but her heart was elsewhere. She swam through the dark sea, heading towards the sea witch's home. The sea witch lived in the darkest depths of the sea, surrounded by whirlpools and shadows. The mermaid princess felt fear, but her resolve was firm. The sea witch's home was located near a black whirlpool, in the darkest depths of the sea. It was a place filled with darkness and fear, avoided by other sea creatures. The whirlpool spun endlessly, creating a deep darkness, and no light could penetrate it. The mermaid princess swam through the dark sea. Her heart was filled with both fear and a strong love and determination for the prince. She was ready to face anything. The strong currents of the whirlpool tried to pull her in, but she never stopped. As she got closer to the sea witch's home, it was hidden among massive rocks, surrounded by strange creatures watching her from the shadows. The mermaid princess gathered her courage and approached the home. Finally, she arrived at the sea witch's door, took a deep breath, and knocked. The door creaked open slowly, revealing the sea witch. Her eyes were sharp, and an ominous smile spread across her face. "Grandmother, please help me. I want to become human. I want to meet the prince," the mermaid princess pleaded with deep affection and desperation in her voice. The sea witch chuckled. "You love a human? Such a foolish heart. But if you truly desire it, I can help you. But remember, it comes with a great cost." The mermaid princess's heart pounded at the sea witch's words. Her love was true and strong, but she also felt fear about the price she would have to pay. However, she steadied her resolve and looked directly into the sea witch's eyes. The mermaid princess answered without hesitation, "I'll do anything. Please, make me human." Her voice was filled with urgency. The sea witch smiled wickedly. "All right, if that's what you want, I'll help you," the sea witch said with a rough voice. Her eyes gleamed as if testing the mermaid princess's determination. The sea witch, with an evil smile, explained the conditions. "You will lose your tail and gain 2 legs. But you will no longer be able to use your beautiful voice, and every step you take will feel like walking on sharp knives." The mermaid princess felt a moment of fear at the sea witch's words, but her love overcame her fear. "I'm ready to pay that price," she replied resolutely. Her eyes were filled with sincerity and determination. The sea witch, satisfied with the mermaid princess's resolve, nodded. "All right, your courage is commendable," she said with a wicked smile. "But remember, this path is irreversible. And if you do not win the prince's true love, you will return to the sea and become foam on the waves at the first dawn after his wedding," the sea witch warned in a cold and merciless voice. The mermaid princess trembled with fear at the sea witch's words, but her love was strong enough to overcome any fear. "I'm ready to pay that price," she answered with a determined voice. Her eyes were filled with sincerity and resolve. The mermaid princess's heart trembled with fear, but the power of love and longing overcame it. She recalled her deep love for the prince and her desire to be by his side, calming herself. "I am ready. Please, grandmother, help me," she said, her eyes filled with sincerity and determination. She was prepared to make any sacrifice. The sea witch, seeing the mermaid princess's determination, quietly began to prepare the magic potion. Her hands moved skillfully and quickly, and a mysterious light flickered in the darkness. The ingredients for the potion came from the deepest parts of the sea, and they combined in the sea witch's hands. The mermaid princess watched the sea witch's movements, holding her breath. Her heart was a mix of fear and excitement. She was ready to make any sacrifice to meet the prince and be by his side. The potion glowed with a mysterious color, emitting strange smoke. The smoke spread slowly in the water, creating an eerie atmosphere. The mermaid princess, captivated by the light and smoke, reaffirmed her resolve. She took a deep breath and handed the small orb containing her voice to the sea witch. The orb was filled with her beautiful voice, and as she gave it to the sea witch, the mermaid princess felt her voice disappear. In that moment, her voice was lost forever. The mermaid princess felt a deep sadness as she lost her voice. She could no longer speak a single word. Her voice was now forever bound to the sea witch. The mermaid princess reflected on her decision once more, deeply understanding the meaning of love and sacrifice. She was prepared to endure any hardship for the prince, firmly holding on to her resolve. The mermaid princess held the cup with the magical potion tightly. The potion glowed with a mysterious blue light, with tiny particles of light dancing within. She took a deep breath, solidified her resolve, and drank the potion in one gulp. As soon as she drank the potion, the mermaid princess felt her body heat up. Her tail began to transform, and the burning pain spread through her entire body. Her beautiful tail slowly disappeared, replaced by human legs. The transformation felt like thousands of needles piercing her body. The mermaid princess gritted her teeth to endure the pain, but it grew increasingly intense. Tears flowed from her eyes, and her body trembled violently. On the soft sands of a sunlit beach, the mermaid princess awoke from a deep sleep after drinking the potion. She realized she was in an entirely different world. The soft sand beneath her feet, the fresh sea breeze on her face, and the clear sky and blue sea welcomed her. She now stood on two legs. Trying to balance and adjust to the new sensation, she cautiously took one step at a time. Each step was a small adventure, and leaving footprints on the sand was a novel and wondrous experience. The gentle morning sunlight illuminated the beach, creating a peaceful and serene atmosphere. The prince, riding his horse along the beach, stopped abruptly at the sight of the mysterious woman and asked with curious eyes, "Who are you, and where did you come from?" The mermaid princess heard the prince's question, but she could not answer as she had lost her voice. She simply gazed at him with her beautiful eyes, filled with countless stories and emotions. Noticing her silence, the prince sensed she had lost her voice and tried to understand her silent expression. Drawn by her beauty and mystery, he dismounted his horse and approached her. Gently taking her hand, he asked again in a warm voice, "Can you tell me how you came here?" The prince asked. The mermaid princess shook her head lightly, looking into his eyes. Her eyes conveyed both apology and gratitude. The prince held her hand tighter, deciding to take her to his palace. The prince and the mermaid princess rode together to the palace. Along the way, the prince felt something special in her gestures and expressions, even though she couldn't speak. Upon arriving at the palace, the prince placed her under his personal care. He instructed his best attendants and doctors to look after her well-being. She was given the most beautiful room in the palace, and everything necessary for her comfort was provided. The mermaid princess's new life was filled with surprises every day. The prince gifted her with elegant dresses, and the palace chefs prepared delicious and elaborate meals for her. These gestures helped her embrace her new life in the human world joyfully. The prince often took her for walks in the palace's beautiful garden. The garden, with its seasonal blooms, fountains, and small lakes, provided a peaceful and beautiful setting. As they walked, the mermaid princess experienced nature's beauty in a new way, and their conversations were through gestures and glances. The prince showed special affection for the mermaid princess. He cherished her like a beloved sister, treating her with kindness and protection. The prince wanted her to experience all the beauty the palace and its surroundings had to offer, sharing all the joy she could feel. The prince's constant support and affection helped the princess adapt to her new world. He invited her to various events and gatherings, always keeping her by his side in official settings. Together, they visited the palace library, exploring countless books. The prince explained human history and culture to her, broadening her knowledge. They often strolled through the vast palace garden, sharing their thoughts. The prince also encouraged her to participate in various cultural activities. She met new friends and experienced different aspects of the human world through plays, concerts, and festivals. These experiences brought her great joy, and she became more enchanted by the world she now belonged to. As the mermaid princess adapted to her human form, her legs always accompanied by a subtle pain. As the sea witch had warned, walking on human legs felt like stepping on sharp knives. This pain was with her from the moment she set foot in the human world, testing her with each step. But the mermaid princess bravely endured this pain. Being with the prince gave her great strength. The prince's constant support and affection provided her with great comfort and strength, allowing her to positively accept her hardship. The time spent with the prince was immensely joyful, making all the pain worthwhile. The youngest mermaid princess cherished every moment spent with the prince. In her new life, the prince was her center, and the time spent with him brought her immense joy and comfort. The prince was a figure who understood and cared for her, and she felt a deep affection for him. However, because she had lost her voice, the mermaid princess couldn't directly convey her feelings to the prince. This often troubled her. She focused on expressing her emotions through her eyes, expressions, and gestures. Whenever she was with the prince, she tried to convey her feelings with warm smiles and loving glances. One sunny afternoon, the mermaid princess was walking down the palace corridors when she overheard a conversation. The prince was speaking with his trusted friends. He spoke of how his heart had been captured by a maiden who had saved him in a perilous situation, a maiden he met at the church. In a voice filled with gratitude and affection, the prince said, "That maiden saved my life. I want to spend the rest of my life with her." These words froze the mermaid princess's heart. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. The prince's heart was given to another woman he mistakenly believed to be his savior. The mermaid princess was deeply saddened by the prince's conversation. Although she had risked her life to save him, the prince had mistaken another woman for his savior. This gap left the princess in deep sorrow. Her heart was filled with love, betrayal, sorrow, and confusion, leaving a deep wound. She recalled her memories with the prince, dancing together, climbing hills, and walking through the palace gardens. Despite all the times she had expressed her feelings to him with all her heart, her love, unspoken due to her lost voice, was overshadowed by misunderstanding. Noticing the mermaid princess's sad eyes and trembling body, the prince approached her carefully and spoke with genuine concern in his voice. "Do you know that maiden? "You look so much like her," he said, curious about any connection she might have with the woman he believed had saved him. These words brought unexpected pain to the mermaid princess. The prince thought she resembled the woman who had saved him, unaware that it was actually she who had been his true savior. This misunderstanding deepened her sorrow, and tears once again flowed from her eyes. Noticing the mermaid princess's sad eyes and trembling body, the prince approached her carefully and spoke with genuine concern in his voice. "Do you know that maiden? You look so much like her," he said, curious about any connection she might have with the woman he believed had saved him. These words brought unexpected pain to the mermaid princess. The prince thought she resembled the woman who had saved him, unaware that it was actually she who had been his true savior. This misunderstanding deepened her sorrow, and tears once again flowed from her. The mermaid princess had a desperate desire to express her love to the prince. However, her love was a silent emotion, merely shadowing the prince. Her heart was intense, but it failed to reach the prince, and the one-sided weight of her love gradually wore her down. The prince's heart had already leaned towards the other woman known as his savior. Knowing this caused the mermaid princess deep pain, and despite her affection and loyalty to the prince, she was tormented by the fear and disappointment that she might not be accepted. Eyes. In the palace garden, the youngest mermaid princess was deeply saddened upon hearing the news of the prince's impending marriage to another princess. The palace was filled with a lively and joyful atmosphere, but the mermaid princess's heart was heavy with sorrow. She walked alone through the quiet paths of the garden, trying to sort out her emotions. Among the beautiful flowers and gracefully swaying branches, the princess walked slowly. Her steps were heavy, and with each step, the weight of her heart grew. While the rest of the palace was busy with preparations and joyful voices, she quietly endured her pain and loneliness. The mermaid princess walked alone in the quiet garden of the palace. The prince's decisive words echoed in her heart, "I will marry the maiden who saved me." These words came to her as a painful echo. The realization that the prince, unaware of her true identity as his savior, was determined to marry someone else, pierced her heart deeply. The prince's decision brought her even greater loss, pulling her into her own turmoil and sorrow. In stark contrast to the beauty and serenity of the palace garden, her inner self was a raging storm. She hoped her sacrifices and love for the prince had not been in vain, but reality was far from her wishes. The prince's parents wanted to strengthen relations with a neighboring kingdom for political stability and prosperity. As part of this effort, the prince was to travel to meet the princess of the neighboring kingdom. This decision was made in favor of the royal family's greater good, setting aside the prince's personal feelings. When the news reached the palace, the mermaid princess felt her heart grow heavier. The thought of the prince meeting another princess brought her new sorrow. On the day the prince left to meet the neighboring princess, the mermaid princess secretly watched him, reminiscing about their memories together. Her heart was filled with longing and loss. Before the prince left, he met the mermaid princess in the palace garden. He explained the reasons for his departure and his obligation to follow his parents' orders. The prince asked her to take care of the palace in his absence and reassured her with a comforting smile. However, deep inside, the mermaid princess's heart was heavy with sadness over his departure. After the prince left, the mermaid princess felt his absence deeply as she walked alone through the palace and garden. She recalled their memories together, hoping the prince would return and find her. She prayed for his safe return and wondered what decision he would make after meeting the neighboring princess. She hoped that memories of her still lingered in his heart and looked forward to reuniting with him. When the prince visited the neighboring kingdom, an unexpected event occurred. The princess he met turned out to be the very maiden he mistakenly believed had saved him. It was actually the youngest mermaid princess, but the prince believed the situation to be otherwise. Upon meeting the neighboring princess, the prince was deeply moved by her noble actions and bravery, thinking she had saved him. He was greatly grateful for her beauty and her supposed act of saving his life. Overcome with emotion, he immediately knelt and proposed to her. His proposal was sincere, and the neighboring princess gladly accepted it. Upon hearing the news, the youngest mermaid princess's heart was filled with unbearable pain. She faced sorrow she found difficult to bear. The news of the prince's marriage and the fact that it was with someone else shattered her heart into 1,000 pieces. The princess walked to the most peaceful garden in the palace. There, she tried to confront her emotions alone. Sitting on a bench in the garden, she wept and felt the pain welling up from deep within her heart. This pain was unlike anything she had experienced before, and the sense of loss from the prince's marriage overwhelmed her completely. Despite having saved the prince, the mermaid princess could not convey this truth to him. Her heart was filled with sorrow, and tears streamed down her cheeks. The image of the prince lingered in her mind, and she longed to tell him she had saved him, but the fact that she couldn't speak made her suffering even worse. Sitting on the soft sand of the beach, she looked at the distant castle, where the festivities were in full swing. Bright lights and laughter emanated from the castle. The realization that the prince didn't recognize her as his savior broke her heart. The great church bells rang out across the kingdom, announcing the marriage of the prince and the neighboring princess. The bells rang clear and strong, echoing far across the sea. The chimes from the tall towers of the castle sounded like a blessing sent to the sky. Throughout the kingdom, there was a festive atmosphere. People cheered and filled the streets to share the joyous news. The streets, decorated with flowers, glowed brightly, and colorful flags fluttered along the pathways. People walking along the castle walls congratulated each other, their faces filled with happiness. On that day, the sea was calm, and the sky was clear. Everything seemed to be celebrating the union of the two. The gentle waves softly caressed the shore, as if singing a song of blessing. The sky was cloudless, and the warm sunlight shimmered on the water. A gentle breeze blew, softly rustling the trees along the shore. Birds sang sweetly as they flew in the sky, and flowers bloomed fully, spreading their fragrance. Nature seemed to bless the marriage, making everything look peaceful and beautiful. On the ship, a grand and magnificent wedding took place. Decorated with glittering ornaments and fragrant flowers, the ship seemed like a world from a fairy tale. The deck was adorned with white cloth and shining gold decorations, and beautiful bouquets were placed everywhere. The fragrant flowers' scent filled the air, making everyone's hearts flutter. The ship sailed slowly on the sea, swaying gently with the calm waves. Sunlight reflected off the water, casting shimmering light that combined with the decorations to create a magical scene. It was as if everything was perfect and beautiful, like a scene from a fairy tale. The bride and groom stood hand in hand, smiling brightly. The bride, in a pure white dress, wore a crown of small flowers on her head, looking like an angel. The groom, in elegant formal wear, had a dazzling smile. They gazed at each other lovingly, pledging their eternal love. The wedding music was soft and sweet. The melody of string instruments filled the air, wrapping everyone's hearts in warmth. Guests exchanged congratulations, sincerely wishing the couple happiness. Words of blessing were heard everywhere, and laughter and cheers filled the ship. Clowns danced humorously, and musicians played delightful music. The clowns, dressed in colorful clothes, made people laugh with their funny movements and expressions. Their witty dances and playful antics drew laughter and cheers from everyone. The musicians played sweet melodies, enhancing the magical atmosphere of the wedding. The gentle sounds of string instruments and the cheerful notes of wind instruments blended together, creating a dreamy experience. But amidst all the festivities, the youngest mermaid princess quietly shed tears in a hidden corner. Hiding behind the lavish decorations, she concealed her sorrow while watching the prince's happiness. Seeing the prince and the princess dance together lovingly, her heart ached. She couldn't cry out loud, not wanting to disrupt everyone's happiness. Instead, her tears silently fell to the ground, turning into shimmering droplets. Her heart was torn between her deep love for the prince and the sorrow of unfulfilled love. She knew that her love had to be sacrificed for someone else's happiness. The mermaid princess realized that her sacrifice was necessary for the prince's happiness. She tried to find solace in the prince's joy, but the thought of becoming sea foam made her afraid. "Am I really going to turn into sea foam?" she whispered, looking at the sea that embraced her. The sea remained calm, but her heart was more turbulent than ever. She had given up her voice and tail to save the prince, and now she faced the fate of disappearing. The mermaid princess lamented her fate, muttering to herself. Her heart was filled with love and sorrow, and her memories of the prince would forever remain in her heart. She sat in a quiet spot by the shore, recalling the moments she had shared with the prince. The day they first met on the beach, the moment she risked her life to save him, and the short time they spent together flashed through her mind like a dream. "Prince, I have always loved you. I would do anything for you," she whispered, tears streaming down her face. Her voice was gone, but deep within her heart, her love for the prince burned brightly. The sea seemed to understand her sorrow, its gentle waves softly comforting her. On the night of the wedding, the mermaid princess stood by the calm sea, silently weeping. Her heart was filled with sorrow. The night sky was full of stars, and the moon shone brightly over the sea. The waves gently touched the shore, as if trying to console her sadness. The mermaid princess sat alone on the beach, listening to the distant sounds of the wedding celebration. The faint laughter and music from the ship floated over the water. Those sounds only deepened her loneliness and sorrow. Watching the prince marry another, she realized her love would never be fulfilled. At that moment, her sisters emerged from the raging waves. The water swirled, bringing her sisters closer. "Little sister, take this," they said, handing her a gleaming knife. The knife sparkled in the moonlight, looking almost magical. Her sisters' faces were filled with sorrow and concern. They understood the pain and sadness their youngest sister was going through and wanted to help her as best they could. "This knife can turn you back into a mermaid. Use it to kill the prince," they explained carefully. The mermaid princess took the knife from her sisters and fell into deep contemplation. Her hand trembled as she held it, and countless thoughts swirled in her mind. She loved the prince and didn't want to harm him. However, using the knife was the only way to escape her fate. This knife can turn you back into a mermaid. Use it to kill the prince. Her sisters' voices were cautious and tender. The mermaid princess looked at the shining knife, deep in thought. Her hand trembled as she held the knife, her mind filled with countless emotions. She loved the prince and didn't want to hurt him. But she knew using the knife was the only way to avoid her fate. Her sisters watched her anxiously, waiting for her decision. "We want you to be happy, little sister," their eyes reflected their sincere wishes. They truly wanted their sister to escape her pain. The mermaid princess looked at the knife with trembling hands. Her hands shook slightly, and her heart was torn with emotions. The knife gleamed in the moonlight, testing her resolve. In deep anguish, she headed to the prince's room. The night was quiet, and the entire castle was silent with everyone asleep. The mermaid princess walked carefully, continuously pondering what she had to do. Her heart was filled with love, sorrow, and fear. Inside, the prince slept peacefully, his face adorned with a happy smile. His face was serene and filled with a sense of security, causing the mermaid princess's heart to ache even more. She saw his smile, feeling a small comfort in his happiness, but also realizing how dreadful her task was. The mermaid princess quietly approached the prince. In her hand was the shining knife given by her sisters. The knife still gleamed in the moonlight, but her heart was heavy. She gazed at the prince's face, feeling deep love for him. Standing beside the prince, the mermaid princess raised the knife. Her hand still trembled, and the knife shone brightly in the moonlight. Her heart twisted with love and pain. The thought of hurting the prince to save herself tormented her. The prince continued to sleep peacefully, his face displaying a happy smile. The mermaid princess's heart ached more as she looked at him. She loved the prince deeply and cherished his happiness. But she had to make a choice, even though her fate seemed sealed. However, driven by her deep love, she couldn't harm the prince. The mermaid princess looked at the knife in her hand while gazing at the prince's peaceful face. His serene and happy smile made her heart ache even more. She loved him deeply and couldn't bring herself to harm him. The thought of hurting him weighed heavily on her. She looked down at the knife, realizing the depth of her love once more. She accepted that she couldn't harm him. Her love for him was more precious than her own life. As the knife in her hand grew heavier, she finally put it down. Tears streamed down her face, reflecting her sorrow and love. The mermaid princess kissed the prince's face one last time and whispered, "Prince, I love you. I can't hurt you." "No, I can't hurt my beloved prince," she whispered, throwing the knife into the sea. The knife sparkled as it fell into the water, disappearing into the waves. The mermaid princess realized how deep her love was once more. As the knife disappeared into the sea, she sighed in relief, feeling a weight lift from her heart. She was proud of her decision not to harm the prince, but the reality of her fate made her even sadder. Looking at the sea, she accepted her destiny. The mermaid princess sincerely wished for the prince's happiness, hoping her sacrifice wasn't in vain. Her heart was filled with love and sorrow, but she was ready to sacrifice everything for the prince's happiness. With a heart full of sorrow and love, she threw the knife into the sea and then threw herself into the clear water. The sea gently embraced her, and her tears mixed with the seawater. Her heart was still filled with love, but it was time to let go of that love. The mermaid princess knew she would turn into sea foam. But she didn't regret her decision not to harm the prince. She had sacrificed everything for his happiness and was ready to pay the price. As she plunged into the sea, she thought of the prince's face one last time. His happy smile and warm eyes would remain in her heart forever. She had given up everything for him, but she hoped her love wasn't in vain, returning to the sea's embrace. As soon as her body touched the cold sea, it began to turn into sea foam. Her skin slowly became transparent, and gentle waves wrapped around her, dissolving her existence into the sea. The sea foam sparkled in the moonlight, like tiny stars dancing on the water. The mermaid princess looked at the sky one last time. The starry night sky softly bid her farewell. Her heart filled with memories of the prince, and their moments together passed through her mind like a dream. She finally became sea foam, carried by the wind into the sky. The foam floated gently in the wind, shimmering like tiny stars in the moonlight. The mermaid princess's sacrifice and love would now be remembered forever between the sea and the sky. The wind softly embraced her, and her deep love spread into the sky. She had sacrificed everything for the prince's happiness, and her love would never be in vain. Her love became a legend of the sea, living in people's hearts forever. The mermaid princess's sea foam floated high into the sky, growing smaller and smaller. Her sacrifice had ended, but her love would last forever. As she rose into the wind, she sincerely wished for the prince's happiness. The sea became calm again, and the sky was still full of stars. The mermaid princess's story was whispered between the sea and the sky, touching everyone deeply. Her love and sacrifice would always be remembered, and her legend would quietly echo through the waves. From then on, the sad and beautiful love story of the mermaid princess and the prince was passed down for generations. Their story, now a legend of the sea, deeply touched many hearts through the ages. The courage and sacrifice of the mermaid princess, who came to the surface to find love, and her deep love for the prince were remembered by everyone. People would sit by the sea, listening to the story of the mermaid princess, reflecting on her love and sacrifice. Their sad but beautiful story taught many the true meaning of love and reminded them that love sometimes requires sacrifice and courage. The waves of the sea still gently rolled, and the night sky stars shone, conveying the mermaid princess's love. Her story lived in the hearts of people everywhere, in the depths of the sea and on the windy shores. The legend of the mermaid princess was told to the children of the kingdom, who dreamed while listening to her story. They learned how powerful love could be and how beautiful it was from her story. Dreaming of being brave like the mermaid princess, the children grew up. The love of the mermaid princess shone forever, and their story remained in the hearts of people. Her sacrifice and love softly echoed like the waves of the sea, deeply touching everyone. And the story of their love continued forever. Hello friends! We are now approaching Beauty and the Beast. Those disembarking, please don't forget to subscribe and like. Thank you for traveling with us. Once upon a time, there lived a wealthy merchant. This merchant was the father of 6 children. He had 3 sons and 3 daughters. The merchant was a very wise man. He spared no expense in educating his children. To provide them with the best education, he invited teachers from various fields to their home. The merchant's house was always lively and bustling. Every morning, several teachers would arrive at the house to teach the children various subjects. Throughout the house, you could hear the sounds of children studying hard and teachers kindly explaining things. In one room, the math teacher could be heard solving complex problems with the children, while in another room, the music teacher played beautiful melodies and introduced the children to the joy of music. The merchant watched these scenes with satisfaction and contentment. He wanted his children to grow up to be wonderful people, and most importantly, he wanted them to be warm-hearted and considerate. Therefore, he taught them that not only studying, but also having a good character and morals were important. The merchant's house was truly a place filled with knowledge and love. The children worked hard to meet their father's expectations. They helped each other with their studies, played together, and shared laughter. The merchant felt immense happiness watching his children. His heart was always full of deep love and pride for them. The daughters were very beautiful. Among them, the youngest daughter was extraordinarily beautiful. People called her Beauty. But Beauty was not only beautiful on the outside. She had a kind heart and was always friendly and considerate to everyone. The youngest Beauty had long golden hair and sparkling blue eyes. Her laughter was clear and bright, making those around her feel happy. When Beauty smiled, it was like the sun rising, brightening everything around her. Her beauty and warm heart were evident to everyone. However, Beauty's older sisters were jealous of her. They envied Beauty for being prettier and kinder than themselves. They felt increasingly jealous of the love and praise that Beauty naturally received, which they couldn't attain despite their efforts. The sisters envied Beauty's goodness and beauty, but instead of expressing their feelings honestly, they ended up hating her. Beauty knew that her sisters were jealous of her, but she did not resent them. Instead, she treated them even more kindly and tried to alleviate their jealousy and insecurity. Beauty wished for her sisters to be happy and hoped they would understand her genuine intentions. Her warm heart moved many people deeply. The sisters, being wealthy, were very arrogant. They always behaved like noble ladies and refused to associate with the daughters of other merchants. They believed they always had to be in the highest position. To be their friend, one had to be exceptional in some way. The sisters spent their days at balls and theaters. Wearing splendid dresses and adorned with expensive jewelry, they were always the center of attention. They enjoyed being envied by others. However, the youngest sister, Beauty, was different. She preferred spending her time reading good books rather than attending balls or theaters. She loved losing herself in beautiful stories while sitting in a quiet room. Her eyes sparkled whenever she read a book, and her heart was filled with warm emotions. But her sisters couldn't understand her and always teased her. "Why are you reading those boring books? There are so many fun things in the world," they would say, laughing at Beauty. But Beauty remained undeterred by their mockery and continued on her path. Several wealthy men proposed to the sisters because of their riches. However, these sisters would not marry anyone who was not a duke or at least a viscount. They always sought higher status and more wealth. In contrast, Beauty politely thanked those who proposed to her but declined, saying she was too young and needed to stay by her father's side for a few more years. One day, the merchant suddenly lost a lot of money. All he had left was a small house in the countryside, far from the city. The merchant tearfully told his children, "My dears, we must now stay at the country house. If you work like farmers, you will be able to live well there too." The children were shocked, but the merchant explained their new life to them. The country house was a small cottage, far from the comforts they enjoyed in the city. The merchant told his children that he would work hard too, and that if they all worked together, they could live happily. The merchant hugged his children tightly and comforted them. He hoped they would adapt well to their new environment. Once you get used to country life, you will discover the beauty of nature and the joys of a simple life, he said, encouraging them. However, the two older sisters answered that they didn't want to leave the city. "We are still beautiful and charming. Someone will want to marry us," they said confidently. They still considered themselves special and couldn't give up the glamorous city life. But they were mistaken. Since they had become poor, their suitors no longer paid attention to them. The men who once pursued them for their money and status now only saw their arrogance and vanity. People said, "They are worthless now. At best, they might get some sympathy. Finally, their arrogance will be humbled. Are they going to act like noble ladies while tending sheep?" The sisters found it hard to accept this reality. They still thought of themselves as special and superior to others. But people's views were harsh, and the sisters became increasingly isolated. They had to accept the consequences of their arrogance. The sisters couldn't believe they had to leave the city. They could no longer imagine life without the attention and admiration they once received. However, reality approached them coldly. There were no more glamorous balls and theaters. Instead, a new life of farming awaited them. But at the same time, people said, "It's so unfortunate for Beauty. She is such a good child, always kind to the poor. She is truly gentle and honest. Beauty always considered others and treated them kindly. Her warm heart left a deep impression on people. Whether rich or poor, she always acted kindly and honestly. Therefore, people respected and loved her. Despite having nothing, many gentlemen proposed to Beauty. They were captivated not only by her beauty but also by her kind heart. Many wanted to hold Beauty's hand and spend their lives with her. But Beauty always responded politely, "I cannot leave my poor father in misfortune. I must go to the countryside and help him with many things." Beauty valued her family's happiness more than her own. She decided to dedicate herself to her father and family. So, she chose the path to the countryside and planned to start a new life with her family there. In truth, poor Beauty was deeply distressed at first by the loss of their money. She felt very sad about losing the comfortable city life, the beautiful house, and the splendid clothes. At night, she cried quietly in her room, longing for the abundance of the past. But each time, she reminded herself, "Crying won't bring back our wealth. I must learn to be happy without money." Beauty braced herself and prepared for a new beginning. She resolved that she could overcome any hardship for her family. Beauty kept her positive attitude and accepted her new life. The merchant's family moved to the country house. The merchant and his 3 sons started farming. They tilled the land, sowed seeds, and worked hard. Country life was very different from their glamorous city life, but they adapted by helping each other. Beauty woke up at 4 in the morning and spent the whole day cleaning the house and preparing meals for the family. She was not used to working like a servant, so it was very hard at first. She swept and cleaned every corner of the house, cooked meals, did the dishes, and hung out the laundry all day long. But after about 2 months, Beauty grew stronger and could handle the hard work. She could now wake up early without feeling tired and skillfully managed all the household chores. After finishing her work, Beauty would read books, play the harpsichord, sing, or spin thread. She still loved the world of books and found peace in playing beautiful melodies. Beauty did not lose her hobbies and joys, even in difficult circumstances. On the contrary, the 2 older sisters felt like they were going to die of boredom. They would wake up at 10 in the morning and spend the whole day walking outside. They talked about fine clothes and men, lamenting their loss. They sighed, comparing their current life to the glamorous life they once enjoyed in the city. They avoided work and couldn't adapt to country life. They spent the whole day idly, longing for the wealth and honor they had lost. The sisters looked at Beauty and said, "Look at our youngest. She has a lowly soul. Only a fool would be content in this miserable situation." The sisters couldn't understand why Beauty accepted country life positively and without complaint. They thought she was out of touch with reality. But the kind merchant did not think like his 2 daughters. He knew that Beauty was humble and stood out among others. She never lost her smile while doing housework and diligently carried out all tasks. The sisters constantly complained and cursed while doing housework. They grumbled incessantly and went outside as soon as their chores were done, spending the rest of the day idly. On the other hand, Beauty quietly completed her tasks and maintained a positive attitude despite the difficult situation. The merchant admired Beauty's kind heart and perseverance. A year had passed since the family began living a quiet life in the countryside. One day, the merchant received a letter. To his delight, the letter said that the ship carrying his cargo had finally arrived. The merchant hurried to share the hopeful news with his children. The 2 older sisters were overjoyed, dreaming that they would soon leave this tedious countryside. "Father will become rich again. We can return to the city," they exclaimed, unable to hide their excitement. Their eyes were filled with anticipation for the return of their glamorous city life. When their father was ready to leave, the sisters begged him to buy them skirts, scarves, hats, and all sorts of trinkets. "Father, please buy me a new skirt. I need a fancy hat," they constantly demanded. They wanted to have everything they needed to return to the glamorous city life. Beauty did not ask for anything. She thought that even selling all the cargo from the ship would not be enough to buy what her sisters wanted. Concerned about her family's financial situation, she refrained from making any wishes. Beauty always had a considerate heart for others, so she was reluctant to ask for anything for herself. Then her father said to her, "You are not asking for anything." After thinking for a moment, Beauty gently replied, "Father, if you would think of me, please bring me a single rose. There are none to be found here." In fact, Beauty did not really desire a rose. But she said this because she knew her sisters would surely criticize her if she asked for nothing. Beauty mentioned a small wish to avoid being blamed or making her sisters uncomfortable. She always had a warm heart, putting others' needs before her own desires. Her father was moved by Beauty's humble wish and hugged her tightly. "I will surely bring you the rose you desire," he promised, unable to hide his desire to do anything for his daughter. Beauty's modesty and thoughtfulness deeply touched her father. The merchant soon set off on his journey. He intended to fulfill the wishes of his two older daughters and Beauty. However, when he arrived, he found many people fighting over his cargo, each claiming it as their own. The merchant endured much suffering there, and in the end, his situation did not improve. Having lost a great deal of his wealth, the merchant was filled with disappointment and sorrow. Still, home was only about 50 kilometers away, and he found joy in the thought of seeing his children. The merchant, despite the long journey, found some comfort in the hope of reuniting with his children. But on his way home, he lost his way in a large forest. A severe snowstorm hit. Snow swirled around him from all directions, blinding his view. A tremendous wind blew. The merchant struggled even to stay upright. Twice, he was blown off his horse by the wind. He remounted his horse, but the snow and wind continued to torment him. Night was approaching, and he was starving. Eerie sounds echoed around him, whether it was the wind or wolves howling, he couldn't tell. Trembling with fear, the merchant held onto his horse's reins and pressed on with difficulty. Then, he saw a faint light shining through the trees at the end of a small path. The dim light gave him hope, but it was quite far away, and he had to walk a long time to reach it. After a long walk, a large, brightly lit castle came into view. The merchant thanked the gods for guiding him to the castle and hurried inside. But he was greatly surprised to find no one there. The castle was silent and empty. His starving horse, following him, dashed into an open barn filled with hay and oats. The merchant tied his horse in the barn and walked into the castle. There was no one inside. The merchant looked around for someone, but there was no one to be found. However, when he entered a large room, he found a pleasantly burning fireplace. On the table was a large roasted meat and a single setting. The merchant cautiously approached the fireplace, astonished by this warm hospitality. Soaked to the bone by the rain and snow, the merchant approached the fireplace to warm himself. The warm flames embraced him, driving away the cold. He muttered to himself, "Surely the owner or family of this castle will forgive my freedom here. They will surely arrive soon." Feeling a bit more at ease, the merchant carefully looked around. Still, no one appeared. He sat by the fireplace, warming himself, and looked at the food on the table. Exhausted and starving, he fought the urge to eat, waiting patiently. He waited a long time. As time passed, the castle grew even quieter, and the merchant became more anxious. When the clock struck 11, no one had appeared. Unable to withstand his hunger any longer, he finally picked up the chicken on the table and took a few bites. The warm meat alleviated his hunger. After a few sips of wine, he felt bold enough to leave the room and slowly explore the grand rooms and magnificent furniture. The castle was quiet and splendid. Large chandeliers, beautiful paintings on the walls, and exquisite furniture caught his eye. The merchant admired everything as he looked around. Eventually, he found a room with a bed. It was past midnight, and he was very tired, so he locked the door and fell asleep as soon as he lay down. When he woke up the next morning, it was 10 o'clock. To his surprise, he was wearing clean clothes, and the bed, which had been old the night before, was now in good condition. The soft, clean sheets enveloped him comfortably. The merchant muttered in amazement, "Surely this castle belongs to a kind fairy who took pity on me." Looking out the window, he saw that the snowstorm had ceased. Instead, a beautiful garden filled with flowers greeted his eyes. The merchant entered the large room where he had eaten the night before. Seeing a few pieces of chocolate on a small table, he raised his voice and said, "Thank you, fairy, for thinking of my breakfast." The merchant gratefully picked up the chocolate and began to eat. The sweet chocolate melted in his mouth, satisfying his hunger. He felt relieved, thinking that someone in the castle was looking after him. After eating the chocolate, the merchant went out to find his horse. On his way to the barn, he passed through the garden. Then, seeing the arbor covered in roses, he remembered Beauty's request. Delighted at the sight of the beautiful roses in full bloom, the merchant thought of the rose Beauty had wished for. He broke off a single rose from the many that were there. At that moment, a loud roar was heard, and a terrifying beast suddenly appeared. The merchant was nearly fainting from shock. The beast growled and spoke in a menacing voice. "You ungrateful man! I saved your life by allowing you into my castle, and in return, you steal my roses? The roses I love most in the world. You have committed a crime and must die. I will give you 15 minutes to pray to your God." The merchant fell to his knees at the beast's feet, clasping his hands together in supplication. "My Lord, please forgive me. I never dreamed that picking this rose for one of my daughters would anger you so." The beast responded, "Do not call me your majesty. Just call me the beast. I do not like flattery. Speak as you think. Do not try to butter me up. You said you have a daughter? Then bring one of your daughters here instead of you, and I will forgive you. Swear that if your daughters refuse to die in your place, you will return here within 3 months without any excuses." The beast's voice was stern and resolute. The merchant was devastated by the reality that he would lose his life if he didn't bring one of his daughters. But he knew he had no choice but to comply with the beast's demand. He wept as he thought of his daughters and made a heavy-hearted decision. The merchant had no intention of offering his daughter to this cruel monster. But he thought he should at least enjoy the joy of returning home and hugging his daughters once more. He swore to return. The beast said, "Leave whenever you wish. But do not go empty-handed. Return to the room where you slept last night. There you will find an empty chest. Fill it with whatever you like and take it with you." Then the beast vanished. The merchant thought to himself, "If I must die, at least I should bring back a piece of bread for my poor children." He returned to the room where he had slept the previous night. There, among large gold ingots, was the large chest the beast had mentioned. He filled the chest with gold ingots. Then he went to the barn, mounted his horse, and hurriedly left the castle. The joy he felt when he first entered the castle was now replaced with deep sorrow. His horse circled through the forest and soon arrived at the small house. His children, seeing him, rejoiced and gathered around him. "Father, you've returned," they exclaimed, shedding tears of joy. But the merchant, unable to embrace them, began to cry as he looked at them. He handed Beauty a single rose and said, "Beauty, take this rose. It is a flower far more precious than your poor father." He soon recounted the tragic events that had befallen him to his family. The family was shocked and plunged into sorrow. The two older sisters screamed and berated Beauty, who did not shed a single tear. "Look at this arrogant girl. Why didn't she ask for clothes or jewelry like we did? No, she always wants to stand out. Because of her, father will die. Yet she doesn't seem sad or cry." The sisters hurled accusations at Beauty, but she calmly listened to them. She was heartbroken to realize that her desire for a rose had brought such great suffering to her father. However, she did not cry. Despite her sister's accusations, Beauty accepted the situation with composure and thought deeply about what she needed to do. Then Beauty replied, "Sisters, there is no use in crying. Why should we cry about father's death? Nothing will change. The beast wants one of father's daughters. I will go to calm the beast's anger. I am glad because if I die, I can save father." The sisters were astonished by Beauty's words. They had never seen her speak so decisively. Her eyes were determined, showing courage in accepting this situation without fear. Then her three brothers said, "No, little sister. You will not die. We will go to the beast. If we cannot kill him, then we will die instead." The brothers resolved to protect Beauty, ready to risk their lives by going to the beast. They were prepared to face any danger to protect their sister. The family's love and sacrifice brought them together. The merchant said, "Kill him? Do not expect that, children. The beast is very strong. I have no hope of killing him. I am touched by Beauty's kind heart, but I do not want her to die. This old father has few days left to live, so it is better that I sacrifice a few years. I do not want to regret losing my beloved children." Tears filled the merchant's eyes. He was heartbroken to see his daughters and sons willing to sacrifice themselves to protect each other. Although he deeply felt the family's love, he did not want to sacrifice any of them. The merchant had decided to return to the beast, but Beauty had already made up her mind. Beauty then said, "Father, I promise you this. You will not go to that castle without me. And you cannot stop me from going with you. Though I am young, I do not desire to live. I would rather be devoured by that monster than lose you." Beauty's words were firm. She believed that being sacrificed to the beast was better than losing her father. Beauty solidified her decision and prepared to go to the castle to protect her family. Her spirit of sacrifice and courage deeply moved the merchant and her siblings. Beauty truly wanted to go to the castle. She was determined to sacrifice herself to save her father. The two older sisters felt intense jealousy toward their youngest sister's kind heart. Instead of respecting Beauty's courage, they were filled with jealousy and envy. They found it difficult to admit that Beauty had a nobler heart than they did. The merchant, overwhelmed by the thought of losing his daughter, had completely forgotten about the chest filled with gold. But that evening, as he went to his room to sleep and locked the door, he was very surprised to find the chest he had not moved still beside his bed. It was filled with gold ingots. The merchant decided not to tell his children that he had become rich again. He knew they would surely insist on returning to the city. He wanted to live quietly in this countryside. However, he confided this secret to Beauty. Beauty understood her father's feelings and wanted to continue living a quiet country life with him. Beauty then mentioned that several gentlemen had come to propose to her sisters during his absence. She asked her father to marry off her sisters. She was very kind, loved her sisters, and had forgiven all their bad deeds. Beauty's warm heart brought great comfort to her family, and her sacrifice deepened the family's love. The two bad sisters, when Beauty and their father left, rubbed onions into their eyes to force out a few fake tears. They did not truly feel sad, but tried to appear sorrowful. But their brothers, who were as kind as their father, began to wail in agony. The brothers were heartbroken at the thought of losing their sister. The only one not crying was Beauty. She was also in great pain, but did not want to add to her family's suffering. Beauty braced herself to comfort her family. She suppressed her sorrow and acted calmly. The horse moved toward the castle, and by evening they saw the same bright lights they had seen before. As the castle lights drew closer, Beauty reaffirmed her decision. The horse was left alone in the stable. The merchant and Beauty entered a large room where a grand feast was laid out on a large table, with settings for two. The merchant had no desire to eat anything. His heart was filled with sorrow and anxiety. But Beauty, trying to appear calm, sat at the table and began to eat. She did her best to smile, not wanting to worry her father. Beauty took a bite of the food and thought, the beast must want me to fatten up before he eats me. That's why he set out such good food. Although she suspected the beast's intentions, she tried her best to remain calm. Beauty focused on the food to reassure her father. Despite her heart being filled with fear and sadness, she did not lose her courage for the sake of her family. While they were eating, a loud noise was heard. The merchant, with tears in his eyes, said goodbye to his poor daughter, thinking it was the beast's roar. Beauty, upon seeing the beast's fearsome appearance, couldn't help but tremble. However, she tried her best to appear calm. The beast, after staring at her in silence for a moment, asked her, "Did you come here willingly?" She answered, trembling, "Yes." The beast stared at her for a while and then said, "You are a good person." "Thank you." "Old man, leave tomorrow morning and never set foot here again." "Beauty, have a good night." Beauty replied, "Goodbye, beast." The beast immediately disappeared. The merchant hugged Beauty tightly and said, "Oh, my daughter. I was half dead with fear." The merchant embraced his daughter tightly, feeling relieved. Beauty, nestled in her father's arms, did her best to soothe his worries and fears. Despite her own fear, she had faced the beast with courage for her father's sake. She gave her father a light smile, reassuring him that everything would be all right. Beauty spoke firmly, "Trust me, father. Leave tomorrow morning and leave everything to heaven. Perhaps the beast will take pity on me." Beauty's voice was resolute, and her gaze unwavering. She tried to calm her father, doing everything she could to reassure him. The merchant, moved by his daughter's courage and determination, decided to trust her. Beauty comforted her father and tried to find hope in her encounter with the beast. They lay down to sleep. Although they thought they would stay awake all night, the bed was so comfortable that their eyes soon closed. In Beauty's dream, a woman appeared and spoke softly. "Beauty, I am moved by your kind heart. Your actions to save your father, even at the cost of your own life, will surely be rewarded." The woman's voice was gentle and comforting. Beauty felt a sense of relief as she listened to the woman in her dream. She gained confidence that her sacrifice and courage would not be in vain. The woman in her dream smiled at her, and Beauty drew strength from the warmth of her gaze. When Beauty awoke, she told her father about her dream. Her face was filled with hope, but the merchant was still consumed with worry and sorrow. As the time to part from his beloved daughter approached, the merchant was tormented, constantly sighing and weeping. The thought of not being able to protect his daughter weighed heavily and sadly on his heart. After her father left, Beauty sat alone in the large room, shedding big tears. The room was quiet, and only the sound of her tears echoed. However, Beauty was very brave and soon decided to leave everything to God and not to be sad about her remaining time. There is no use in being sad. God will protect me, and I must be thankful that I could save my father. That evening, Beauty firmly believed the beast would eat her. However, she hid her fear and prepared to face her last moments calmly. She walked slowly around the castle, observing her surroundings and steadying her heart. Beauty decided to take a walk around the castle while waiting for dinner. As she walked through the castle, she was astonished by its beauty. The splendid decorations and grand architecture captivated her. She then discovered a door labeled Beauty's Room and couldn't keep her mouth shut in amazement. She quickly opened the door. The room was dazzlingly beautiful. Sunlight streamed in through large windows, brightening the room, and the walls were adorned with beautiful paintings. The bed was surrounded by luxurious curtains, and the floor was covered with soft carpets. What surprised her even more was the large bookshelf, a harpsichord, and numerous sheet music in the room. Beauty murmured softly, "They must want to keep me from getting bored." And she thought, they wouldn't have prepared so many things if they planned to keep me here for just one day. This thought gave her more courage. Beauty wandered around the room, examining the bookshelf and opening the sheet music. When she took a book from the shelf and opened it, she saw golden letters that read, "Wish, ask, here you are, queen and mistress." The golden letters sparkled and caught her eye. Beauty read the words slowly and thought to herself, "Oh, I just want to see my poor father again. I want to know what he is doing now." She sighed and spoke to herself. Her voice was filled with longing and sadness. Then something amazing happened. When she looked at the large mirror, she saw her house in it. Her father, with a sad face, was arriving home. His expression was filled with deep anguish and sorrow. Her sisters came to him. They also pretended to be sad, but it was clear from their faces that they were happy the youngest was gone. Their true feelings were plainly visible. After a while, everything disappeared. Beauty, having seen this scene, fell into deep thought. She realized that the beast was very generous, and she need not fear him. Beauty understood that the beast, despite his terrifying appearance, had a kind heart. At noon, she had lunch. In the evening, she enjoyed a magnificent performance of musical instruments playing by themselves. The sound of the harpsichord and violin blended into a beautiful melody, and Beauty was captivated by the music. As night fell, she sat at the dining table. But as she heard the beast's voice, she couldn't help but tremble. The beast's fearsome appearance resurfaced in her mind. The beast slowly approached and said, "Beauty, did you enjoy the food?" The beast's voice was low and gentle, yet it still inspired fear. Beauty summoned her courage and replied, "Yes, I enjoyed it very much." "Thank you." The beast nodded at her response, gazing at her. Beauty began to feel the warmth of the beast's heart little by little. The beast said to the beauty, "You are the master of this place, so please tell me anything that makes you uncomfortable." Beauty replied, trembling, "Aren't you the master here?" The beast said, "No. You are the only master here. If I bother you, you just have to tell me to leave, and I will go immediately. Tell me, am I not truly hideous?" Beauty answered honestly, "Yes, that is true. I am not a liar. But I think you are a good person." The beast nodded and said, "That is true. But I am not only ugly, I am not wise either. I am just foolish." Beauty responded gently, "Not being wise does not make you foolish. That is a ridiculous thing to say." The beast paused, reflecting on her heartfelt words. Hearing her, he began to see himself from a new perspective. The beast felt grateful for Beauty's warm heart and sincerity, and he grew to respect her even more. The beast said, "Please enjoy your meal, Beauty. And try not to be bored in your house. Everything here belongs to you. If you are not happy, I will be sad as well." Beauty was touched by the beast's consideration and said, "You are a truly good person. I am very moved by your kindness. Thinking of this, you no longer seem hideous to me." The beast replied quietly, "Indeed, I have a kind heart, but still, I am just a monster." Beauty said, "There are people who are much more monstrous than you. I prefer your appearance. Those monstrous people hide their evil and wrong hearts behind human faces." The beast thought for a moment after hearing her words, and then replied sincerely, "If I were wise, I would have many compliments to thank you with, but I am foolish. Nonetheless, What I want to say is thank you." Feeling the beast's honest heart, Beauty began to understand him more deeply. She realized that, regardless of his appearance, the beast possessed true goodness within, and she respected his inner self even more. Beauty enjoyed her dinner. She no longer found the beast nearly as frightening. During dinner, the beast was very kind to her. He quietly watched as she ate her favorite dishes, and Beauty found herself becoming comfortable in his presence. In the softly lit room, the two shared quiet conversations, spending time together. However, after dinner, the beast cautiously spoke to Beauty. There was a hint of fear and tension in his eyes. "Beauty, will you be my wife?" the beast asked in a trembling voice. She remained silent, fearing that rejecting him might anger him. His proposal surprised her, and she suddenly felt a surge of fear. But knowing that the beast would not harm her, she replied, trembling, "No." At that moment, the poor beast let out a dreadful sigh. The sound echoed throughout the castle, deep and sorrowful, as if it reverberated off the walls. The beast hung his head and said in a sad voice, "Goodbye, Beauty." His words sounded so sorrowful that they pained Beauty's heart. Beauty was relieved. As the beast left the room, he occasionally glanced back at her. His eyes were filled with deep sadness and loneliness. The last look he gave her before leaving the room was unforgettable to Beauty. Watching him leave, Beauty felt immense compassion for the poor beast and muttered to herself, "Oh, how unfortunate to be so hideous despite having such a good heart. It's truly a pity." She realized that the beast was not truly a bad creature. His appearance was frightening, but his heart was warm and kind. Beauty understood that the beast's exterior did not reflect his inner goodness. Beauty spent 3 peaceful months in the castle. Every evening, the beast visited her room. They dined together and talked. The beast had wise thoughts, but he was not witty at all. He always spoke earnestly and honestly. Initially, their conversations were awkward, but as time passed, Beauty began to understand his sincerity. The beast always respected Beauty's opinions and listened attentively. Most of his stories were about the mysteries of the world and confessions about his life. Beauty found his stories fascinating. Although he was not human in appearance, his warm heart and genuine attitude greatly comforted her. As she saw the beast often, Beauty became accustomed to his ugly appearance. At first, she was startled by his frightening face and gruff voice, but as she got to know his inner self, she no longer felt afraid. She often found herself looking at the clock, eagerly awaiting 9 o'clock when the Beast would visit. Their conversations became increasingly precious to her. Life in the castle also became familiar. Beauty spent her days tending the garden, reading books, and playing the harpsichord. She sang and played music, finding comfort in her surroundings. The Beast genuinely wanted her to be happy. However, one thing troubled her greatly. Every night before going to bed, the Beast asked if she would be his wife. The Beast always asked gently and carefully, but to Beauty, the question felt like a heavy burden. "Beauty, will you marry me?" the Beast asked cautiously, his eyes filled with sincerity. But Beauty felt pained. She did not love the Beast yet, and marriage was too significant a decision for her. "No, Beast. I cannot marry you," Beauty answered honestly. The Beast's face darkened, and his eyes filled with deep sadness. He would show immense pain. Beauty's heart ached whenever she saw his suffering. The Beast tried to smile at her, not wanting to appear hurt, but Beauty could feel his pain. This repeated situation became a great burden for Beauty. Every night, she felt heavy-hearted when the Beast asked her that question. She did not want to hurt him, but could not lie. So every night, she had to answer with a sad heart. One day, Beauty spoke with difficulty. She no longer wanted to make the Beast sad. So, she continued with sincerity. "Beast, you make me sad. I wish I could marry you. But I am very honest. I may never be able to marry you. Still, I will always be your friend. I hope that will satisfy you." Beauty's words came from the heart. She liked the Beast, but did not feel love yet. She wanted to be his friend and ease his pain. The Beast replied. His voice was gentle and sincere. "I know I must judge myself rightly. I am very ugly, and I know that well. But I love you very much. Still, the fact that you stay here makes me happy. Please promise you will not leave me." The Beast's words pained Beauty. She felt how lonely and unhappy he was. His words, filled with genuine love and earnest hope, made Beauty blush. She could not ignore his sincerity. However, her heart was still confused. She did not yet fully understand the feeling of love. Then, looking into the mirror, she saw her father in great pain, grieving the loss of his daughter. He sighed heavily and stared out the window. His face was deeply wrinkled, and tears filled his eyes. Beauty felt her heart breaking as she watched. Her father was lonely and managing the household alone, his solitude and sorrow clearly visible in the mirror. Beauty wanted to alleviate her father's suffering. She approached the Beast and spoke in a desperate voice. "I promise you, I will never leave your side. But I miss my father so much. If I cannot see him, I will die of sorrow." Tears welled up in Beauty's eyes. She was saddened by the fact that she couldn't leave the Beast to visit her father. However, she couldn't ignore her father's suffering either. The Beast listened to her words and remained silent for a moment. His eyes were filled with deep sadness and pain. The Beast spoke, his voice filled with deep sorrow and resignation. "If I cause you pain, it would be easier for me to die. I will send you to your father's house. Stay there, and your poor Beast will writhe in agony and die." The Beast's words pained Beauty even more. She realized how much the Beast loved her. However, her heart was also filled with longing for her father. Beauty, with tears streaming down her face, spoke. Her voice trembled but was resolute. "No. I care about you. I cannot let you die. I promise to return in a week. As you know, my sisters are all married, and my brothers are in the army, leaving my father alone. I will stay with him for just a week. Please, wait for me." The tears falling from Beauty's eyes conveyed her sincerity. She hoped the Beast would understand her heart. She wanted to ease her father's pain but also promised not to abandon the Beast. The Beast had no choice but to accept her decision. "Leave tomorrow morning. But keep your promise. When you want to return, just place your ring on the table beside your bed. Goodbye." The Beast sighed deeply out of habit as he spoke these words. His sigh was filled with deep sadness and resignation. Beauty felt a heavy heart seeing his sorrowful face. She was pained by the fact that she had to leave the Beast, but found a bit of comfort in the hope of seeing her father. She went to bed but found it difficult to sleep, with the Beast's sad face haunting her. Eventually, she fell asleep, firmly resolved to return in a week. When Beauty awoke, she found herself at her father's house. She rang a small bell beside her bed, and a servant rushed in, screaming in surprise upon seeing her. Startled by the noise, her father hurried in and was overjoyed to see his beloved daughter again. They embraced for over 15 minutes, sharing the warmth they had longed for. After the joyous reunion, Beauty realized she hadn't brought any clothes. Just then, a servant approached and said, "Madam, we found large hats and dresses adorned with gold and diamonds in the next room." Beauty was deeply grateful for the Beast's kindness. She chose the least expensive-looking dress and told the servant to give the remaining dresses to her sisters. But before she could finish speaking, the dresses disappeared. Beauty and the servant stared at each other in shock. Her father said, "The Beast must have wanted you to have all these things." At that moment, the dresses reappeared in her hands. The clothes that had vanished magically reappeared before her. Beauty felt the Beast's thoughtfulness and love. He had taken care of her even in his absence. Beauty silently thanked the Beast from the bottom of her heart. Beauty changed into a beautiful dress. The dress, adorned with gold and diamonds, made her look even more elegant and radiant. Meanwhile, her sisters, hearing that Beauty had returned, came running with their husbands. They greeted Beauty with pitiful expressions, but inwardly, they were filled with jealousy. The eldest sister had married a handsome gentleman who was so obsessed with his appearance that he spent all day looking at himself in the mirror, constantly criticizing his wife's looks. The second sister had married a wise man who used his wisdom to criticize and get angry with others, always taking out his frustrations on his wife. Seeing Beauty dressed like a princess in an elegant dress, the two sisters were consumed with torment. Beauty warmly embraced her sisters, sharing how happy she was. She spoke about her life in the castle and the Beast's kind heart, expressing her happiness. However, her stories only fueled her sister's jealousy. The eldest sister, thinking of her husband's constant criticisms, grew angry, and the second sister, recalling her husband's outbursts, felt her stomach churn. Beauty tried to genuinely connect with her sisters, but their deep-seated jealousy did not easily fade. The two sisters went down to the garden, crying and talking to each other. "Why is the youngest happier than us? Why aren't we as loved as she is?" the eldest sister said, sobbing. The second sister, also in tears, replied, "She has always been loved by everyone. We have not. I don't understand why." The eldest said, "I have an idea. Let's keep the youngest here for more than a week. Then the foolish Beast will be filled with rage, thinking she broke her promise. Maybe he will devour her." The second sister agreed. "You're right. If we do that, we might be more loved." The two sisters smiled and devised a malicious plan. They were jealous of the youngest and decided to prevent her from returning to the castle, hoping to anger the Beast. Their deep-seated jealousy turned into a plan to harm their sister. Having made their decision, the two sisters returned to Beauty, treating her with extreme kindness. They welcomed her warmly and treated her with affection. Beauty, touched by their sudden kindness, cried tears of joy, believing they sincerely welcomed her. After a week, the two sisters pretended to be sad that Beauty was leaving and chased away all the horses. The eldest sister pleaded, "Dear sister, we are so sad that you are leaving. Can't you stay a bit longer?" The second sister added, "Yes, please spend more time with us." Softened by their pleas, Beauty promised to stay another week. She was moved by her sister's tears and pleas. However, as time passed, Beauty regretted causing the Beast pain with her extended stay. She knew the Beast was waiting and trusting her, and breaking her promise would deeply hurt him. Beauty felt a heavy heart thinking about the Beast in the castle. His sad face haunted her, and she missed his kind heart and his thoughtfulness. She grew increasingly lonely without seeing the Beast. Beauty reaffirmed her decision to return to the Beast. On the 10th night at her father's house, Beauty had a dream. She was in the castle garden, and the Beast was lying on the grass, dying in pain. His face was paler than usual, and his eyes were filled with sorrow and suffering. Beauty's ingratitude had led him to this state. Seeing this, she began to cry in her dream. "Beast, no! Please wake up!" Beauty cried out, running to the Beast. But the Beast did not respond. His breathing grew fainter, and his body grew colder. Beauty held his hand and wept, caressing his face. "I am truly a terrible person. How could I bring such suffering to the Beast who has been so considerate towards me? Is it his fault that he is ugly? That he lacks wisdom? But he is a good person. That is worth more than anything. Why didn't I want to marry him? I am so happy when I am with him, much more than my sisters are with their husbands. What makes a woman happy isn't her husband's beauty or wisdom. It's his good character, virtue, and kindness. And the Beast has all of these. I don't love him, but I know how to be kind, respectful, and grateful. I must go to him. I can't bring him any more unhappiness. If I continue to act this way, I will regret it for the rest of my life." Beauty cried as she scolded herself. She now realized the true value of the Beast. The Beast was a person with a warm heart and genuine kindness, not defined by his appearance or wisdom. Beauty resolved never to leave the Beast again. With these thoughts, Beauty woke up and placed the ring on the table, then went back to sleep with difficulty. When she awoke in the morning, she found herself back in the Beast's castle. Excited, she dressed up beautifully to make him happy. She wore a lovely dress, styled her hair carefully, and adorned herself with sparkling jewelry she thought the Beast would like. She waited to see the Beast. However, as time passed, he did not appear. Beauty grew increasingly anxious. She spent a lonely day, and even when the clock struck 9, the Beast was nowhere to be seen. Her anxiety turned into worry. Beauty became deeply worried that the Beast might have died. She ran through the castle, calling his name. "Beast, where are you? Please answer me." But there was no response. She was overwhelmed with despair. After searching every room and hallway in the castle, she suddenly remembered the scene from her dream. She recalled the garden near the canal where the Beast had lain. Beauty hurried to that spot. The poor Beast lay on the grass, unaware that Beauty had returned. He looked as if he were in a deep sleep, but his breathing was growing weaker. Fearing that the Beast might be dead, Beauty ran to him. His face no longer seemed frightening, and her heart pounded as she looked at him. She quickly fetched water from the canal and sprinkled it over the Beast's head. The Beast slowly opened his eyes and looked at Beauty, speaking weakly. "You forgot your promise. In my sorrow at losing you, I decided to starve myself to death. But I am glad to see you one last time before I die." The Beast's voice was weak, but his eyes still held deep love for Beauty. "No, my dear Beast. You will not die. You must live and become my husband. From the moment I extend my hand to you, I promise to exist only for you. Oh, I thought I was only being kind to you, but the pain I feel now shows me that I cannot live without you." Beauty's tears fell on the Beast's face, conveying her sincere feelings. She was heartbroken at the thought of losing him. As Beauty spoke these painful words, the entire castle lit up. Splendid chandeliers illuminated the room brightly. Outside, fireworks exploded, painting the sky with beautiful colors. The dazzling lights decorated the night sky, announcing the start of a celebration. The majestic sound of an orchestra filled the castle, enveloping it in a festive atmosphere. However, Beauty's gaze did not linger on the magnificent spectacle. She turned her head, still searching for her beloved Beast. At that moment, she trembled with astonishment. The beast had vanished, and standing at her feet was a truly handsome prince. He wore shining armor, and his eyes were filled with warmth and love. His face radiated nobility and kindness, and his smile glowed warmly at Beauty. Although the prince might have captured her attention, Beauty was more concerned about the whereabouts of the beast. She urgently asked, "Where is the beast?" "I am here. A wicked fairy trapped me in the form of a beast until a beautiful woman agreed to marry me. She also prevented me from showing my wisdom and wit. In this world, you are the only truly kind person. Only you could move my heart. I will now crown you as my queen." The prince looked at Beauty with gentle eyes and continued to speak. His voice was warm and sincere. "Thanks to your true love and understanding of my heart, I was able to break free from this spell. Now I can dream of a happy future with you." The prince slowly took off his crown and placed it on Beauty's head. The crown sparkled brilliantly, reflecting the light. His touch was gentle and warm, and Beauty was deeply moved by his heartfelt gesture. Beauty, overjoyed, reached out to help the prince up. Her hand was warm and soft. The prince took her hand, stood up, and together they entered the castle. The interior of the castle was beautifully decorated and filled with a festive atmosphere. Bright lights and enchanting decorations illuminated the castle, and beautiful music filled the air. As they entered, Beauty's father and family were already there. Her father, seeing his daughter safe, wept with joy. Her sisters congratulated Beauty, setting aside their misunderstandings and jealousy to offer gestures of reconciliation. The woman from Beauty's dream was also there, revealed as a goddess in the form of a fairy. The fairy approached Beauty and spoke softly. "Beauty, this is your reward for your good choices. You sought virtue over beauty and wisdom and found someone who possesses all of these. You will now become a great queen. I hope that power will not corrupt your virtue." The fairy's words echoed through the castle, drawing everyone's attention to Beauty. The fairy was surrounded by a light, her voice both gentle and powerful. Beauty felt deeply moved by the fairy's blessing, tears welling in her eyes. The fairy's sincere blessing touched her heart deeply. Inspired by the fairy's words, Beauty resolved to live her life without abusing her power and always upholding her virtue. She and the prince, now transformed from the beast, held hands and pledged to spend their lives together. The castle was filled with cheers of celebration, and people blessed Beauty and the prince's future. The fairy then turned to Beauty's two sisters, her voice still gentle but solemn and firm. I know well the evil in your hearts. You will become two statues, but even within the stone, you will retain your reason. Guard your sister's castle gates. No other suffering will be inflicted upon you, but you will witness your sister's happiness. Until you realize your wrongs, you will not return to your former selves. However, I fear you may remain statues forever. Correct your pride, anger, greed, and laziness. But such a change may be a miracle given your malicious and miserly hearts. As soon as the fairy finished speaking, the two sisters looked at each other in fear. Their bodies began to harden, turning cold and gray. Their eyes filled with regret and fear. They clasped hands, but soon their stony hands could no longer move. They became statues guarding their sister's castle, their faces eternally marked by sorrow and regret. The fairy raised her wand high and waved it. Everything in the room transformed into beautiful, magnificent things befitting a royal palace. A splendid chandelier hung from the ceiling, walls were adorned with intricate gold decorations, and the floor was covered with a beautiful carpet. The room was filled with finely crafted furniture, glowing brightly. However, the two statues remained, standing guard at the castle gate. The prince held Beauty's hand tightly, looking at her as he spoke. "Beauty, I am happy to be with you. Now we will start a new life together." Beauty smiled at the prince and replied, "I am happy too. We will cherish and respect each other always." The prince and Beauty had a grand wedding. Beauty's father, family, and all the people of the castle attended to celebrate their happiness. The wedding was splendid and grand, and everyone was enveloped in a festive mood. Beautiful music filled the air, and flowers decorated the castle. After the wedding, the prince and Beauty began to rule the kingdom together. They always respected each other and governed the land with virtue. Beauty was always kind and loving to the people, and the prince ruled wisely. They lived a long life filled with perfect happiness, founded on virtue. Their love and trust never wavered, and the kingdom was peaceful and prosperous. Beauty and the prince lived happily ever after, and their story was passed down forever. Their love became a legend, inspiring and teaching valuable lessons to all who heard it. Hello friends! We are now approaching Little Red Riding Hood. Those disembarking, please don't forget to subscribe and like. Thank you for traveling with us. Once upon a time, there was a small and adorable girl. She had long, blonde hair braided into 2 strands, and she always wore a bright smile. Her hair sparkled in the sunlight, shining like soft golden waves. Her big eyes shone like twinkling stars, making everyone who looked at them feel happy. Her pupils were clear and transparent, giving the impression of a deep well. Her cheeks were rosy, adding to her loveliness. The girl always showed a bright smile to the villagers, and her laughter sounded like the sweet song of a skylark. She was loved by everyone. Whenever the villagers saw her, they felt better, and everyone was enchanted by her bright and pure heart. She would walk around the village, greeting people. When she appeared, children wanted to play with her, and adults praised her warm heart. She was always kind and considerate. Whenever she saw a small animal fallen on the road, she did not hesitate to help, and she often helped the elderly carry their goods from the market. In her heart, there was always a warm desire to help others. Little Red Riding Hood was like a small angel, bringing joy to the villagers. The girl had a grandmother who loved her the most. The grandmother lived in a small cottage in the forest, a bit away from the village, but she often came down to the village to see her granddaughter. Every time the grandmother set out to see her granddaughter, her heart fluttered. The path from her forest cottage to the village was surrounded by trees, and wildflowers bloomed along the way. As she walked, the grandmother imagined the time she would spend with her granddaughter. Her heart was filled with love for her granddaughter. To the grandmother, her granddaughter was the most precious and lovable being in the world. The emotion she felt when she first saw her granddaughter still remained in her heart. Whenever the grandmother saw her granddaughter's smile, she felt as if she had gained all the happiness in the world. Seeing her granddaughter happy made the grandmother happy too. The grandmother wanted to give her granddaughter everything she needed and only wished for her to be happy. Every time her granddaughter smiled, the grandmother's heart warmed, and every time her granddaughter was sad, the grandmother's heart ached. So, the grandmother always thought about what gifts to give her granddaughter and came up with new ideas. She would spend sleepless nights thinking about what would be good for her granddaughter. The grandmother opened her old wardrobe to find something her granddaughter would like. The wardrobe was filled with things the grandmother cherished when she was young. She took out these items one by one, thinking about what to give to her granddaughter. She would make pretty hairpins or shiny beads that her granddaughter might like, and bake delicious cookies for her. The time she spent with her granddaughter was the happiest in the world for the grandmother, and the granddaughter also loved the time she spent with her grandmother the most. Thinking about what to give her granddaughter, the grandmother took out precious items from her old wardrobe as if she were taking out treasures. The wardrobe contained various treasures that the grandmother had kept since she was young. She started taking out these items one by one to find something her granddaughter would like. Her hands touched pretty hairpins, shiny beads, old rings, and small dolls she had made herself. The grandmother decided to make a pretty hairpin that her granddaughter would like. She started making the hairpin using shiny beads and small ribbons. The grandmother's hands were still delicate and skilled. She carefully sewed each stitch and completed the hairpin. The hairpin sparkled beautifully, and the grandmother smiled, thinking about how happy her granddaughter would be when she saw it. Imagining her granddaughter's bright smile when receiving the hairpin, the grandmother felt touched. She decided to bake delicious cookies for her granddaughter. The grandmother preheated the oven, mixed flour, sugar, and butter to make dough, and cut the dough into shapes her granddaughter liked before putting them in the oven. As the cookies baked, the kitchen was filled with a delicious aroma. The grandmother thought that the time spent with her granddaughter was the happiest in the world. The granddaughter also loved the time spent with her grandmother the most. The granddaughter proudly wore the hairpin her grandmother made and enjoyed the cookies her grandmother baked. They shared many stories and laughed together, cherishing their happy moments. Every time the grandmother saw her granddaughter's smiling face, her heart was filled with emotion, and she felt she could do anything for her. The girl's laughter warmed the grandmother's heart, and her clear eyes were a great comfort to the grandmother. The girl grew up showered with her grandmother's love, and the memories with her grandmother were deeply ingrained in her heart. The grandmother and granddaughter always enjoyed their time together. They took walks in the forest, and the grandmother told old stories, spending time together. The grandmother's voice was always warm and gentle. The granddaughter went on imaginary adventures while listening to her grandmother's stories and felt comfort and love in her grandmother's arms. They also tended to the garden together. The granddaughter felt joy planting seeds and watering the flowers with her grandmother, watching the flowers grow. The grandmother felt great happiness seeing her granddaughter's bright smile while looking at the flowers. They were a great comfort and joy to each other. As their memories together grew, the granddaughter's love for her grandmother deepened. One day, the grandmother decided to prepare a special gift for her granddaughter. Thinking about what her granddaughter would like, the grandmother opened her old sewing box. Inside the box were neatly organized fabrics of various colors, threads, and needles. While rummaging through the box, the grandmother found a shining red velvet fabric. This fabric was a part of a cherished dress from her youth, soft and beautifully shiny red. The grandmother touched the fabric, reminiscing about old memories. In those days, she had worn this dress during many special moments. The grandmother decided to make a small cloak for her granddaughter with this fabric. She felt excited imagining how happy her granddaughter would be wearing this cloak. She carefully took out the fabric and prepared her sewing tools. The grandmother took out her sewing tools, carefully cut the fabric, and started sewing it with great care. Her hands were still delicate and skillful. As she thought about her granddaughter, the cloak gradually took shape. The soft velvet fabric sparkled in the sunlight and became more beautiful with each touch of the grandmother's hands. She sewed the edges of the cloak with fine thread, imagining her granddaughter wearing it. As the cloak neared completion, the grandmother decided to add a small ribbon to make it even more beautiful. She found a pretty ribbon and carefully sewed it onto the neck of the cloak. The cloak with the ribbon looked even more lovely and cute. The grandmother smiled, thinking about how happy her granddaughter would be seeing the cloak. The combination of the soft velvet fabric and the sparkling ribbon created a truly beautiful cloak. The completed red velvet cloak was indeed beautiful. That afternoon, the grandmother invited her granddaughter to her house. The grandmother cleaned the house and waited eagerly for her granddaughter, excited about how happy she would be. When the granddaughter finally arrived, the grandmother greeted her with a bright smile. "My dear granddaughter, I have prepared a special gift for you," the grandmother said warmly as she hugged her granddaughter and handed her the velvet cloak. The granddaughter's eyes sparkled with curiosity and anticipation. "Really, Grandma? What is it?" the granddaughter asked, her heart pounding with excitement. The grandmother gently smiled and handed the red velvet cloak to her granddaughter. "This cloak is something I made for you with all my heart." The granddaughter took the cloak from her grandmother, her eyes wide with wonder. She admired the soft velvet texture and beautiful red color of the cloak, and with a voice full of joy, she said, "Grandma, this is really beautiful. Can I try it on?" With a heart full of excitement, she put on the cloak. The red velvet cloak suited her perfectly. The cloak blended with her golden hair, making her look like a scene from a painting. She twirled in front of the mirror, watching the cloak flutter softly with her movements, looking as lovely as a princess from a fairy tale. The grandmother smiled warmly, watching her granddaughter's happiness. From that day on, the girl refused to wear any other cloak. No matter where she went or what she did, she always wore the red velvet cloak. She wore it to the village market, when playing with friends, and even during walks in the forest. Whenever she appeared wearing the cloak, the villagers always looked at her with amazement and smiled. "You look so beautiful, Red Riding Hood," they would say. "That red cloak suits you perfectly." The villagers' praises made her feel both shy and happy. So, naturally, they started calling her Little Red Riding Hood. Her real name was almost forgotten, and everyone called her Red Riding Hood. Red Riding Hood loved her new name. It felt like her name and the red velvet cloak had become one, making her feel even more special. Wearing the cloak made her feel like the most special girl in the village. Red Riding Hood was very proud of her cloak. The cloak her grandmother had made with great care held a special meaning for her. Every time she wore the cloak, she felt her grandmother's warm love. Wearing the cloak felt like her grandmother was hugging her tightly. It made Red Riding Hood feel braver and stronger. With her grandmother's love always with her, Red Riding Hood felt she had nothing to fear. That love made her even happier, and she was grateful to her grandmother every day. When she looked in the mirror wearing the cloak, she thought of her grandmother's smiling face. The cloak, filled with her grandmother's love, was her most precious treasure. Wearing it, she always felt happy, and the world seemed brighter and warmer. One morning, Red Riding Hood woke up in the bright sunlight. The warm rays of the sun embraced her face, signaling the start of a pleasant day. Outside the window, little birds were chirping joyfully, their sounds like beautiful music from nature. Red Riding Hood rubbed her eyes and looked out the window. She could hear her mother busily preparing something in the kitchen along with the birds chirping. Red Riding Hood headed to the kitchen. As soon as she opened the kitchen door, the delicious smell of cake tickled her nose. "Oh, what a delicious smell!" she murmured to herself as she walked into the kitchen. Her mother was busy baking cakes in front of the oven, a loving smile on her face. "What are you doing so early in the morning, Mother?" Red Riding Hood asked. Her mother smiled brightly and answered, "Red Riding Hood, you woke up early too. I am baking a cake for your grandmother. She has been very sick lately, so I want to bring her this cake and some wine." Red Riding Hood saw a beautifully decorated bottle of wine on the table next to a freshly baked warm cake. Her mother spoke gently to Red Riding Hood. "Red Riding Hood, I need you to visit your grandmother." Red Riding Hood listened carefully to her mother, whose voice was filled with kindness and concern. "Your grandmother is very sick and weak. Please bring her this piece of cake and this wine. She needs to eat and drink to regain her strength." Red Riding Hood nodded, understanding her mother's words. "Yes, Mother. I will go to Grandma," Red Riding Hood replied. She felt sad hearing that her grandmother was sick, because she loved her grandmother very much. Red Riding Hood carefully placed the cake and the wine her mother had prepared into a small basket. The cake was freshly baked and warm, and the wine was in a pretty bottle. Red Riding Hood felt her heart ache at the news of her grandmother's illness. Her grandmother had always taken care of her with warmth, and the memories of her grandmother's loving care were precious to Red Riding Hood. "Yes, Mother. I will hurry to Grandma," Red Riding Hood replied with tears in her eyes. She carefully placed the cake and wine her mother had prepared into a small basket. The cake was freshly baked with a golden brown crust, lightly dusted with powdered sugar, emitting a sweet and savory aroma that filled the kitchen. The wine bottle sparkled with a bright red hue and was beautifully labeled. Red Riding Hood, holding the basket, vowed to herself to hurry to her grandmother. She longed to see her grandmother, remembering her warm touch and hoping that the cake and wine would help her recover. Before Red Riding Hood left, her mother gave her a concerned reminder. "When you walk, be calm and careful, and stay on the path. You might trip and break the wine bottle. Then there would be nothing for Grandma to drink." Her mother's voice was filled with deep worry and love. Red Riding Hood looked into her mother's eyes and replied, "Yes, Mother. I will be careful." She took her mother's words to heart. Her mother gently held Red Riding Hood's shoulders and made eye contact. "You must be really careful. If you leave the path, it could be dangerous, so always stay on the path." Her mother's touch was warm, and her eyes were filled with concern and love. Red Riding Hood understood her mother's feelings deeply and promised to safely visit her grandmother. Before Red Riding Hood set off, her mother gave her one last important reminder. "When you arrive at Grandma's house, don't forget to greet her first thing in the morning." Her voice was filled with genuine concern and love. "Be careful if you meet any strangers along the way," her mother said as she hugged Red Riding Hood tightly. "And make sure to behave properly with Grandma." Her mother gently held Red Riding Hood's shoulders and made eye contact. Her eyes were filled with her concern for her and deep love for her grandmother. Red Riding Hood looked into her mother's eyes and deeply felt her mother's worry and love. Her mother's words were deeply etched in her heart. The mother smiled, feeling her daughter's small hand on hers. Red Riding Hood's hand was soft and warm, comforting her mother's heart. She held Red Riding Hood's hand tightly and said, "Yes, Red Riding Hood. I trust that you will make Grandma happy. Be careful on your way." Her voice was filled with deep love and trust. Her mother gently caressed Red Riding Hood's face and looked at her with affection. "Go visit Grandma well and come back safely," she said with a warm smile. Red Riding Hood took her mother's warm touch and kind words to heart and firmly grasped the basket. She looked into her mother's eyes and nodded. "Yes, Mother. I will make Grandma happy and return safely," Red Riding Hood vowed. Red Riding Hood walked along the path carefully, keeping her mother's advice in mind. She cherished her mother's warm gaze in her heart as she walked to meet her grandmother. Thinking of her grandmother's bright smile, Red Riding Hood quickened her steps. The air in the forest was fresh and clear, and her heart was filled with her mother's love. The grandmother lived in a small cottage in the forest, about half an hour away from the village. It was a quiet and peaceful place, with trees surrounding the cottage, creating a cozy atmosphere. The cottage was a quaint wooden house with a roof covered in green moss, blending seamlessly with nature. The windows had flower-patterned curtains, and pretty flower pots that the grandmother had made herself were placed in front of the door. Around the cottage was a garden that the grandmother tended to with care. The garden bloomed with various flowers in different seasons. In the spring, colorful tulips and fragrant daffodils bloomed brightly. In the summer, the garden was filled with red roses and purple lavender. In the fall, chrysanthemums and sunflowers bloomed, turning the garden yellow. In the winter, holly with red berries and evergreen trees decorated the garden. The grandmother spent a lot of time in this garden and loved living in harmony with nature. In one corner of the garden was a small pond where little fish and frogs lived. Next to the pond was a pretty wooden bench and a small table where the grandmother enjoyed drinking tea and reading books. She loved spending time with her granddaughter there whenever she visited. The day Red Riding Hood visited was always special to the grandmother. She treasured the time she spent with her granddaughter, preparing delicious food and sharing interesting stories. Red Riding Hood also cherished the time spent with her grandmother more than anyone else. Red Riding Hood walked along the path to her grandmother's house, looking around. The forest path was thickly covered with trees, and pretty wildflowers bloomed along the way. Yellow dandelions, blue violets, and small white daisies greeted her steps. The air in the forest was fresh and refreshing. A gentle breeze softly caressed Red Riding Hood's face. Birds chirped among the trees, welcoming her, and their songs added to the peaceful atmosphere of the forest. Red Riding Hood hurried her steps, taking a deep breath of the fresh forest air, eager to meet her grandmother. The shade provided by the trees made the path cool and pleasant. As she walked, she enjoyed the occasional sunlight filtering through the leaves. The sunlight sparkled through the branches, making her red cloak shine even brighter. Red Riding Hood quickened her pace, thinking of her grandmother waiting for her. She occasionally paused to look at the flowers blooming along the path. The flowers were as beautiful as those in her grandmother's garden. She was excited to talk about these flowers with her grandmother. She eagerly wanted to reach her grandmother, give her the cake and wine, and see her grandmother's bright smile. As Red Riding Hood reached the depths of the forest, she encountered a large wolf. The wolf stared at her with dark, gleaming eyes. His eyes looked sharp and cunning, but Red Riding Hood didn't notice. She thought the wolf was just another animal in the forest because she didn't know how wicked he was. Red Riding Hood was not scared at all. She even tried to greet the wolf warmly. "Hello. I'm Red Riding Hood. I'm on my way to my grandmother's house." She never thought the wolf could be dangerous. Holding the basket tightly, she approached the wolf and greeted him more brightly. Her heart was pure and warm, so she had no idea the wolf had evil intentions. The wolf approached Red Riding Hood slowly, watching her closely. His eyes gleamed with cunning, but Red Riding Hood didn't notice. The wolf's fur was a mix of black and gray, and his sharp teeth slightly showed from a sly smile. The wolf greeted her with a gentle voice. "Hello, Red Riding Hood." His voice was kind and friendly, but hidden within was his cunning intent. Red Riding Hood felt reassured by the wolf's kind demeanor and replied, "Yes, I'm Red Riding Hood. I'm on my way to my grandmother's house." She held the basket tightly and smiled brightly at the wolf. Feeling reassured by the wolf's kind demeanor, Red Riding Hood began to ask more questions. "Do you live in this forest? It's such a beautiful place. Even though it's a long way to Grandma's house, I love passing through here." She asked the wolf about the forest, opening up more because of his kindness. The wolf smiled inwardly and replied, "Yes, I live in this forest. I stay here with many other animals. If the path to your grandmother's house is long, I can help. I know the way well and can guide you there." His voice remained soft and kind, but his cunning plan was still hidden beneath his words. Red Riding Hood was delighted by the wolf's offer and nodded. "Thank you so much, wolf. I needed your help." She held the basket tightly and started walking with the wolf. Feeling reassured by the wolf's kind demeanor, she followed his guidance. The wolf approached Red Riding Hood with a sly smile, becoming more friendly. His eyes still gleamed with cunning, but Red Riding Hood didn't notice. "Red Riding Hood, isn't this forest beautiful? The trees are lush, and the flowers are blooming so beautifully," the wolf said in a soft and kind voice. Red Riding Hood nodded and replied, "Yes, the forest is really beautiful. My grandmother is very sick, so I'm bringing her cake and wine." She told the wolf about her grandmother's illness, expressing her desire to get to her quickly. The wolf nodded and said, "Oh, I see. It's so sad that your grandmother is very sick. Follow me. I will guide you safely to her house." The wolf approached Red Riding Hood pretending to be kind. His voice remained soft and kind, but his cunning plan was still hidden beneath his words. Red Riding Hood was delighted by the wolf's offer and thanked him. "Thank you so much, Wolf. I needed your help." She held the basket tightly and started walking with the wolf. Feeling reassured by the wolf's kind demeanor, she followed his guidance. Red Riding Hood replied innocently to the wolf's question without any suspicion. "I'm going to my grandmother's house. She is very sick, so I'm bringing her cake and wine," she said with a voice filled with deep concern and love for her grandmother. Red Riding Hood worried about her grandmother's health and wanted to get there as soon as possible. The wolf listened to Red Riding Hood's answer and nodded, smiling slyly to himself. "Oh, I see. It's so sad that your grandmother is very sick. You are such a kind granddaughter, traveling such a long way for her." His voice remained soft and kind, but his cunning plan was still hidden beneath his words. The wolf approached Red Riding Hood with a kind demeanor to gain her trust. Red Riding Hood was delighted by the wolf's kind offer and thanked him. "Thank you so much, Wolf. I needed your help." She held the basket tightly and started walking with the wolf. Feeling reassured by the wolf's kind demeanor, she followed his guidance, thinking about meeting her grandmother and feeling even more excited. The forest air was clear and fresh, and the sunlight filtering through the trees made her red cloak shine even brighter. Birds chirped among the branches, welcoming the two of them, and pretty wildflowers bloomed along the path. Red Riding Hood enjoyed the scenery around her, but the wolf was secretly planning his next move. The wolf glanced under Red Riding Hood's apron and asked, "What's under your apron?" His voice remained soft and kind, but his mind was filled with a cunning plan. The wolf's eyes were fixed on Red Riding Hood's basket, gleaming with curiosity and desire. He expected Red Riding Hood to give him important information. Without any suspicion, Red Riding Hood held up the basket under her cloak and replied, "This basket has a gift for my grandmother." Her expression was bright and pure, filled with trust that the wolf was there to help her. The wolf listened to Red Riding Hood's answer and nodded, smiling slyly to himself. "I see. Your grandmother must be very happy." He continued to act kind, trying to gain Red Riding Hood's trust. His mind was filled with a plan to harm both Red Riding Hood and her grandmother, but he maintained a kind and gentle demeanor. Red Riding Hood felt reassured by the wolf's kindness and continued to follow his guidance. She was eager to meet her grandmother and give her the gift. The wolf continued to act kind and friendly, using Red Riding Hood's innocence to further his plan. Red Riding Hood held up the basket proudly and said, "There is cake and wine that my mother baked yesterday. I'm bringing it for my sick grandmother, hoping she will regain her strength by eating something delicious." She showed the gifts in her basket to the wolf, thinking about her grandmother. The cake emitted a sweet and savory aroma, and the wine sparkled in its clear bottle. The cake was baked to a golden brown and topped with a layer of soft cream. Red Riding Hood smiled, imagining how happy her grandmother would be to receive the cake. She felt sad thinking about her grandmother's illness. She wanted her grandmother to regain her strength by eating her favorite cake and drinking the wine her mother had prepared with love. Holding the basket tightly, Red Riding Hood showed the gifts to the wolf, expressing her love for her grandmother. The wolf listened to Red Riding Hood's answer and thought of a cunning plan. Seeing that Red Riding Hood answered his questions without any suspicion, he tried to gather more information. The wolf intended to get as much information from her as possible, using her trust to his advantage. He continued to maintain a kind smile, planning his next move. Knowing that Red Riding Hood was on her way to her grandmother with a cake and wine, the wolf came up with a plan to reach her grandmother's house first, eat the grandmother, and then eat Red Riding Hood. He was confident that his plan would go smoothly as Red Riding Hood showed no signs of suspicion. With a sly smile, the wolf gently asked Red Riding Hood, "Red Riding Hood, where does your grandmother live?" His voice remained soft and kind, but his mind was filled with a cunning plan. He expected Red Riding Hood to answer his question without any suspicion, eagerly awaiting her response. Red Riding Hood paused for a moment to think. She considered how to explain her grandmother's house and decided to answer the wolf kindly. Believing that the wolf was asking to help, she began to describe the location of her grandmother's house in detail. After thinking for a moment, Red Riding Hood kindly replied to the wolf, "My grandmother's house is about 15 minutes further into the forest, under 3 big oak trees. It's easy to find because there is a walnut fence around it. I'm sure you know the place." She described the location of her grandmother's house, her eyes shining with anticipation to see her grandmother. As Red Riding Hood described her grandmother's house, she thought about how special the place was. The house was deep in the forest, but the oak trees and walnut fence made it easy to find. She felt excited, imagining her grandmother waiting for her at home. The wolf listened to Red Riding Hood's answer and nodded. His eyes gleamed as he began to formulate a cunning plan. The location of her grandmother's house was now clear in his mind. The house was under 3 big oak trees and surrounded by a walnut fence. Knowing that Red Riding Hood did not suspect him, the wolf's plan became even more detailed. Smiling slyly to himself, the wolf said to Red Riding Hood, "I see, that's really good information. Your grandmother must be very happy." He continued to act kind, trying to gain her trust. His mind was set on his plan to eat both the grandmother and Red Riding Hood. Red Riding Hood hurried down the path, eager to meet her grandmother. The thought of her grandmother waiting for her quickened her steps. She felt happy thinking about the delicious food her grandmother would have prepared and the warm smile that would greet her. The forest path remained beautiful, and the birds' songs brightened her mood even more. She walked faster, eager to reach her grandmother and give her the cake and wine. The forest air was fresh and clear, and the sunlight filtering through the trees warmly embraced her. Red Riding Hood enjoyed the beauty of the forest as she continued her journey to meet her grandmother. Her heart beat faster with excitement at the thought of seeing her grandmother. The wolf watched Red Riding Hood walk away, a sinister thought forming in his mind. A tender little girl, what a perfect prey she'll be. She'll surely taste better than the old woman. To eat them both, I must start perfectly. Smiling to himself, the wolf began crafting his plan to devour both Red Riding Hood and her grandmother. Confident in his plan, the wolf knew exactly where to find the grandmother's house thanks to Red Riding Hood's detailed directions. He decided to head there first, deal with the grandmother, and then wait for Red Riding Hood. He was sure she had no suspicions and was confident he could completely deceive her. The wolf resolved to first eat the grandmother and then Red Riding Hood. He let Red Riding Hood continue along the forest path while he took a shortcut to the grandmother's cottage. Smirking with satisfaction at how easily he had tricked her, his eyes glinted with cunning as he thought about his sinister plan to eliminate both the grandmother and Red Riding Hood. The wolf quickly moved through the forest, pushing through trees and bushes as he took the shortcut to the grandmother's house. With each step, he refined his plan to ambush the grandmother. As he got closer to the cottage, his steps became more deliberate, and his devious scheme grew more precise in his mind. Meanwhile, Red Riding Hood hurried along the path, eager to meet her grandmother. She felt happy that the wolf had spoken kindly to her, thinking of him as a good friend. She enjoyed the company and the chance to chat while walking to her grandmother's house. Feeling reassured by the wolf's friendly demeanor, Red Riding Hood walked along the forest path with renewed enthusiasm. The thought of seeing her grandmother filled her with excitement, making her walk faster. The forest remained beautiful, with sunlight filtering through the trees and birds singing, making her feel at ease. After walking quietly beside Red Riding Hood for a while, the wolf spoke again. "Red Riding Hood, look at these beautiful flowers blooming here. Why don't you take a moment to enjoy them? You're walking as if you're in a hurry to school, missing all the fun things in this forest." His voice was gentle and kind, though his mind was filled with evil plans. Red Riding Hood listened to the wolf and looked around. She finally noticed the beauty of the forest again. The wolf's plan was to distract her long enough so he could reach the grandmother's house first. His gentle encouragement led Red Riding Hood to pause and enjoy the surroundings. Red Riding Hood stopped to look at the flowers around her. She saw red roses, yellow marigolds, and blue violets all mingling to create a beautiful pattern in the forest. Dewdrops sparkled on the petals, forming tiny rainbows in the sunlight. She admired the flowers, gently touching the petals. Their fragrance was fresh and sweet, making her feel happy. Red Riding Hood thought about making a beautiful bouquet for her grandmother. "These flowers are so beautiful, Wolf. Thank you for pointing them out. I would have missed them otherwise," she said, enjoying the moment. Red Riding Hood slowly walked, following the wolf's suggestion to enjoy the forest's beauty. She wandered among the flowers, looking closely at each one. The red roses were in full bloom, the yellow marigolds shone like little suns, and the blue violets exuded a delicate fragrance that captivated her. She touched the soft petals, breathing in the sweet scent. Grandmother would love these flowers, she thought, planning to gather a bouquet for her. Enjoying the peaceful scenery, she felt calm and happy. The sunlight streaming through the trees warmed her, and the birds' song sounded like a harmonious choir. Red Riding Hood cherished this moment, immersing herself in the forest's beauty. Up in the trees, the birds were chirping. Their songs echoed beautifully through the forest, creating a chorus of nature. Red Riding Hood listened carefully to the melodic exchanges between the birds, realizing that she had been missing this stunning scenery in her haste. Red Riding Hood stopped for a moment to focus on the birds' songs. The melodies were clear and serene, breaking the forest's silence while creating a peaceful atmosphere. She closed her eyes and let the sounds calm her mind. The birds' songs seemed to tell the story of nature's beauty. Red Riding Hood listened intently, fully absorbing the tranquility of the forest. She realized that in her hurry, she had overlooked these beautiful moments. The birds' songs warmed her heart, filling her with a sense of calm and joy. The path was lined with vibrant flowers. Red, yellow, pink, and purple blooms created a colorful tapestry. Dewdrops sparkled on the petals, and the flowers swayed gently in the breeze, as if dancing. Red Riding Hood was mesmerized by their beauty. She wandered among the flowers, captivated by their colors and scents. Each petal she touched was soft, and the dewdrops glittered on her fingertips. The fresh fragrance uplifted her spirits, making her feel even happier. She admired each flower closely, appreciating their unique beauty. Red Riding Hood thought of her grandmother as she looked around. How delighted grandmother will be with a bouquet of these freshly picked flowers, she mused, feeling warmth in her heart. Imagining her grandmother's joy brought a smile to her face, strengthening her resolve. Determined to collect more flowers for her grandmother, Red Riding Hood carefully picked the most beautiful ones she could find. The flowers' vibrant colors and sweet scents filled her with joy as she envisioned presenting the bouquet to her grandmother. Her basket gradually filled with flowers, and she felt a growing sense of happiness and anticipation. It's still early. Even if I leave the path, I'll reach in time, Red Riding Hood assured herself, venturing deeper into the forest to gather the most beautiful flowers for her grandmother. She decided to explore the forest instead of sticking to the path, seeking out the prettiest blooms. As she ventured deeper, she discovered rare flowers not seen along the path. The secluded part of the forest was quiet and serene, with flowers glowing in the sunlight. Red Riding Hood picked each flower carefully, filling her basket. She felt thrilled by the beauty she found and imagined her grandmother's delight upon receiving the bouquet. Her basket filled with flowers, Red Riding Hood's excitement grew as she thought about surprising her grandmother with the lovely gift. Red Riding Hood began to carefully pick the flowers one by one. She gently touched the petals with her fingertips, selecting the freshest flowers adorned with dewdrops. Each flower boasted its unique fragrance and color, making the forest even more vibrant. Red Riding Hood felt joy in the softness of the petals and the refreshing scents. Red roses, yellow marigolds, blue violets, and various other flowers filled her basket, making the bouquet more and more abundant. The dewdrops on the flowers glistened in the sunlight, their beauty warming Red Riding Hood's heart. As she carefully picked the flowers, she felt satisfied seeing the bouquet for her grandmother come together. Imagining how happy her grandmother would be upon receiving the bouquet, Red Riding Hood continued to gather the flowers with even more enthusiasm. The fresh forest flowers filled her basket, and their beauty brought her great happiness. Meanwhile, the wolf took advantage of the time Red Riding Hood spent gathering flowers and headed straight for the grandmother's house. He remembered the location that Red Riding Hood had described and moved quickly. Following the forest path, the wolf finally arrived at the grandmother's cottage. The wolf surveyed the area and confirmed the location of the cottage. It was deep in the forest, and the surroundings were quiet. Satisfied with finding the grandmother's house, the wolf approached it. His eyes gleamed with cunning, and he began to formulate his devious plan. Standing at the front door, the wolf took a moment to catch his breath and mentally prepare to deceive the grandmother. Mimicking Red Riding Hood's voice, he prepared to trick the grandmother. Then, he carefully knocked on the door. The wolf stood at the door, catching his breath and adjusting his voice to sound like the grandmother's. He then reached out and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The wolf waited anxiously for the grandmother to open the door. Inside the cottage, there was no sound. Growing more impatient, the wolf knocked again, louder this time. Knock, knock, knock. His anxiety increased as he waited. From inside the door, a weak voice of the grandmother was heard. "Who is it?" The grandmother's voice sounded tired and weak. Curious about who was knocking, she struggled to get up from the bed. Weakened by her long illness, she moved slowly and looked towards the door. The wolf, imitating Red Riding Hood's voice, replied, "It's Red Riding Hood. I brought cake and wine for you. Please open the door." The wolf spoke as gently and kindly as possible. His voice even trembled slightly to reassure the grandmother. Hearing her granddaughter's voice, the grandmother felt relieved and decided to open the door. She joyfully responded, "Come in, Red Riding Hood. Open the door and come inside." The grandmother, believing it was her granddaughter, happily responded, "Press the latch. I'm too weak to get up." Her voice was weak and feeble. She lay in bed, eagerly waiting to welcome her granddaughter. The grandmother lay in bed, anticipating her granddaughter's arrival. She looked forward to the cake and wine Red Riding Hood had brought, and her heart was filled with joy at the thought of seeing her granddaughter after a long time. The grandmother smiled, imagining her granddaughter's bright face. The wolf carefully pressed the latch. As the door creaked open, he entered the house without saying a word. The inside of the cottage was warm and cozy, with the walls adorned with the grandmother's handmade knitting and old family photos. A small fire burned in the fireplace, making the room even warmer. The wolf looked around the room with a sly smile. The grandmother's knitted work showed her touch and dedication, and the old family photos held her precious memories. The wolf slowly approached the bed where the grandmother lay. His steps were quiet and deliberate. The wolf cautiously took one step at a time towards the bed. The grandmother lay there, still smiling, thinking her granddaughter had arrived. Her face was full of joy, and she waited eagerly to see her granddaughter. But without saying a word, the wolf approached the bed and pounced on the grandmother. She tried to scream in surprise, but it was too late. The wolf quickly devoured the grandmother. She struggled in shock and fear, but she was helpless against the wolf's strength. After swallowing the grandmother, the wolf patted his belly with a satisfied expression. Having devoured the grandmother, the wolf patted his belly with a satisfied expression. He quickly dressed in the grandmother's clothes, put on her hat, and lay down in the bed, pulling the curtains shut. The wolf waited for Red Riding Hood to arrive, curling up as small as possible to look like the grandmother. He practiced mimicking the grandmother's voice several times. The wolf's voice gradually became more like the grandmother's. Satisfied with his efforts, he smiled to himself. The room grew dark, and the wolf, hidden behind the curtains, prepared to deceive Red Riding Hood by pretending to be the grandmother. The wolf lay in bed, repeatedly practicing the grandmother's voice. His voice gradually sounded more like the grandmother's, and he believed he had perfected his disguise. The room grew dark, and the wolf carefully hid behind the curtains, moving cautiously to act like the grandmother. His eyes gleamed with cunning as he waited silently for Red Riding Hood to arrive. Red Riding Hood was wandering through the forest, picking beautiful flowers here and there. She carefully placed flowers of various colors and shapes into her basket. Red, yellow, pink, and purple flowers combined to create a vibrant bouquet. As Red Riding Hood picked each flower, she thought about her grandmother. The thought of how happy her grandmother would be upon seeing these flowers warmed her heart. Imagining her grandmother's smiling face, she diligently continued to gather flowers. The forest flowers sparkled in the sunlight, and Red Riding Hood marveled at their beauty. She filled her basket with flowers, striving to create the perfect bouquet for her grandmother. As she set off for her grandmother's house with the bouquet, she pictured her grandmother's delighted face. Red Riding Hood lost track of time while gathering flowers. Her basket was now overflowing with flowers, to the point where there was no more room left. Red Riding Hood realized that she had gathered enough flowers to complete the bouquet. She looked down at her basket, smiling at the sight of the beautiful flowers inside. Suddenly, she thought of her grandmother. "I need to get to grandmother quickly." Red Riding Hood felt a sense of urgency as she thought about her grandmother waiting for her. Grasping her basket tightly, she hurried towards her grandmother's cottage. Red Riding Hood walked quickly towards her grandmother's house. She followed the forest path, passing various wildflowers and listening to the birds singing cheerfully among the branches. However, she had no time to admire the scenery as she quickened her pace. Her mind was focused solely on reaching her grandmother as soon as possible. The faster Red Riding Hood walked, the more her heart pounded. The fresh forest air felt invigorating, but the worry about her grandmother's illness filled her mind. When she finally saw her grandmother's cottage in the distance, she felt somewhat relieved. But as she got closer, an uneasy feeling began to creep over her. Upon arriving at the house, she noticed that the door was open. Red Riding Hood paused in surprise. "Why is the door open?" she murmured to herself as she cautiously pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room was quiet and dim. Only a faint beam of sunlight filtered through the window, casting a soft glow in the room. Red Riding Hood quietly closed the door behind her and looked around. There was no sign of her grandmother. The room felt unusually chilly. Red Riding Hood searched for any sign of her grandmother. On the table was her grandmother's usual teacup, and the walls were adorned with her grandmother's handmade knitting. However, her grandmother was nowhere to be seen. A strange feeling enveloped her. The door was slightly ajar, and the house was eerily silent. Oh, why do I feel so uneasy today? I usually love coming to grandmother's house. Red Riding Hood muttered to herself, trying to calm her nerves. She took careful steps into the room. The house was filled with her grandmother's lovingly placed flower vases and old photos, but today everything felt unfamiliar. The curtains swayed slightly in the breeze, letting in faint light. She looked around the room in search of her grandmother. The bed was hidden behind a curtain, obscuring her grandmother's figure. Red Riding Hood's heart pounded as she moved closer to the bed. She gently pulled back the curtain but still couldn't see her grandmother. Behind the bed, there was nothing. Her unease grew stronger. Grandmother, hello? Red Riding Hood called out loudly. Her bright and clear voice echoed through the room. Normally, her grandmother would greet her with a warm smile, but today there was no response. Red Riding Hood called out again, louder this time. Grandmother! I'm here! It's Red Riding Hood. But the room remained silent, and no sound was heard. The room remained silent. Her grandmother did not respond. Red Riding Hood grew more anxious. She thought her grandmother might be too sick to answer and moved closer to the bed. The house's stillness amplified her anxiety. She slowly walked towards the bed. Her footsteps echoed loudly on the wooden floor. With each step, her anxiety increased. When she reached the bedside, she reached out and gently pulled back the curtain. But her grandmother was still not visible, and the room was dark and quiet. Red Riding Hood called out to her grandmother again. Grandmother, I'm here. It's Red Riding Hood. Her voice trembled, and she called out louder in frustration. But again, there was no response. Her worry grew. She wondered if her grandmother was really very ill. Standing by the bed, Red Riding Hood looked around the room again. The walls were decorated with her grandmother's handmade knitting and old family photos. Usually, these things felt warm, but today they seemed unfamiliar. She decided to pull back the curtain further to see her grandmother's face. Red Riding Hood reached out and drew back the curtain. As the curtain opened, her grandmother's figure was revealed lying in bed. But unlike usual, her grandmother's face was almost completely hidden by a deeply worn hat. Red Riding Hood wondered why her grandmother was lying like this as she slowly approached. Something about her grandmother's appearance seemed off. Her face was hidden by the hat, and her posture in bed looked uncomfortable. Despite the strange feeling, Red Riding Hood thought her grandmother might be very ill and approached with concern. She leaned in to look at her grandmother's face more closely. "Grandmother, are you okay?" "It's me, Red Riding Hood. I brought cake and wine for Mother." But her grandmother still didn't answer. The only sound was her breathing filling the room. Red Riding Hood's unease grew with her grandmother's unusual behavior. She leaned closer, trying to get a better look at her grandmother's face. The grandmother lay in bed, but her face was almost entirely hidden by the hat, looking rather peculiar. Red Riding Hood thought her grandmother looked a bit strange, but began to ask questions right away. "Grandmother, why are you covering your face like that? And why are you so quiet?" Red Riding Hood asked, looking worriedly at her grandmother's face. She gently held her grandmother's hand and asked again, "Grandmother, are you really okay? Why aren't you moving in bed?" Her grandmother's hand was still cold, and Red Riding Hood was startled by the chill, but couldn't let go. She hoped her grandmother would respond. The grandmother's appearance still seemed odd, and Red Riding Hood leaned in closer to look at her face. Red Riding Hood lifted the hat covering her grandmother's face slightly and asked one last time, "Grandmother, what's wrong? Please tell me." Her voice was trembling, and her anxiety grew. Looking at her grandmother's face, Red Riding Hood couldn't shake the strange feeling. "Oh, Grandmother, what big ears you have!" Red Riding Hood exclaimed in surprise. She looked closely at her grandmother's face, astonished by the large ears. The ears were much larger than usual, making them look strange. She continued to ask questions, curious about why her grandmother had changed so much. Red Riding Hood leaned in closer to her grandmother's face and asked again, "Grandmother, why are your ears so big?" Her voice was filled with surprise and curiosity. As she waited for her grandmother's answer, her anxiety grew. The large ears looked as if they didn't belong to her grandmother, and Red Riding Hood examined them more closely, trying to find out why. The wolf, imitating the grandmother's voice, replied, "So that I can hear you better, my dear." His voice, however, had a different tone from the usual warm voice of the grandmother. It was low and deep, giving off a sense of something being hidden. Red Riding Hood thought the voice sounded odd, but she nodded, assuming her grandmother was very ill. Red Riding Hood looked at the large ears again, trying to understand why her grandmother had changed so much. She tried to reassure herself with her grandmother's words, but she couldn't shake the uneasy feeling inside her. Although she couldn't understand why her grandmother's ears were so large, she tried to convince herself that it must be because her grandmother said so. Still feeling strange, Red Riding Hood asked again, "Oh, grandmother, what big eyes you have." She looked more closely at her grandmother's face, staring at the large eyes. Those eyes gave off a sharp feeling, unlike her grandmother's usual soft gaze. Red Riding Hood was startled by her grandmother's large eyes. They were much larger than usual and seemed capable of seeing through everything. The eyes had a cold glint to them. She continued to look at her grandmother's face, trying to see if there was anything else unusual. Although her heart was filled with unease, she continued to ask questions, trying hard to believe her grandmother's words. The wolf replied in a deeper and rougher voice, "So that I can see you better, my dear." His voice was completely different from the warm voice of the grandmother. Red Riding Hood thought the voice sounded strange, but nodded, thinking her grandmother must be very sick. Red Riding Hood continued to feel uneasy as she looked at the large eyes. She couldn't understand why her grandmother's eyes were so big. Her grandmother's answers continued to sound strange, and Red Riding Hood began to worry that her grandmother's condition might be more serious than she thought. She looked more closely at her grandmother's face, preparing another question. She hoped her grandmother's answer would clear her doubts, trying to hide her growing unease. Red Riding Hood continued to ask questions. "Oh, grandmother, what big hands you have," she said, looking at her grandmother's hands with wide eyes. The hands looked big and rough, unlike her grandmother's usual gentle hands. She found it hard to believe that these hands belonged to her grandmother. She couldn't hide her amazement as she looked at the hands again. They felt like they didn't belong to her grandmother at all. Red Riding Hood held her grandmother's hand, surprised by its size and roughness. She tried to understand why her grandmother's hands were so big, asking the reason. She waited for her grandmother's answer, hoping it would explain everything. Trying to hide her anxious heart, she continued to ask questions. The wolf sat up slightly in bed and replied, "So that I can grab you better, my dear." His voice became deeper and rougher. The words sounded nothing like her usual grandmother. Red Riding Hood grew more anxious at the response. The idea that her grandmother's hands were so big to grab her better was just too strange. Red Riding Hood became more confused by her grandmother's answers. She couldn't understand why her grandmother had changed so much. All the memories she had with her grandmother flashed through her mind. But the grandmother in front of her felt so different. Red Riding Hood couldn't shake off her doubts about her grandmother's words. Looking at her grandmother's hands, Red Riding Hood was still surprised by their size and roughness. She tried to understand why they were so big, but the answer that it was to grab her better didn't make sense. Her heart filled with growing fear. Despite feeling something was terribly wrong, Red Riding Hood decided to ask one last question. Red Riding Hood asked the most surprising question. "Oh, grandmother, what a big mouth you have." She looked closely at her grandmother's face. The mouth looked long and sharp, unlike anything she had seen before. It seemed ready to swallow something whole. Red Riding Hood was shocked by the large mouth. She had never seen such a big mouth on her grandmother's face, which made her even more confused. She couldn't understand why her grandmother's mouth was so big. Her grandmother's appearance felt increasingly unfamiliar. With a mix of fear and curiosity, Red Riding Hood waited for her grandmother's answer. Red Riding Hood looked at her grandmother's face, astonished by the length and sharpness of the mouth. She felt like she was looking at something other than her grandmother. As she asked the last question about her grandmother's face, Red Riding Hood tried to figure out what she was missing. Though filled with growing fear, she continued asking questions, hoping her grandmother's answer would reassure her. The wolf, seeing no need to hide anymore, bared his sharp teeth and replied, "So that I can eat you better." His voice was no longer warm like the grandmother's. It was cold and threatening. The wolf revealed his true self, showing his terrifying teeth. His mouth glittered with sharp teeth as he unveiled his hidden plan. Red Riding Hood realized at that moment that everything was wrong. She trembled with fear and took a step back. Red Riding Hood realized that it was not her grandmother in the bed but the wolf. She was so shocked and scared that she tried to scream, but no sound came out. The wolf's sharp teeth and menacing eyes overwhelmed her. She wanted to run, but fear rooted her to the spot. "So that I can eat you better." The wolf's voice echoed in her ears, planting deep fear in her heart. Realizing she was in grave danger, Red Riding Hood tried to find a way to stop the wolf's terrible plan. But she was overwhelmed by the wolf's terrifying appearance, not knowing what to do. As soon as he finished speaking, the wolf jumped out of bed and attacked Red Riding Hood. She tried to scream in surprise, but it was too late. The wolf swallowed her whole in an instant. All the happiness and anticipation Red Riding Hood felt on her way to visit her grandmother turned into fear. As she was being swallowed by the wolf, Red Riding Hood realized how much danger she was in. She struggled in the darkness, but it was useless. The wolf's stomach was cold and sticky, filling her with despair and fear. Red Riding Hood's eyes filled with tears, but no one could hear her cry. In the wolf's stomach, Red Riding Hood thought everything was over. She remembered the happy moments she had with her grandmother, feeling a pang of longing. But now, those memories seemed distant. The wolf's stomach grew darker and scarier, and Red Riding Hood began to accept her fate. Satisfied with his full belly, the wolf returned to bed. He put on the grandmother's clothes and pulled the hat down low over his face, then lay down and drew the curtains. With his stomach full, the wolf soon fell into a deep sleep. As he felt comfortable, he began to snore loudly. His snoring filled the house, echoing off the walls. The loud snoring showed just how deep asleep the wolf was. The wolf buried himself in the warm covers, enjoying the coziness of the grandmother's bed. He lay with his mouth wide open, snoring loudly. The snoring echoed throughout the house, reverberating off the walls and filling every corner. The wolf dreamt contentedly as he slept deeply. The wolf's snoring was so loud it seemed to shake the ceiling. His full belly jostled with every movement, and his snoring grew louder. The wolf, deeply asleep, filled the house with his snoring, and the sound carried outside as well. At that moment, a hunter was passing through the forest. Hearing the loud sound coming from the grandmother's house, he stopped in his tracks. He listened carefully. The sound was loud snoring coming from inside the grandmother's house. The hunter looked at the house with a puzzled expression and thought, "An old woman snoring that loudly? Something must be wrong. I'd better go in and see what's going on." The hunter cautiously approached the grandmother's house. The sunlight streamed through the trees, casting long shadows. The loud snoring continued from inside the house, heightening the hunter's suspicion. He paused at the door, listening once more to the snoring. The house was quiet except for the loud snoring. The hunter considered knocking but decided to investigate the source of the sound directly. There's no way the old lady would snore this loudly. What could be happening? He muttered to himself as he cautiously grasped the doorknob. The hunter approached the grandmother's house cautiously. He paused at the door, listening again to the sounds inside. The loud snoring continued without pause. The hunter decided to find out what was going on. He reached out and carefully turned the doorknob. The door creaked open, and the hunter stepped inside. The grandmother's house was dark and quiet, with only the loud snoring breaking the silence. The hunter slowly walked towards the source of the sound. The house, though warm and cozy, gave the hunter an uneasy feeling due to the loud snoring. He looked around the room, following the sound. It was clear that the snoring was coming from the grandmother's room. The hunter stood in front of the room, took a deep breath, and carefully opened the door. The hunter entered the room. As he approached the bed, he found the wolf lying there. The wolf was deeply asleep, dressed in the grandmother's clothes, and snoring loudly. The hunter's eyes widened in shock, and he took a step back. The sight was bizarre and frightening, but he tried to collect himself and assess the situation. The wolf, dressed in the grandmother's clothes, was lying in bed, filling the room with his loud snores. The hunter scrutinized the wolf, wondering where the grandmother might be. He cautiously moved closer to the wolf. The wolf was still in a deep sleep, his snores continuing to resonate through the room. In a low voice, the hunter muttered with a shocked expression, "Here you are, you dirty beast. I've been looking for you for a long time." He remembered how this wolf had been terrorizing people in the forest for a long time. The hunter felt a mix of anger and amazement as he stared at the wolf. This was the notorious wolf that had been devouring livestock and frightening people in the village. The hunter had tried multiple times to catch the wolf, but had always managed to escape. And now, the wolf was right in front of him. The hunter cautiously approached the wolf, watching its every move. The wolf remained in a deep sleep, his snores filling the room. The hunter resolved not to miss this opportunity. He slowly reached out and drew his shotgun. The hunter pointed his shotgun at the wolf. The thought that the wolf might have harmed the grandmother strengthened his resolve. He prepared to pull the trigger. The hunter firmly gripped the shotgun and aimed. The wolf's large body was sprawled leisurely on the bed. The loud snores continued, and the wolf was as deeply asleep as ever. The hunter thought this was the perfect chance and began to press the trigger. The hunter paused to think. Wait, the wolf might have swallowed the old lady. She might still be alive inside. I shouldn't shoot. He decided to save the grandmother and Red Riding Hood instead of killing the wolf. The hunter set down the shotgun and instead took out a sharp pair of scissors from his pocket. Looking around the room, he cautiously approached the sleeping wolf and began to cut open its belly. With each snip, the thick skin of the wolf started to part, revealing the insides. As he continued cutting, a glimpse of Red Riding Hood's red cloak appeared. The hunter continued cutting with even more care. The scissors sliced through the wolf's thick skin, creating a larger opening. Gradually, more of Red Riding Hood's cloak came into view. Her arm appeared first. As her arm became free, she instinctively reached out as if trying to escape. The hunter gently grasped her hand and began to pull her out carefully. "Hold on a little longer. It's almost over," the hunter reassured her, continuing to cut. After a few more snips, Red Riding Hood's face appeared. Her eyes were still closed, but her faintly trembling lips and chest showed she was alive. The hunter set the scissors aside and used both hands to carefully pull Red Riding Hood out. As her body emerged completely from the wolf's belly, Red Riding Hood took a deep breath and opened her eyes. "Thank you, Mr. Hunter," she said with a trembling voice. Her eyes were filled with tears, and her body still shook from the shock. The hunter patted her shoulder to comfort her. "It's all over now. Let's save your grandmother next." Red Riding Hood nodded at his words, wiping her tears. She stepped aside to watch the hunter's next move to save her grandmother. "Oh, it was so dark inside the wolf's belly," Red Riding Hood said, taking a deep breath after emerging from the wolf. She felt as though she had been trapped in the dark belly for a long time. The wolf's insides were cold and sticky, and the confined space made it hard to breathe. Red Riding Hood couldn't forget the fear and pain she felt there. Her face showed exhaustion and fear, but also a sense of relief from surviving. Red Riding Hood looked gratefully at the hunter who had saved her. His face showed determination and relief. He gently held her hand and said kindly, "You're safe now, Red Riding Hood. It must have been so hard for you." Red Riding Hood squeezed the hunter's hand and nodded. Tears welled up in her eyes, showing her gratitude and relief. "Thank you so much, Mr. Hunter. If it weren't for you, I was so scared." The hunter reassured her by patting her back. "You're safe now, don't worry. Just wait a little longer, and we'll save your grandmother too." Red Riding Hood nodded at his words, wiping her tears. She stepped aside to watch the hunter's next move to save her grandmother. The hunter reassured Red Riding Hood, "It's all right now, Red Riding Hood. We'll save your grandmother soon." He set down the shotgun and took out a sharp pair of scissors from his pocket. He began carefully cutting through the thick hide of the wolf. With each snip, the hunter became more cautious. His hands trembled slightly, and sweat beaded on his forehead as he cut through the wolf's belly. Red Riding Hood watched the hunter's hands anxiously. Her heart pounded, and her eyes followed his every movement. As the hunter made one more cut, the thick skin of the wolf parted, revealing the grandmother inside. The grandmother was still alive, but barely breathing after being inside the wolf's belly. As the hunter carefully cut more of the wolf's belly, the grandmother's pale face appeared. Her eyes were closed, and her breathing was shallow. Her skin was unusually pale, and her lips were bluish. The hunter carefully pulled her out and handed her to Red Riding Hood. "Grandmother!" Red Riding Hood cried out, tears streaming down her face. She held her grandmother's cold hand and gently helped her to the bed. The bed was covered with soft blankets, and Red Riding Hood carefully laid her grandmother down. The grandmother's body was light and weak. Red Riding Hood stroked her grandmother's face, hoping she would wake up. The grandmother's breathing was still irregular and weak. Red Riding Hood supported her grandmother's head gently, adjusting her position to make her breathing easier. "Grandmother, it's okay now." "I'm here," she said, her voice trembling but filled with comfort. The hunter stood by the bed, checking the grandmother's condition. "She needs to take deep breaths. We need to help her breathe easier," he said, holding the grandmother's hand to help her regain some strength. Red Riding Hood caressed her grandmother's face, feeling the coldness with a heavy heart. "Grandmother, please open your eyes." "I'm here," she said, looking at her grandmother's face more closely, hoping she would wake up. She held her grandmother's hand tightly, praying for warmth to return to it. "Grandmother, it's okay now," Red Riding Hood said, comforting her grandmother. She held her grandmother's hand gently, smiling warmly at her. The grandmother slowly opened her eyes and smiled faintly, caressing her granddaughter's face. Her touch was still soft, but she looked weak. The grandmother spoke with difficulty. "Thank you, Red Riding Hood. I'm so glad you're here." Her voice was weak and thin, but it was filled with deep love and gratitude for her granddaughter. Red Riding Hood teared up at her grandmother's words. "Grandmother, you're safe now. I'll always be here for you," she said, her voice tender with reassurance. The hunter watched the touching scene with a warm smile. He was glad he had defeated the wolf and saved the grandmother and Red Riding Hood. "Your grandmother will regain her strength soon. Just hold on a little longer," he encouraged them, giving them hope. The grandmother blinked at her granddaughter's face. She held Red Riding Hood's hand tightly and gave a thankful look to the hunter. She felt deeply grateful, knowing she was alive thanks to her granddaughter and the hunter. Red Riding Hood held her grandmother's hand tightly, promising herself to stay by her side until she fully recovered. The grandmother's face still showed signs of fatigue, but the warm hearts and encouragement from her granddaughter and the hunter helped her gradually regain strength. Red Riding Hood prayed for her grandmother's recovery, holding her hand gently. Their presence gave each other great comfort, and they felt hopeful that they could overcome anything together. The hunter knew he had to make sure the wolf couldn't wake up. Quickly, he looked around and found large stones scattered throughout the forest. The hunter selected the heaviest and biggest stones. Red Riding Hood helped him, placing the stones one by one into the wolf's belly. These stones are heavy and big, so the wolf won't be able to wake up easily, the hunter explained to Red Riding Hood. She nodded and diligently gathered more stones. The hunter carefully pushed each stone into the wolf's belly. As more stones were added, the wolf's belly began to swell. The process of adding stones was difficult and time-consuming. Red Riding Hood and the hunter worked hard, sweating as they continued. "We need more stones," the hunter said. Red Riding Hood looked around for even bigger stones. She picked up any stone she could find and brought it to the hunter. The stones were heavy, and the wolf's belly became full. Every time they added a stone, the wolf twitched, but Red Riding Hood and the hunter didn't stop. As more stones filled the wolf's belly, the wolf became unable to move. Red Riding Hood and the hunter concentrated even more to finish the task before the wolf fully awoke. Finally, the wolf's belly was packed with stones, and the wolf was weighed down by the heavy load, unable to move. Red Riding Hood and the hunter sighed with relief, confirming the wolf was no longer a threat. "The wolf won't be able to harm us anymore," the hunter said with a sigh of relief. Red Riding Hood nodded and returned to her grandmother. When the wolf finally woke up, he felt an unusual heaviness in his belly. He put his hands on his stomach and pressed here and there, but the heaviness wouldn't go away. The wolf sensed something was wrong, but still didn't fully understand what had happened. "Why do I feel so heavy?" the wolf muttered in confusion as he tried to get up. But his body wouldn't budge. The wolf, now even more perplexed, pressed his belly again, but it still felt like a heavy boulder. He twisted his body to escape, but the weight of the stones prevented him from moving properly. His eyes filled with fear and confusion. The wolf, feeling thirsty, tried to get to the well for a drink, but his body was too heavy to walk properly. He groaned and struggled to take a few steps, but the stones in his belly made it impossible to move easily. He sweated as he took each step, quickly tiring from the weight of the stones. When he finally reached the well, the wolf was exhausted from the heavy stones. He sat beside the well, looking down at his swollen belly in bewilderment. Seeing his belly bulging, the wolf became even more confused. He was incredibly thirsty and thought he needed a drink. As he bent down to drink, he lost his balance and fell into the well. The wolf tried to steady himself, but the stones were too heavy for him to control his movements. Eventually, he plunged into the well with a loud splash, flailing in the water before gradually sinking deeper. "Help!" The wolf cried out one last time, but it was already too late. The wolf sank deeper and deeper until he disappeared into the depths of the well. His voice grew faint and soon vanished entirely. The well returned to its quiet state, leaving no trace of the wolf behind. The three were all satisfied. The hunter was relieved to see that the wolf was no longer a threat. He skinned the wolf and took the pelt home. The pelt became a great trophy for the hunter, and it also served as proof to the villagers that the wolf was no longer a danger. As the hunter walked home that night, he felt a sense of pride for protecting the village. As he walked, he told the villagers about the wolf. They thanked the hunter for his bravery and praised him. The hunter carefully prepared the pelt and hung it on the wall. It became a monument to his courageous act. With the wolf gone, the village returned to its peaceful state, and the people resumed their daily lives with a sense of security. The hunter shared the story with his family, feeling that all his efforts were worthwhile. That night, the hunter fell into a deep sleep, and in his dreams, he heard the laughter of the villagers. A small celebration was held in the village square, where people sang songs honoring the hunter's bravery. The hunter felt proud of what he had done and vowed to continue protecting the village. Meanwhile, the grandmother regained her strength while eating the cake and drinking the wine that Red Riding Hood had brought. "Thank you so much, Red Riding Hood. Thanks to you, I feel much stronger," the grandmother said, smiling warmly at her granddaughter. The sweet taste of the cake and the rich aroma of the wine warmed the grandmother's body and revitalized her tired self. As the grandmother savored each bite of the cake, she closed her eyes to enjoy the taste. "This cake is really delicious. It tastes even better because you brought it with so much care," she said. Drinking the wine, the grandmother felt warmth spreading through her body. She held Red Riding Hood's hand tightly, expressing her gratitude. Red Riding Hood felt relieved to see her grandmother regaining her strength. She treasured the moment she had with her grandmother. "Grandmother, I'll come to see you more often. Please stay healthy," she said. The grandmother nodded, looking lovingly at her granddaughter. "Yes, my dear Red Riding Hood. Having you here makes me so happy." Red Riding Hood and her grandmother shared stories and laughter for a long time. They provided each other with great comfort, promising to meet again soon and sharing a warm hug. The grandmother's house was filled with a peaceful and cozy atmosphere once more. Red Riding Hood cherished the time spent with her grandmother and returned home with those precious memories. "I must never wander off the path and enter the forest alone again. I will listen to my mother when she tells me not to do something," Red Riding Hood resolved. She decided to pay closer attention to her mother and grandmother's advice and to always be careful. This experience had taught her a valuable lesson, making her wiser and more cautious. Reflecting on everything that had happened, Red Riding Hood thought about getting lost in the forest and facing danger, and then being rescued by the hunter. Each moment had been a crucial lesson. She deeply ingrained her mother and grandmother's advice in her heart and decided to act more carefully in the future. From then on, Red Riding Hood no longer wandered aimlessly through the forest. She always listened to her mother's words and followed her grandmother's guidance. This experience had transformed Red Riding Hood into a more mature and responsible girl. Thus, Red Riding Hood and her grandmother returned to a peaceful and safe life. Red Riding Hood cherished the time she spent with her grandmother, understanding the importance of love and care. She felt more grateful for every moment shared with her grandmother. The grandmother felt how much her granddaughter had grown during their time together. She believed that Red Riding Hood would always live wisely and bravely. Red Riding Hood and her grandmother brought great comfort and joy to each other, and their bond grew even stronger. The villagers admired Red Riding Hood's courage and wisdom, loving her even more. Red Riding Hood shared the lessons she had learned with others, helping everyone live safely and happily. She enjoyed the precious time with her grandmother and lived with a deep understanding of the importance of love and care. And so, Red Riding Hood and her grandmother spent their days in peace and happiness, loving and cherishing each other more than ever. Hello friends! We are now approaching the two travelers. Those disembarking, Please don't forget to subscribe and like. Thank you for traveling with us. Just like hills and valleys do not meet each other, people meet each other by chance as part of nature. Under the blue sky, there were two travelers walking on a road. One was a shoemaker who made shoes, and the other was a tailor who sewed clothes. These two were walking toward different destinations, but they met by chance on the same road. The tailor was always a small man filled with laughter and love for joy. His face was always radiant with a smile that never left him. Even the smallest pebbles on the road seemed to shake in joy and play a merry melody with his every step. While walking, he met the shoemaker who was making shoes roughly and walking alone with a stern expression. On a sunny road, the tailor saw the shoemaker coming from the opposite direction. The heavy bag of the shoemaker spoke of his profession. It was filled with various tools and materials for making shoes, including leather, thread, nails, and everything needed for shoes made with tar. Seeing the shoemaker like this, the tailor smiled mischievously and spontaneously began to sing. His voice was lively and rhythmic. The song cleverly described the work of the shoemaker. Sew the seams, pull the thread, cover with tar, hammer the nails. This song, while revealing the tailor's joyful nature, also made their first meeting even more special. The tailor's song brought a small laugh to everyone on the road, and its lively melody spread far with the wind. Initially surprised, the shoemaker soon started to move his steps in tune with the playful song after seeing the tailor's clear laughter. Under the sunlight, the tailor's cheerful song spread far, but the shoemaker's heart was not at ease. A look of displeasure was clear on his face. Although the song was amusing, the shoemaker did not appreciate such jokes. His face scrunched as if he had drunk vinegar, and his eyebrows hardened with discomfort. He approached the tailor, making a gesture as if to jokingly grab his neck. This gesture was half in jest, but also sprang from genuine irritation. Amidst the tension, the tailor still did not lose his smile. He noticed the shoemaker's discomfort and pulled out his small leather bottle, offering the shining flask of liquor to the shoemaker, saying warmly, "I meant no harm, have a drink and let's calm the anger." Hesitant at first, the shoemaker took the bottle. As he grasped the flask, it seemed he made up his mind, sighed deeply, and brought the flask to his lips. He took a big gulp. As the liquor flowed down his throat, the tension on his face began to ease. After drinking, a smile slowly spread across the shoemaker's face, and the clouds in his eyes seemed to dissipate. The tailor's warm gesture and that single gulp seemed enough to melt the ice in his heart. The tension between them gradually eased, and they began to share a growing understanding and friendship. After a drink of reconciliation, the shoemaker returned the liquor bottle to the tailor with a smile and spoke in a slightly joking tone. "I really drank a lot. They say too much drinking leads to such incidents. Shall we travel together?" The tailor responded cheerfully to the proposal. "Sure," he answered, adding, "if it's okay to head to a big city where there's plenty of work." The shoemaker immediately nodded. "That's exactly where I want to go. There's not much earning in small towns, and in the countryside, people prefer to walk barefoot." Thus, the two set out on a journey together, each with their own purpose, but heading in the same direction. Their steps seemed lighter, as if they had shed the weight of their hearts. They stepped through the snow-covered path like stoats, carefully placing one foot after the other. Upon arriving in a new village, the tailor and the shoemaker had plenty of time during their journey, but their food was getting scarce. They walked into the heart of the village, greeting the local merchants they met. The villagers welcomed the new faces. The tailor, with his bright smile and rosy cheeks, won the hearts of the people. His cheerful personality and approachable demeanor easily earned him job offers from the locals. The tailor greeted everyone kindly, looking for opportunities to showcase his skills. His tailoring skills quickly became the talk of the town among the villagers. On his lucky days, sometimes the daughters of the house owners would sneak down to the front porch and give him a peck on the cheek. These small acts of kindness brought great joy to the tailor, and he became even happier with his life in the village. Thus, he maintained his positive attitude and passion for work, gaining recognition for his craftsmanship from the villagers. After finishing his work in the village, when the shoemaker and tailor met again, they had different experiences. The tailor had filled his bundle with repaired and newly made clothes. On the other hand, the quick-tempered shoemaker could not hide his discomfort at seeing this. His face was scrunched up, and he thought bitterly, "The badder they are, the luckier they seem." But the tailor, noticing the shoemaker's mood, continued to smile brightly and sang. He wanted to share everything he had earned with his colleague, the shoemaker. Whenever he found a few coins in his pocket, he happily headed to the pub for a drink. Drinking and being merry, the tailor would bang on the table, making the glasses dance. His actions spread joy to those around him, and he always said, "Easy come, easy go." Continuing their journey, the tailor and shoemaker finally arrived at the entrance to a large forest. This forest was a key route leading to the capital. There were two paths through the forest, one a long path taking 7 days, and the other a short path that could be done in just 2 days. However, they did not know which was the shorter path. Standing under the shadow of the great forest, the tailor looked around, contemplating this dilemma. The forest was dense, with trees soaring towards the sky, and the sunlight barely seeped through the gaps. The path seemed filled with adventure and secrets, and deciding which to choose was not an easy task. Deep in the forest under an oak tree, the tailor and shoemaker sat, discussing their long journey ahead. Whichever path they chose, they needed to prepare food for the journey. Predicting how much food they would need was a crucial issue. The shoemaker chose a practical approach. Considering the uncertainty, he opted for safety. "We need to see before we run. I'll take bread for a week." His voice was cautious. This preparation was to hedge against the journey turning out to be more arduous or longer than expected. In contrast, the tailor looked at the situation more optimistically, though he respected the shoemaker's prudent approach. He acknowledged the shoemaker's planning while pondering what preparations he should make. The two planned their journey under the oak tree, meticulously checking and preparing the necessary supplies. After the shoemaker decided to prepare a week's worth of bread, the tailor expressed his thoughts and offered a different opinion. His voice was full of confidence. "What? Carrying bread for 7 days on your back like a beast, unable to look around? I will rely on God. I will not worry at all." He also pointed out practical issues. "The money in my pocket can be used just the same in summer and winter. But in hot weather, bread dries up and gets moldy. Even my coat won't last long." His words showed his confidence in the path he had chosen. "Besides, why wouldn't we find the right path? 2 days' worth of bread will be enough." His optimistic and practical approach emphasized the minimal preparations needed to cross the forest. Thus, the two men finished their preparations in their own ways, with the shoemaker buying bread for a week and the tailor for 2 days. As the tailor and shoemaker entered the forest, the atmosphere was deep and quiet. The forest was as solemn and quiet as an old church. There was no wind, and even the small stream quietly flowed, making only their footsteps echo distinctly. Even the birds around seemed to have stopped singing, and no other signs of life could be heard. The forest was completely covered with thick leaves. Not even a single ray of sunlight could penetrate. In this silence, the shoemaker was especially quiet. He suffered from the weight of the bread he was carrying. The heavy burden on his back slowed his steps, and sweat ran down his hardened face. The sweat was a sign of discomfort and burden, showing how difficult his heavy decision actually was. Meanwhile, the tailor, in contrast to the shoemaker, appeared more comfortable due to carrying a lighter load. Even in the deep silence of the forest, the tailor did not lose his joy. His steps were light, and his heart was filled with happiness. He ran across the forest, seeing the sunlight filtering through the leaves, and whistled. Additionally, his voice echoed through the forest as he sang. His song would have sounded harmonious to the birds in the forest as well. The tailor felt that his happiness was transmitting positive energy to all the living things around him. He hoped that his joy reached the heavens, thinking, "The God in heaven will be happy to see me so joyful." These positive thoughts gave him even more strength and lightened his soul as he crossed the forest. Seeing the forest continue endlessly, the tailor realized that his decision to bring only 2 days' worth of bread might have been rash. By the 3rd day, his bread had already run out. The forest was still dark and deep, and no one could tell where it ended. Hunger weakened his body, and he lay down under a large tree, exhausted. It was a night full of fatigue and hunger, but a spark of hope still remained in his heart. The evening deepened, and the tailor suffered from hunger as he fell asleep. The next morning, his situation remained unchanged. He was still hungry, and the forest still surrounded him. However, he did not give up. He trusted in God and his own luck, hoping for the day he would escape the forest, fervently praying. The 4th day of the long journey through the forest brought even harder tests for the tailor. His stomach was empty, and his energy was depleted, but the shoemaker beside him maintained a stable condition as he ate his lunch. When the tailor begged the shoemaker for a piece of bread, his response was cold. The shoemaker scoffed at him and coldly said, "You were always so joyful, now see what it's like to be sad." Birds that sing too early in the morning get caught by the hawk in the evening. These words deeply hurt the tailor. The shoemaker's words made his situation even harder, and the tailor deeply contemplated the consequences of his choices. At this moment, the tailor felt disappointed by the shoemaker's merciless attitude and cold heart, and the solitude and hunger in the forest darkened his spirit even more. The morning of the 5th day dawned, but the tailor's situation was desperate. Several days of starvation and the harsh journey through the forest had exhausted him to the point of lying on the ground. His face had turned pale, and his eyes were bloodshot. He was so weakened that he could hardly move, and he could barely speak. In this dire moment, the shoemaker made a cruel offer. He proposed to give the tailor a piece of bread, but at a high cost. "Today I'll show mercy again and give you bread, but not for free. This time, I want your other eye." Hearing this, the tailor gathered his last bit of courage despite deep despair. He reflected on his reckless life and prayed to God for forgiveness. "Do as you wish, I will endure." His words were desperate but also carried a calm acceptance of his fate. In this extreme moment, the tailor chose to make another drastic sacrifice for survival. His decision showed how desperate his situation was, while also highlighting his strong will and challenge to human limits. Following the shoemaker's demand, the tailor suffered intense pain but managed to keep his life, albeit at a tragic cost. The tailor recalled the words his mother had told him in the midst of his dire situation. She had always advised, "Eat as much as you can, and endure what you must." These words gave the tailor great strength. After eating the costly bread from the shoemaker, he barely managed to stand up again. He tried to forget his misery for a moment, comforting himself with the thought that he could still see enough with one eye. However, the hardship continued. By the 6th day, intense hunger again tormented him, draining his strength nearly to death. The tailor collapsed beside a tree in the dark evening, and his condition worsened. By the morning of the 7th day, he was so weak that he could no longer stand up on his own. The tailor's situation became increasingly desperate. As death approached, the shoemaker once again made a cruel offer. He offered the tailor bread, demanding a high price. "Today I'll show mercy one more time and give you bread, but not for free. This time, I'll take your other eye." Hearing this, the tailor felt the depth of his reckless life and, while deeply despairing, mustered the last of his courage. "Do as you wish, I will endure." His words were desperate but also reflected a calm acceptance of his fate. This extreme moment highlighted the tailor's desperate situation and his unyielding spirit, challenging human limits. He made a tragic choice to maintain his life despite immense pain. After the tragic event, the tailor deepened his faith in divine justice, even in moments of deep sorrow and despair. He did not lose hope for his future and spoke to the shoemaker. "However, our Lord does not always stand by idly, and the time will come when this wrongdoing done to me without cause will be repaid. When times were good, I shared what I had with you. My job is one where every stitch must always be the same. If I can no longer sew because I'm blind, I will have to beg." The tailor pleaded with the shoemaker not to leave him completely blind. "Anyway, if I go blind, don't leave me here alone. Otherwise, I will starve to death." His voice was desperate, but his request did not move the shoemaker's heart. Seemingly having expelled God from his heart, the shoemaker cruelly took his left eye as well. Then he finally handed the tailor a piece of bread. After this dreadful act, the shoemaker handed the tailor a walking stick and led him on their way. At this moment, the tailor was left completely blind, and his life became even more difficult. Leaving the darkness of the forest behind, they finally arrived at an open field where a gallows stood lonely under the ashen sky. The shoemaker led the now completely blind tailor to this place with the gallows. But then he coldly left the tailor there alone. Exhausted to his limit, the tailor was tormented by fatigue, pain, and extreme hunger. Now with nowhere else to go, he lay down on the small patch of ground under the gallows and closed his eyes, overwhelmed by the day's hardships. There, he slept through the night, finding some respite in his sleep. At dawn, the tailor tried to open his blood-stained eyes, but couldn't see where he was. He noticed the gallows in front of him, with two criminals hanging there. A crow sat on each of their heads. One of the hanged men spoke up. "Brother, are you awake?" His voice was weary but clear. The second person responded, "Yes, I am awake." Then the first man shared an important fact. "Then I will tell you something. The dew that falls on us has the power to make a blind man see. If blind people knew this, who knows how many could see again?" In his desperate situation, the words of the man hanging on the gallows gave the tailor a new ray of hope. He decided to act on the advice, carefully pressing his handkerchief into the grass to soak it with dew, and then gently washed his eyes with the moist handkerchief. At that moment, something miraculous happened. The haze before the tailor's eyes began to clear, and his vision gradually sharpened. As he removed the handkerchief, his eyes were completely transformed. Healthy, new eyes shone on his face. Astonished by this incredible change, the tailor opened his eyes wide. Miraculously regaining his sight, the tailor saw the world with entirely new eyes. He watched the sunrise over the mountains, and the light brought him unprecedented hope and emotion. His gaze extended to the grand gates of a large city with 100 towers. The golden balls and crosses on the spires shone, capturing his eyes. Now, the tailor could observe every detail of nature. He could distinguish each leaf on the trees, watch birds passing by, and observe small insects dancing in the air. All these fresh wonders approached him with a sense of awe, adding new colors to his life. When he took a needle from his pocket, the tailor realized he could sew again. Holding the needle, he began tailoring with skilled craftsmanship as before. At this moment, he was confident that his skills would continue to guide his life, and his heart was filled with joy. After regaining his sight, the tailor paused before continuing his new path to offer a deep prayer of thanks to God. He knelt down and expressed his gratitude for the second chance he had been given by divine grace. He also prayed for the souls of the criminals hanging on the gallows. Compassion for their suffering and isolation was embedded in his prayer. After praying, the tailor reorganized his thoughts, picked up his bundle again, and set out once more, leaving behind the pains he had endured. His steps were light, and his heart was full of hope. As he set off, he expressed his joy and gratitude by singing and whistling. This music lightened his heart and made his journey enjoyable. As the tailor continued his new journey, walking through the fields, he encountered a brown foal playing there. The foal caught his eye, and he tried to mount it to ride to the village. However, the foal pleaded in a startled voice. "I am still too young," said the foal. "Even a light tailor like you could break my back. Please let me go until I am stronger. Someday, I may be able to repay you." The tailor listened to the foal's plea and immediately let it go. He saw fear and innocence in the foal's eyes and decided to respect the wishes of the small creature. The tailor smiled at the foal and said, "All right, I'll let you run free. Let's meet again when you're strong enough to help me." As the tailor released the foal, it expressed pure joy. "All right, go on," said the tailor in a warm voice as he gently patted the foal's back. The foal responded to his kindness by excitedly raising its hind legs. Then, it gracefully jumped over fences and ditches, running across the field. The small tailor was walking home after a long and tiring day. The sun brightly illuminated his eyes, but his stomach was still empty. Pain from hunger was etched on his face, and his heart felt heavy. "The sun fills my eyes," he murmured, "but bread does not fill my mouth." His voice was weak and weary, and his mind was filled with anxiety. The small tailor stood by the road, watching passers-by, pondering how happy they looked, how they could look forward to their evening meal. But his pockets were empty, with nothing to eat. He kicked the ground weakly, bowed his head, and his thoughts circled only around food. A delicious piece of bread tantalized his vision, but it was just a figment of his hungry mind. Thus, he spent the night alone in the dark, battling hunger. Weakened by hunger, the tailor was walking through a meadow. What unfolded before his eyes was a vast, green meadow and a stork walking slowly across it. The stork's white feathers sparkled in the sunlight, shining brilliantly. "The first thing that comes my way will suffer because of my hunger." The tailor was losing his reason to hunger. He shouted at the stork, "Stop! Stop!" His voice was filled with desperation, and he quickly approached the stork, grabbing its long legs. "I don't know if you're edible, but hunger leaves me no choice. I have to cut your neck and cook you." The tailor's eyes blazed with hunger and desperation, while the stork looked at him in surprise. Fear lingered in the stork's large eyes, and its elegant gestures froze with tension. As the stork struggled to escape the tailor's grip, it spoke in a calm and firm voice. "Do not do this. I am a sacred bird that brings great benefits to people. Do not harm me." Its voice was composed, and its eyes seriously regarded the tailor. "If you spare my life, I will help you in another way." The tailor hesitated for a moment. His eyes met with the stork's, and he could read understanding and mercy in them. "Go then, long-legged cousin," he finally said, giving up and slowly releasing the stork's legs. As soon as the stork gained its freedom, it straightened its long, elegant legs, flapped its powerful wings, and soared into the sky. Its flight was smooth and graceful, and its feathers glistened in the sunlight, showcasing the beauty of freedom. It rose high in the air, looked back at the tailor once more, and then gradually disappeared. The tailor was walking through the meadow, fighting against hunger. His face was pale with the pain of starvation, and his heart grew increasingly heavy. "How will this end?" he murmured to himself as he walked. Suddenly, a small pond appeared in front of him. In the clear water of the pond, 2 ducklings were happily swimming. "Hunger grows, and my stomach empties. Whatever comes next is doomed to be eaten." His voice was despairing, and his eyes sparkled as he spotted the ducklings. Unaware, the ducklings approached him, their small bodies gently floating on the water. The serene scene by the reed-filled pond suddenly turned tense. Just as the tailor was about to wring the neck of one of the ducklings, driven by hunger, an old duck burst out from hiding, screaming loudly, "Please save my lovely children." Her voice was filled with desperation and anguish, and she pecked at the tailor's legs with her beak. Can you not imagine how sad your mother would be if someone were to take you away? Her words resonated with the tailor. For a moment, tears seemed to well up in his eyes. The tailor took a deep breath and paused in thought. "Quiet," he said gently and affectionately. "I will protect the children." His words were sincere. He carefully placed the duckling he was holding back into the water. The mother duck sighed with relief and looked at the tailor with warm eyes. The duckling jumped into the water and returned to its mother's embrace. Together, they floated safely in the pond, watching the tailor. Leaving the pond, the tailor walked into the quiet woods. Along the way, he stopped in front of a partially rotted tree. The tree looked old, and there were hardly any signs of life in its large, rough trunk, but there was bustling activity around it. Several wild bees were entering and exiting the tree, and their diligent movements piqued the tailor's curiosity. "I will receive a reward for good deeds here," the tailor said hopefully. "The honey will energize me." His voice carried a hint of anticipation. He approached the tree cautiously and examined the beehive. The hive was well hidden in a hole on one side of the tree, where the bees were busily collecting honey. As the tailor was carefully observing the beehive near the tree, attracted by the sweet scent of honey, suddenly the queen bee appeared before him. She was much larger and more majestic than the other bees, and her voice was stern and authoritative. "If you disturb our hive, our stings will prick your skin like 1,000 burning needles." The queen bee's words were threatening, yet her eyes held a deep meaning of warning and promise. "However, if you leave us alone and go, we will repay you later." The tailor was startled by the queen bee's words, but also deeply contemplative. He locked eyes with the queen bee for a moment, seriously taking in her grave warning. Inside, he struggled between the safety of the bees and the help they could offer. Eventually, the tailor decided not to harm the bees. He raised his hand to the queen bee, bowed his head in gratitude, and said, "I will heed your words. I will leave you unharmed and depart from this place." The queen bee nodded in approval at the tailor's decision and returned to the hive. The tailor walked away from the tree without looking back. The little tailor left the forest and returned to the village. His steps were heavy, and his heart was filled with disappointment. Clutching his hungry stomach, he entered his small cabin. The cabin was dark and lonely, and he headed to the kitchen in search of hope. 3 empty bowls, and a 4th holds nothing either. What a poor dinner!" the tailor muttered as he checked the kitchen shelves. The bowls were as empty as his hollow heart. He sighed with frustration, dismayed by the fact that there was nothing to prepare for dinner. Despite his deep disappointment and hunger, the tailor walked back into the center of the village. As the village's small clock tower chimed noon, his steps unconsciously followed the sound. The village square was bustling with people, and the air was filled with the delicious aroma of food. As he entered the square, the villagers welcomed him. "Mr. Tailor, welcome. It's lunchtime." Kind neighbors invited him to a seat, smiling. In front of him was a long table laden with various foods, all already prepared and waiting for him. The tailor momentarily forgot his fatigue and hunger and immediately sat down. In front of him were warm bread, fresh vegetables, homemade stew, and more. He ate his first bite with a heart full of gratitude, and the taste seemed to awaken all his senses. After a hearty meal, the tailor regained his energy. He stood up under the dazzling sunlight with a resolute voice. "It's time to start working." New hopes and goals began to sprout in his heart. He roamed around the village looking for a suitable workshop. His efforts soon bore fruit, and he secured a position in a small tailoring shop on the busiest street in the village. The shop owner highly valued the tailor's skills and passion, offering him the opportunity to further develop his craft. The tailor diligently learned his trade, and each day his skills shone brighter. The clothes he created started to become well known among the villagers, and his delicate work and original designs drew everyone's attention. Before long, he became the most famous tailor in the village, and people from other villages came to buy his clothes. The tailor's reputation extended beyond the village and reached the royal court. His exceptional talent and fine workmanship were recognized by all, and his importance continued to grow. The tailor felt proud of his achievements, but always sought new challenges, looking to higher aspirations. "There's no further I can go with my skills," the tailor murmured to himself in his workshop. "But the situation is improving." Each piece of clothing he created was like a work of art, and his reputation demanded a bigger stage. The king heard of his fame and was impressed. Eventually, the king appointed the tailor as the royal tailor. This news reached the tailor, who felt deeply grateful and was invited to the royal court. On the day the tailor was appointed as the royal tailor, strangely, his old colleague, the shoemaker, was also appointed as the court shoemaker. Their fates crossed once again. However, the shoemaker's heart was not at peace. Seeing the tailor's dazzling success in the royal court, he felt guilty about past events. The tailor barely remembered their past, but the shoemaker felt it as a great burden. Before he can take revenge, the shoemaker thought to himself, "I must trap him." His eyes showed anxiety and calculation, and he began to plan a conspiracy to entrap the tailor. The shoemaker quietly started contacting other figures within the royal court. He sought people who would agree with his plan and spread rumors about the tailor. His words gradually spread as whispers within the royal court, slowly sowing distrust and suspicion against the tailor. The shoemaker's conspiracy deepened. After work, as darkness fell, he quietly approached the king. Walking along the quiet corridors of the royal palace, he reassured himself that his plan would succeed. Arriving at the king's side, he spoke in a fawning voice. "Your Majesty, the tailor is an arrogant man, boasting that he could bring back the long-lost golden crown." His words spread like poison in the king's ear, and the king's expression gradually darkened. The king knew well the story of the lost crown, a symbol and precious relic of the state, and the tale of the tailor's arrogance disturbed him. Despite feeling disturbed by the shoemaker's story, the king decided to officially present the challenge to the tailor. "If that is true, I would be very pleased," the king said. His voice mixed with expectation and doubt as he ordered the tailor to be called to the palace the next morning. When the tailor stood before the king made a significant demand. "Retrieve the golden crown or leave the city forever." This command was an unexpected trial for the tailor, and the golden crown was a long-lost important relic of the state. The tailor insisted that he had never made such a statement, but the king presented this challenge as a way to test his capabilities. The tailor seriously pondered the king's impossible demand. "Oh dear," he murmured pessimistically. "A villain gives more than he owns. If the king asks me to do something no one can do, I will not wait until morning, I will leave immediately." His resolve was firm, and he was confident in his choice. He packed his precious tools and a few personal items into a bundle. With each item he packed, he remembered the good times in the city, the people he had met, and the achievements he had made. His heart was filled with regret and sadness, but he was ready to follow his own path. he quietly left the royal court. Walking through the city streets, he reminisced about the past and hid his tears. The tailor's steps were heavy, but deep inside, there was a hope for a new beginning. He didn't know what difficulties lay ahead, but he was ready to find his way. Continuing his journey away from the city, the tailor arrived at a familiar place, the pond where he had met the ducks. The pond was still as peaceful as in his memory. As he approached the pond's edge, at that moment, the mother duck he had saved was quietly preening her feathers by the water. The mother duck recognized the tailor as soon as she saw him and immediately approached him. She asked why he looked so sadly bowed. His face was shadowed not by past happiness, but by sadness and troubles. The tailor had a deep conversation with the mother duck. His face bore the marks of the hardships and stress he had endured recently. "You wouldn't be surprised by what has happened to me," he spoke quietly. He explained the king's demand and the challenge he faced, and how desperate his situation was. After listening to his story, the mother duck conveyed a message of hope. "If that's all," the duck said, "we can help. The crown is fallen in the water, at the bottom, we'll bring it up shortly. Just spread your handkerchief by the water's edge." The mother duck and her 12 ducklings diving into the pond was a sight to behold. Their movements were harmonious and efficient, and it didn't take long before they were back on the water surface. The crown had been submerged for a long time, but finding it was made possible by the duck's remarkable abilities. The mother duck carefully placed the crown on her wings. Her ducklings cooperated like a well-practiced team, supporting the crown with their beaks as they moved it carefully to the shore. They placed the crown precisely on the handkerchief, and the tailor watched with tears of emotion. Despite some tarnish from its time in the water, the crown still retained its regal beauty and dignity. This crown was a symbol of the kingdom's history and tradition, and retrieving it was a great fortune for the tailor. When the tailor, carrying the handkerchief-wrapped crown, arrived at the royal palace, the villagers cheered at the sight of the treasure he bore. No one could imagine how magnificent the crown was. As the sun shone on it, it sparkled like tens of thousands of rubies, its light illuminating everywhere, reflecting the pride on the tailor's face. Upon reaching the palace, the tailor tied the 4 corners of the handkerchief and carefully presented the crown to the king. The entire royal court held its breath as they watched this scene. The king took the crown, and seeing its restored beauty and authority, he was deeply moved. The king, filled with joy, hung a golden chain around the tailor's neck. This chain symbolized his loyalty, courage, and devotion to the royal court. "Your courage and wisdom have returned our kingdom's precious heritage," the king proclaimed. "This golden chain commemorates your loyalty and bravery." After his first conspiracy failed, the shoemaker became even more enraged and desperate. However, he did not give up and devised another scheme. He planned to further damage the tailor's reputation and oust him from the royal court. The shoemaker approached the king again with a lie. "Your Majesty, the tailor is being arrogant again. He boasts that he can replicate the entire royal palace in wax," he claimed. His words were enough to sow doubt and unease, as the statement about replicating the palace could be seen as a challenge to the king and royal authority. The king listened to the shoemaker's words once more. He recognized that if the tailor was indeed behaving in a way that undermined the royal authority by using his position, it could be a serious issue. Therefore, the king decided to summon the tailor and demand his explanation. Despite his suspicions, the king decided to test the tailor's abilities by issuing a challenge. He ordered the tailor to create a perfect wax replica of the entire royal palace. The order was stern, and he warned that if the finished model was even slightly inaccurate, or if a single nail was missing from a wall, the tailor would be imprisoned for life. The tailor was shocked upon hearing this command. Replicating the entire royal palace in wax seemed nearly impossible. Feeling the increasing pressure and stress unbearable, the tailor decided to leave the palace far behind. He packed a simple bundle and set out, his steps heavy. When he arrived at the decaying tree he had visited before, he sat down exhausted and lowered his head. At that moment, the bees he had previously assisted appeared. The queen bee, seeing the tailor's sad demeanor, asked worriedly, "Why do you hang your head so low?" At first, the tailor claimed nothing was wrong, but soon he shared the burdens weighing on him. He explained the king's nearly impossible demand to create the wax model. The queen bee and the other bees buzzed amongst themselves upon hearing his story. They wanted to bolster the tailor's spirits, and the queen bee gave him words of hope. "Return home, but come back here tomorrow with a large cloth. all will be well. Trusting the queen bee's words, the tailor returned home. He gathered his spirits and awaited the next day, bringing the large cloth as instructed. Meanwhile, the bees had already flown to the palace and entered through an open window. They began meticulously inspecting every detail of the royal palace. The small bees managed to explore every nook and cranny, memorizing each room, hall, and decoration. Using their natural finesse and organization, the bees perfectly memorized the structure of the palace. They returned to the tailor with this information and began the task of creating a wax model of the palace. With the bees' remarkable memory and precise observation, they started crafting the wax model. The completed wax model of the royal palace was a masterpiece of intricacy and beauty. Its size and detail made it seem as if the actual palace was right before one's eyes. After tirelessly working day and night with the bees, every detail was perfectly recreated, with not a single nail or tile out of place. The next morning, when the tailor arrived at the palace with his creation, he proudly looked upon his work. He carefully wrapped the model in a large cloth and presented it to the king. The king was amazed by the beautiful wax model. Its perfect capture of the palace's grandeur and intricacy was so precise that the king found it hard to fully appreciate. The king was deeply impressed by the tailor's talent and the loyalty demonstrated through this task. As a reward for his skill and perseverance, the king gifted the tailor a large stone house near the royal court. This house would provide a comfortable and stable space for the tailor to spend the rest of his life as the official royal tailor. Despite the tailor's continuous success in the royal court, the shoemaker felt frustrated and plotted another plan to bring him down. He went to the king with a new fabricated story. "Your Majesty, the tailor has been heard saying that the water in the castle's courtyard will not only rise, but it will shoot up as high as a man and be as clear as crystal," the shoemaker claimed. The king was surprised by these words and decided to summon the tailor once again to verify this claim. The king asked the tailor directly about this assertion, and the tailor repeatedly denied having made such a statement. However, this time, the king approached the shoemaker's words with a bit more caution. He decided to test the tailor's ability to make the water rise in the courtyard. Following the king's order, the tailor was faced with a situation where his life would be at risk if water did not spring up in the castle's courtyard by the next day. "If water does not arise by tomorrow, the executioner will have your head," the king sternly warned, putting immense pressure on the tailor. Upon hearing the king's command, the tailor immediately ran out of the castle gates. It was a serious matter this time, as his life hung in the balance, and tears of anxiety and fear streamed from his eyes. He felt the gravity of his situation and desperately sought a way to escape this crisis. When the tailor's heavy steps led him toward the pond, filled with sorrow and despair, something extraordinary happened. The colt he had once helped, now grown into a beautiful chestnut horse, appeared before him. The horse recognized the tailor and approached him, saying, "It's time for me to repay the good you've done." The horse knew of the tailor's predicament and was ready to offer the needed assistance. "I already know what you need. Help is on the way. Get on my back. I can carry us both easily." Touched by the horse's words, the tailor's despair slowly turned to courage. Without hesitation, the tailor approached the horse and leapt onto its back. Together, like longtime companions, they started to gallop. The horse quickly took the tailor back to the castle, heading straight for the courtyard. As they approached, the horse explained more about the help that was coming. Like the tailor had once aided the horse, it was now the horse's turn to assist the tailor. The tailor and his mystical horse charged into the castle courtyard. Upon arrival, the horse galloped around the courtyard 3 times, emitting powerful energy. On the 3rd round, the horse leapt powerfully, and at that moment, thunder roared in the sky. Simultaneously, chunks of earth shot up high into the air from the center of the courtyard. Amazingly, as these earth pieces were suspended in the air, a clear, transparent stream of water shot up as high as a man from the middle of the courtyard. The water stream was so clear that the sunlight sparkling on it created a rainbow-like effect. The scene appeared magical, captivating everyone in the castle. The king, witnessing this miraculous event, stood up in astonishment. He was deeply moved by the tailor's bravery and resolve, and by the astonishing outcome. Without hesitation, the king embraced the tailor in front of everyone, celebrating his public deeds. At this moment, the tailor's honor was fully restored, and he was celebrated not as a suspect, but as a hero. Although the tailor's success and reputation seemed secure, the shoemaker continued to test and conspire against him. This time, the shoemaker approached the king with another ludicrous story. "Your Majesty, now the tailor boasts that he can bring a son to you from the sky." The king was aware that the tailor had been falsely involved in several claims before, but the lack of a son in the royal family was a significant concern for him. Despite the absurdity of this claim, the king, wrapped in curiosity and desperate hope, decided to hear the tailor's words once again. When the tailor entered the royal court, he was dismayed to find his name involved in yet another bizarre claim. The king offered the tailor an astonishing proposition. "If you bring a son within 9 days, I will have him marry my eldest daughter." This offer promised the tailor a great reward, but also set before him an almost impossible task. "The reward is truly great," the tailor whispered to himself. Yet, he seriously contemplated the feasibility of this challenge. "I'm willing to try anything, but that cherry is too high. If I try to pluck it, the branch will break, and I will fall." These words expressed the tailor's fear and simultaneously highlighted the perilous nature of this task. Faced with the king's impossible demand, the tailor felt extreme stress and pressure. The task of bringing his son from the sky imposed a tremendous burden on him. Returning home, he sat at his workbench and deeply pondered all possible options, but eventually, none seemed feasible. "It won't work," he eventually exclaimed. "I must leave. I can never live in peace here." His decision was spontaneous, but he felt it was necessary. Deep inside, he determined that life here was no longer suitable for him. He wanted to venture into the wider world in search of new opportunities. He packed his bundle and quickly left his home, leaving behind all memories and experiences. As the tailor walked towards his new destination, he arrived at a vast plain where he encountered the stork he had met before. The stork was walking back and forth in a philosopher-like serious manner, occasionally stopping to carefully observe and catch a frog. His movements were intentional and purposeful. When the stork noticed the tailor, he approached his friend and warmly greeted him. "Seeing you packing up and leaving," the stork said. "Why are you leaving the town?" His voice mixed curiosity with concern. The tailor explained to the stork the recent hardships and the king's nearly impossible demand he had faced. He told how he had tried to meet the king's demands, but eventually decided to leave the town. "In the end, I can't live in peace here," the tailor told the stork. "I think I need to start anew somewhere else." The tailor told the stork about the difficulties he was facing, including the king's almost impossible demand to bring a son from the sky. His voice carried a tone of despair and fatigue. Moved by the tailor's misfortune, the stork sincerely sought to comfort him. "Don't go gray over this," the stork advised. "I'll solve your problem." The stork's words gave the tailor new hope. The stork then began to explain his plan. The stork revealed that he possessed ancient wisdom and magical powers. He had the ability to connect the sky and the earth and could bring about miraculous events only heard of in myths. The tailor was moved by the stork's offer. He believed in the stork's abilities and felt hopeful that his problem would be resolved. The stork confidently explained his plan to the tailor, showing his ability to safely bring many children to the village in the past. This time, he was sure he could magically bring a small prince from the well. "Go home and be at ease. From now, wait for 9 days and then come to the palace, where you should wait," the stork instructed. The tailor felt relieved by the stork's words. His heavy burden seemed to lift, and for the first time in a long while, he felt peace. He followed the stork's instructions and returned home, preparing for the 9-day wait, filled with hope that he would soon meet the king's demand. On the appointed day, the tailor arrived at the palace, expecting the stork to fulfill his promise as they waited in the palace courtyard. The king and the royal court also gathered to witness this special moment. "9 days later, a tapping sound on the window drew the tailor's attention. He opened it to see a stork stepping carefully with long, elegant legs across the smooth marble floor. The stork was carrying a beautifully angelic baby in its beak, a scene so dreamlike it was almost unbelievable. The baby reached out a tiny hand to the queen as the stork gently placed it on her lap. The queen caressed the baby and gave it a loving kiss, filling the room with joy. The arrival of the baby was a blessing for the royal family, and the queen imagined the happiness and prosperity it would bring to the kingdom. As a final gift, the stork handed the queen the tailor's travel bag. Inside were small paper bags filled with colorful sweets, which were distributed among the little princesses of the court. The princesses expressed their delight at these unexpected treats, infusing the palace with joy. However, the king's eldest daughter did not receive these small sweets. Instead, she chose another gift, marriage to the tailor. This decision surprised everyone, but the eldest daughter was confident in her choice. Through marriage, the tailor became a member of the royal family, and his new life began to unfold. Reflecting on all his experiences, the tailor said, "I feel like I've received the highest award, happy and content. My mother was right, always trust in God, and with good luck, there's no failing." His words conveyed his gratitude and joy for overcoming past adversities and finally finding fortune. The shoemaker was tasked with making shoes for the tailor's wedding as his final job. However, his fate had already been sealed. After the wedding, he was ordered to leave the village forever, and his footsteps were heavy. On his way to the forest, he was led to a gallows. There, his fate met a terrible end. Exhausted from anger, fury, and heat, the shoemaker eventually collapsed. As he tried to close his eyes and rest, two crows that had been flying over the heads of those hanged at the gallows swooped down and pecked out his eyes mercilessly. The crow's brutal act only added to his miserable end. He ran madly into the forest, suffering from hunger until he eventually died. After his death, no one saw him or heard from him again.